I mean, actually, we saw some really impressive Syndra support in the LCK this season. Just people understanding that if you just ult, like not for damage, like you have none of the spheres down, you just ult and then scatter the spheres, you have like an instant AoE CC. Yeah. It's actually really impressive. The moment I saw it, I was like, did they just misclick ultimate? Then I was like, my goodness gracious, no damage, but 6 CC.
Yeah, it's good stuff. And Lysandra support, that was the other one last season. That's just great.
That's below.
I don't think
it used to give you so much movement speed, but now it gives you a lot less movement speed.
XG. Considering his options, thinking, yep, how many Rengar Rune Painters do I have ready? I imagine it's all of them. So we're almost have everyone into the lobby here. Potentially some crafty runes being set up as well, of course. Not sure how much setup these players have done, but side on the blue side, Koreans over on the red, and Flandre has already locked in Poppy.
So alright, we asked for one thing, we talked about the Poppy, no Poppy in the regular LPL split, no Poppy since what, Mac Noon was playing in qualifiers for Fusion, but we got the lock-ons going in, but no Maokai.
And just to reiterate, this is blind pick, by the way, so no bans, of course, no bans required, no one can see what anyone's
Victor's
picking.
probably banned?
Victor might be disabled in the round, which means he couldn't be picked even if you wanted to, but there are certainly, apart from bans that have to happen because of potential issues.
Match.
That is the dream mirror match. Oh my god, double bard.
Double bard, the tempered fate all over the place.
Is Uzi seriously locked in Twitch? That's pretty high on the BM scale to me.
MLXG going for the jungle trundle. Sin already this season.
Yeah, I mean, pick something different. Oh my god, Rookie. Well, Rookie is locked in Kallisto as his champion.
You know who he's going to pair with, right?
It's probably
going to be the jungle.
Is the jungle? Oh, Spirit, of course. That would actually be fine. I was thinking maybe the bard.
You never link with the bard.
Never.
Not even if you're in the 2v2.
Never go full magical journey. Well, there, Bard, Twitch, Trundle, and Poppy there for the Chinese side. Cool is going to lock in Fizz, so a champion that he actually has quite a bit of experience on. Mystic's playing Lulu, apparently. Don't know where that's going. Ella is going to be on Bud also. So hilariously enough, our only mirror match of the entire Blampic All-Star game is double support bar.
And we are completely off base. What is this lock-in from Spirit? Lee Sin? Come on, mate.
That is, I mean, I think Spirit wants to show off a little bit here. That's the sort of thing you do with a Lee Sin pick. Quinn, by the way, was the selection for save, so I'm already super excited about the top lane matchup. Flandre has Ghost Teleport.
Why wouldn't he?
Look, they're almost real summoners. I may be expecting clarity. I'm not sure. You can see someone panning out on the shoulder. Do me proud, mate. Play some sweet Bard.
So the Bard count, it was at 3. Going to be at 5 now for this season. Very excited to see
and these are our
the journeys that are going to be magical.
Poppy versus Quinn in the top lane. Flandre versus Save. That's our first one as we move through. The jungle matchup actually gets a bit more normalized. I have to say, big advantage here for Spirit with Lee Sin versus Trundle.
The actual big advantage, if I'm going to be a pure analyst, is with the Poppy, who's always had good itemization against AD damage with how her W works. And she's against, what, 380 carries? The Lulu probably going to build AP from the AD role. AD is definitely a misnomer in this particular matchup.
Mystic with the Lulu. Rookie's actually going to take the AD carry with Kalista in his mid lane versus Uzi's Twitch. And down the bottom line, we couldn't have it any other way. It is double Bard.
Yeah, hopefully we get it on the screen in a second. But double Bard, it's like a double rainbow. Lux knows what it's all about. Double Bard is the excitement.
I like that neither support player considered anything else, by the way. Even Low with the support Maokai ready to go. It's just like, no, I know what the viewers want.
This is 5.7 Bard as well. Since some buffs, that could actually be, look, I don't know about legitimate pick, but it's getting up there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely had some positive changes coming through in 5.7. Definitely much more capable. Some quality of life changes, I guess, as far as tweaks. I dare to say a preview of the upcoming final, but we're going to learn a lot about Bard in this match, I feel like.
And that's always an exciting place. We've already been on a magical journey or two in solo queue, in the LPL, and now an all-star magical journey, even multiple journeys. I don't know what happens if you journey into a journey.
It's going to be like magical journeyception. Also, if he... if
you journey into a journey.
If Kalista bonds with the Bard, I think you can pull him out of portals. And then put him back around, get him in again.
You're going to interrupt his journey?
Why not? What happens? Hang on. What happens if Kalista travels through a magical journey, link to Bard, and then ults him? Or he's in a portal and ults somebody?
Shenanigans.
Is this what we're going to learn today? Will I finally get the answer to this eternal question that the Bard's been released for 2 patches?
So you could, like, yoink a journey on an enemy magical journey, then have your own magical.
Well, let's have a magical journey all together. We're about to get straight into the China vs Korea All-Star game. It's an all-star best-of-1 blind pick, and Spirit's in trouble. Flandre gonna chuck him into the wall with the Poppy. Now Spirit gonna get traffic cone there by the Trundle. Lee Sin getting dove. Damage comes in, and first blood goes to Poppy.
So Poppy's Ghost pays off big at level 1. Safe still running away. Rookie, you need to get out of there, mate. And that is a big advantage for China right off the bat.
Yeah, and Mystic, they can see Rookie actually does have his Doran's Blade. Cool gonna find him on the Fizz. Mystic gonna join back in. That's AD Lulu right now as Low looks for the Cosmic Binding. Only gets the slow. Damage coming through, and Uzi, he's stealthed his way in. Can he get some kills? Low getting low to the Ren, gets killed there by Rookie. Now Save gonna dive back in as Uzi's taking a little bit too much damage, but Flandre gets damage onto Save. Good pillar there from Trundle, slows him down, but Uzi very low. Save will flash forward, looks for the kill. Heal at the last second will save him, and Cool ignites on a Rookie, gonna try and take him out. Does get it, no, Spirit linked on there as well. Cool with a great flash and a playful Trickster. Gets the kill, but I think he's dead.
Yeah, champion picks are fun, but the mechanics are certainly still on point, even from Cool. He's trying to wait out this timer. I think he's going to be able to open up enough space.
He might. He's got playful Trickster back up, I think, as well. So Ella gonna flash forward, gets the bind, and takes the kill credit.
It was actually going to take quite a while for that turret to kill, just with the effect of the delayed damage on the laser. But Ella registered the kill, and 1 Bard is suddenly ahead.
Cool looks a little salty there after getting killed by the flash binding from Ella, but Low has found his way into the top lane, starting the magical journey off early. And you all right, by the way. Guess who's bonded to Rookie? It is, of course, Spirit.
Why wouldn't you? Can you think of the incredible wombo engages the moment the Fates call is available? I don't know about Cool. He's smiling. Double Bard on the scoreboard looks hilarious, I have to say.
I mean, they both started with the same items. I mean, all fun aside here, kind of looking down the summoner spells at least, there's actually nothing that out of the ordinary. Flandre's Ghost may be a little odd, but other than that, the champions might not be that serious, but the players certainly taking themselves seriously.
Even when Macnoon was playing it for Fusion in the top lane, he was going the Ghost route, so I'm actually not too surprised to see that that's the pickup. It gives them more sticking power. You don't have the same Flash E engages against a wall, perhaps, in terms of repositioning, but you move pretty damn fast with your W and Ghost, so no big deal.
I mean, Poppy's big issue is more getting into range than anything, right? So as long as you stick to a target, that's the other issue. I mean, throw your ult on, weave through all the CC anyway, and just worry about the person you're trying to track down under their turret as low. He is really just hanging out up here, but trying to get some bully damage on the save, and we have a lane swap in the All-Star game.
And Twitch was a pick. It's a little bit off meta for Uzi, so we'll grant it to him, but the lane swap, a bit questionable.
Save actually taking quite a lot of damage. Flash Q comes in for Spirit low. Now going to get low there as well as Uzi turning onto Save, trying to find the damage. Spirit actually ignited now, might go down on Uzi, juggling targets wonderfully at level 1.
And surprisingly, low does not fall down. Remember, this is not the Bard with the earlier kill credits. It doesn't have a Ruby Crystal or anything extra in his inventory. And unfortunately for the Poppy, opted into a 1v2 as Poppy, and that's no fun. No, I mean, we've talked about Flandre all season being a very resourceless player. As MLXG's come in there, Save in trouble now as Uzi coming through. Low gets his second kill of them. Oh, sorry, his first kill. And Rookie is loving it. Rookie's having a grand old time. He's in the mid lane. Goodbye, Cool. Ren gonna come through. Needs one more hit. Does get the kill. And Mid Callista looking good. Yeah, Mid Callista, you have to say, doesn't really have the effect of the W, so isn't getting that percentage damage. Of course, nobody there to proc it. But when the jungle ganks come in, and we're going to be so creative, even before Spirit gets his ultimate, the Fate's Call is enough. You didn't think Lee Sin had too many trouble closing the distance with me, even that much more easy when you have the Fate's Call. Yeah, it's pretty interesting from Rookie, actually. I mean, definitely early game, lots of shades of Ezreal, which I guess is the best touchstone for viewers. He's losing damage because, of course, he's not in that 2v2 role, but probably not going to hurt him. Just got a solo kill. He's probably feeling just fine. Yeah, not too bad right now as Ella and Mystic pushing in aggressively onto Flandre, who's collecting some experience, but is lacking sorely in the CS department. And Spirit seems like he wants to wander down for a gank. Spirit's hit the level 3, doesn't have too many options in the mid lane because we see that Rookie has to go back. They're thinking about the turret dive, but turret diving a Poppy is no fun. Yeah, Rookie already back, got double dagger actually, so probably a fast hurricane coming through as Spirit gonna babysit the mid lane, probably take away a couple of creeps as Cool pushes the wave back in. That's any crazy item choice, defensive item choice from Rookie, from Cool actually picking up the cloth armor. Wonder's going in though, but here comes Low. Good stun there onto Mystic. Ella will get out by a magical journey, but Uzi's going to chase in, and Mystic now can't do anything. Uzi flashing forward, going to look for the kill onto the bar. Does take it out. Mystic dives for Flandre and gets it, but Twitch ends up with a double. Wow, the last tick of the passive, enough damage to get the double kill through from Uzi. Made the roam, ended the lane swap very, very early, and then just picks up more kill credits. 2-0 and 3. 100% kill participation from the Twitch of all people. Rookie, look at him chunking out Cool here in the mid lane as Spirit going to try and clear a wall, but it times out instead. Save now. We'll get some free time here in the top side, and both Flandre and Save level 4 now. Spirit's really going to get resented for this Lee Sin lock-in, and he's even picking up the Raptor buffs, killing the Scuttle Crabs. He obviously is quite salty that he's not playing the grand final later today. Well, you know, I think he just wants to show off. If there are some sick Fates Call Lee Sin shenanigans, then I think he'll call it worth it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Avarice Blade Lulu's come through, so it looks like the AD route and not the AP route that the Type A Assassins once played. Looks to be the choice. Yeah, started with Adoran's Blade, going to continue that here. Oh god, this is silly. Low there diving it onto Ella, going to look for more damage. They'll just trade me pits back and forth. Low going to keep going there, and Uzi, he's actually on the way. The binding just short there on Ella. He'll be just fine. I think the viewers are the ones going on the magical journey this time, as we see lots and lots of support battles. MLXG is still in this game, still a support, and going for the Skirmisher Saber. Yes, Skirmisher Saber. Jungle Trundle coming in as Save. Now going to get chased in by Flandre. Gets a good stun onto the wall there. Spirit, though, is going to join in, but MLXG is here as well. Save is forced to go over, but MLXG will chomp him down. Save will fall to the Trundle. And right now, China up 6-4. MLXG's use of the Pillar of Ice has been super on point this series. Surprising. Don't know how much practice he has. Magical Journey, though. Yeah, looking for the bind there. Actually has to be careful. Rookie and Spirit don't want to stand too close together. MLXG will take it as well, just for a bit of fun. And yeah, I mean, he actually took it at level 1 with that invade, and he's been great with it so far. Ella finds a Chime. Actually, don't see too many Chimes on the map, so maybe the roaming has come through to pick them up. See one of them. Yep, it's a bit transparent coming through on the spectator client. Yeah, Cole's feeling sad. He doesn't have kill pressure till level 6, so he's just getting auto-attacked in a range versus melee. Yeah, he's horribly far behind in CS, which I guess is expected in the matchup now as Save could potentially be in trouble here. MLXG and Low coming through, and Save's already spotted them. Yeah, Save, another person very low, but has that ability to spot them out in the vision, so won't get killed this time, but won't pick up any CS either. Well, good news though, Rookie's level 6 now, so Spirit can potentially come in for a ride there with the Fates Calls. MLXG gonna
going to take away some creeps as Rookie. We talk about his early landing prowess. He's really giving it to Cool.
Yeah, obviously been playing a lot of Kalista in his spare downtime when he doesn't get the mid lane role. Or maybe just in the mid lane. I'm not privy to his
Rookie.
Chinese solo queue. He plays a lot of champions, does Rookie, so just throwing another one in there.
Yeah, Uzi as well, like you mentioned. Bilgewater Cutlass already done, so has kind of toned down on the roaming, sadly, at the early stages of the game. But we talk about Twitch needing to get an early advantage and start snowballing, and Uzi somehow has done just that.
Yeah, the first time we covered the LPL back in 2013, Uzi was all over the Twitch, loved playing that champion. Fallen out the meta a little bit since then, but you don't lose those Twitch mechanics when you get them.
No, just moving through again. Cool. Forced to go back one more time. Actually level 5 right now, so not even 6 at this stage of the game. Flandre now level 6 himself, building it towards a Phage, so probable Trinity Force coming through. Save there with double drones, double dagger there for Rookie, and Spirit steals away the red buff.
Yep, the counter jungling begins. He's waiting for that level 6, and we'll see the whole mother of repositioning coming through between the Fate's Call, the kick, and all the other Lee Sin, CC, and gap close. The bards are finally contained to one side of the map, and the vision wars are on.
Yeah, it's going to be the weirdest thing ever, especially if Kalista roams down and just ults a Lee Sin in there to gank as well. I mean, there's potential here for this, that's for sure.
It just feels like everybody's going to get in there at the same time.
I think they are as well, as Rookie continuing to push in. Saves actually joining in to soak a bit of experience as Uzi just dodges the binding, and Rookie and Spirit going to push their way in. Cool. Has to be careful. He's going to get dopa. Doesn't even have level 6, but no dive. Just going to take the turret.
I mean, Cool understands that if he doesn't use his playful tricks, they just won't turret dive him. They're trying to bait out that ability. They don't have enough CC otherwise, and so they just leave him to be.
Yeah, just scaring him a little bit. Rookie almost 3 times the CS of Cool right now, who might start to pick up a little bit more now that that tower's down, but the roam squad is on in the red side, in the blue side jungle there, sorry. And again, Rookie looking to use their ultimate for the first time with Spirit.
Worth knowing that Flandre has been the person who's really reaped the benefit from all this craziness coming through from the roam squads from the Korean team. Poppy scales up to late, has a really rough laning phase, but in the late game with just a Trinity Force, those one-item Pyro Spikes are up there with the likes of Corki when it comes to work being done. Of course, is already so innately tanky through that passive and the ultimate, the diplomatic immunity. It just feels like if they give him free farm, he might be able to do shenanigans.
Yeah, dive coming though for the Chinese side as omg does get the first binding on the Mystic. Ella in trouble, goes down to Cool. Mystic now getting dove, and MLXG so tanky. Cool lands the ulti, and Flandre gets the kill.
There's the teleport already to supplement all the CCS he already had. China now 8-4 up in kills, and the gold lead already 1,200.
Yeah, looking good here, but Rookie trying to find a roam as well. Hasn't gone back yet, so not quite ready for the Hurricane as the Chinese side are going to take away the blue buff. Spirit trying to defend it, looks for the smite, doesn't get it, but will get Fate's Call to safety. In fact, might even go back in. No, doesn't want to.
If he had finished the Hurricane, I think he has the gold for it. They would have considered some sort of crazy 2v4 action, but not today.
No, not yet, at least, as we see the Fate's Call used for the first time to get Lee Sin to safety. Ella, they're going to try and sweep out some wards, but none left there by the Chinese All-Star side as they move through the jungle. Again, Uzi still farming away, looking fine here, although Mystic, interestingly, up on CS with his Avarice Blade, Bilgewater Cutlass Lulu.
His first purchase was the Avarice Blade, and just sat on that while the Bilgewater was completed for Twitch, but didn't feel any pressure in the lane. Went back, he's actually sitting on quite a lot of gold already from that investment banker option in the Avarice Blade. So getting through a laning phase, going for the GP10 item compared to completed items, very cost-effective items coming through from Uzi. That's a win. Yeah,
we've got Hurricane done there for Rookie as well. And I guess that's my next question for you. I've seen a lot of Hurricane Kalista, Bubba Smithy. It makes sense. But of course, there's a Rookie's mid lane Kalista. Is there any other benefit you can think of for having the item in a shorter lane like mid?
I mean, just in mid where you're happy to just wave clear with the Hurricane, just push the wave in with reckless abandon. In bottom lane, one of the reasons we saw Hurricane fall off as a rush choice is it doesn't give you lane control. You just have to push in the wave relentlessly. In the longer lane, you can be punished with freezes. So much harder to freeze the mid, especially with a melee champion like Fizz that needs to use his only escape to wave clear. So in the mid lane, you're happy to just push in waves. Team fights are going to be thick and fast. You expect tank items to be at a premium just because it's an all-star game. You just want to build Infinity Edge on every champion. That's just how all-star games go. Hurricane could get a lot of work done early, and we already seen that they're ready for these Rookie and Spirit big duo engagements.
Yeah, they want to make some big plays here. As we can see, Flandre as well. Phage Sheen, so building in towards that Trinity Force, not too far away. And Blade of the Ruin King almost done for Uzi. That's my personal thing that I'm waiting for, because he's already started roaming on the Twitch with the ambush. Can't imagine that will stop once he gets the blade.
Exactly. Doesn't quite have the Morgana or the comp synergy, but you're still going to see plenty of roaming come through. Those submarine engages, getting right in aggressively, having that CC available with the Blade of the Ruin King to supplement the cask throw, the W, into just a bit more damage and CC. whenever you get that Blade of the Ruined King and you go invisible, which is a lot of the time on your Twitch when you're not accountable CSing in the bottom lane, everyone has to be on high alert.
Yeah, and we've seen actually it was Deft and I guess Imp in our own way, who of course we'll see later today in our grand final, known for a lot of roam Twitch play. And you even said many years ago now, Uzi kind of came into the scene as not quite exclusively a Twitch player, but a big, I guess, champion of that champion.
I mean, just before Season 3 Worlds and during that tournament, it was always about Twitch Annie. It was Uzi and Tabe, everyone's favorite Chinese player back in the day especially, who loved that Twitch Annie lane. You had so much burst. The damage on that expunge was so much higher at the time that between the high base values of Annie, not really intended for the support role at that time, but moved towards a support role, and just the base damages coming through, and Twitch, you just did so much work. In fact, Twitch Annie was a common mid lane. They would always put that lane in the mid lane and push and roam from there because, of course, you can push the wave in fast, and there's just so much empty space to roam to. Two lanes always have to be on high alert when you're roaming from mid if you don't have those defensive pink wards. So that was their strategy back then. So his Twitch mechanics never been in doubt.
No, and he's, again, having a lot of fun. He's actually had a good string of games in general, currently up with 2-0-5 right now. As we may have paused the game, or maybe they're just feeling some time in the pause. Rookie is apparently being interviewed live during the game.
I mean, that's just what you do in All-Star Game Space time. We have to pause them. I believe in the LCS we saw some picture-in-picture. We've got to pause the games here in China.
That's fine.
Of course, it's time for substitutions to come through.
There is. Oh, ooh, that's a good point. We could have some substitutions. I mean, we wondered what the subs were for. I can't imagine it's anything other than
well, the moment I saw subs being listed for a best-of-1 blind pick, I knew that shenanigans in high order.
We'll have to see. It seems like translators here for Rookie. Just trying to get the interview out as they go through things live there on camera. And Rookie having a lot of fun. And again, he's had a good season. Should feel happy with his finish.
Probably just being interrogated about the Kalista mid pick. He's actually doubling the CS of Cool quite happily. And Cool, he doesn't look very impressed. I have a feeling they're talking about how the mid lane matchup's going. And 71 CS, 2-1 compared to the 2-2-2 Cool. So he's got the kill involvements. Not so much the CS.
No, still on top of his fizz mechanics as well, is Cool. And is it wrong that one of the things I noticed in this game in that last little exchange was how good Flandre's teleport was, despite the fact that he's in an All-Star game playing Poppy?
Well, that's the thing. Your mechanics like that, they never go away. Maybe your Poppy mechanics will be unique, but things like teleport, there's a reason that the likes of Acorn have been so enduring, who can beat off the challenge of excellent 1v1 laners like Flame, who's on his same lineup. When you just have the eye for teleport, it's kind of the thing, you kind of speculate that back in the day, someone like Akon was like a 6 Shen player. He was just always there for the perfect timing of the Stand United. Being there for the teleport timing, it's one of those things you need scrims, you need practice on. It's why, I mean, only now in the last 6 months has teleport really become the staple top summoner in solo queue over the likes of Ignite. And you just need to practice being in the right spot at the right time, judging your movements of your team, communicating, and just having those mechanics on point.
I have to say, for a 5-minute cooldown, Flantre really hits the teleport button almost instantly. If he ever senses someone in his team is trouble, he is ready to go.
Absolutely. That's the sign of some aggression. Doesn't get the aggressive champion picks anymore, but aggression with summoners, that's all he can really muster on the blissfully quiet champions like the tree.
I'm sure he'll figure it out. I mean, he's played a lot of Morgana. He's sort of really gone through the full gambit of champions, you have to think. Is Rookie going to hand the microphone back? We may have it unpaused as we leave through our interview there as well. But as you can see, as we can see, sorry, we'll inform you, 8-4 right now for the Chinese side, up against the Koreans. Gold lead about 1,500 ahead there for the blue side as well. So doing decently, but Rookie, especially was just being interviewed, having a good start to his lane matchup up against Cool.
And the hometown favorites definitely ahead here, the Chinese squad. You can tell that it's a fun game just because no Dragons taken the first 10 minutes. Because don't get any kill credit from Dragons when it comes to actually getting that 300 gold. The benefit, we've talked about it all season. You ask me, what's the first Dragon worth? Well, what I can tell you is it's not worth 300 gold, so why pick it up?
Exactly. You can rotate for more kills. If you're in the bottom lane, don't need to get Dragon. Just take the turret instead. That'll give you some extra gold there coming in. Just kind of looking through what else can I see. Double mobility boots on Bard's kind of cute. I like that quite a bit, obviously, given that flavorfully he's supposed to be roaming around anyway.
Not double mobility boots like Marta had.
No. Not multiple boots. They each have a pair. There are 2 Bards in this game, so mobility boots up early. Before, no, Sightstone's done as well, but I think they had them before Sightstone. Again, want to roam around, take those chimes.
Exactly. Go pick up the chimes, get those magical journeys for the deep green wards that they had in their inventories. But with the Sightstone now, it's the battle of getting the deepest wards possible.
Yeah, I mean, the sickest Bard flank award may be a thing here in this game. Who knows? Ultimate's not quite there yet, though. So we haven't had any helpful Bard ultimates come
to be fair, one of the reasons why we've noted on Flandre's teleports is that he's actually the only person with teleport.
Save, of course, has Ignite.
Save wants to kill people.
Well, he is Save.
He's a carry top laner.
He is a carry top laner.
On, an off-meta, but still suitable top laner in Quinn.
Sure. I mean, Something might be a bit worried about the range of this team as you look through. A couple of signs in the audience there as well. Quite a lot of love for LGD actually there as we just kind of look through the crowd.
I believe all the players, remember, even Spirit, for example, who's in the All-Star game. There's a Korn fan there. Man, he's having Acorn, sorry.
There we go.
Korn fans would definitely be very depressed at this point.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't come out to the All-Star game after getting relegated to the LSPL.
Yeah.
But Acorn fans, in happy voice.
Acorn's looked good as well. Of course, we'll see him later today or later tonight for us, I guess, in that grand finals. We get a couple of shots of the crowd, having some fun, maybe giving out some prizes in, I guess what I'll call it interval now in the All-Star game.
It does feel a bit like Price is Right at the moment.
Well, I guess the worry in a bloodthirsty game like this is that we're almost 10 minutes in. 10 minutes more, the game might be over.
That's true. But I don't feel like, I feel like we're going to pull this one out. Got a bit of time to fill, literally and figuratively, in this game. We're waiting. I mean, Poppy just wants this game to go as long as possible. The more items on Poppy, better time Poppy's having, and the worst time everybody on the Korean side is having.
I really don't know why Save didn't pick Riven. That's what I was ready for. Top Yasuo.
You just have these blinkers, though. You just are only interested in Riven, Yasuo, maybe Ashe.
Bud. Oh, Ashe is good. We didn't see an Ashe either. That's also disappointing. I think Uzi's champion is the most disappointing for me. Spirit's Lee Sin I can handle because Rookie decided to play Kalista mid lane and they're clearly trying to set up some fun stuff there. But Uzi, that's too much on the Twitch.
I mean, it's all about the Trundle jungle that I like coming through from MLXG. He's been so on point with his Pillar of Ice placement that can't really complain.
Is he maxing Pillar? No. I was really hoping he was maxing Pillar. He's actually maxing
killing your jungle, maxing Pillar is super sad day.
Yes, but just whatever. Roam around. Get experience by assisting your enemy.
So what you're saying is max Pillar and get Poacher's Knife so that you can just smite all the time.
Exactly. Smite away all the camps, run away through the jungle, block people off from the jungle camps. We could have had some serious Trundle interview action as well, and actually...
I feel that's the role-play Trundle build. Time to troll seems very apt if you're going Poacher's Knife, max Pillar of Ice. Don't know if you're trolling your team or the enemy one, but you're just being a troll.
Seems like we're giving some peripherals away here as well. As, again, the reason for our interval here in this particular game. Looking through, what else can we talk about, Papa Smithy?
I'm just having a look at the items. We always look back at the items sometimes. Avarice Blade getting a lot of... Actually, Bilgewater means we see Blade of the Ruin King, Lulu coming through. I alluded to the fact that we've seen AP Lulu in the AD. I believe it's Bebe that played that many metas ago now. It's always a flexible option. Lulu's laning is so strong to maybe make up for Bard and his maybe relative lack of laning. Much prefers to buy Moby Boots and get the hell out of lane, but decent laning phase, and of course, at least equalized against the other Bard.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing as well is that kind of like, I guess, Crystal's Kog'Maw build, I believe, more interested in the attack speed and the on-hit effects than maybe, you know, actually having AD carry items. Because at the end of the day...
AD steroids
exactly.
in your kit, which obviously Lulu does not, might as well go for some off-meta stuff.
That is cool, a wizard.
Cool is literally a
wizard. That might
wizard.
be the best thing I've ever seen. What cosplay is that, do you think?
It looks like Sorceress Lux.
I think you're right. But it's like, they've adapted. Like, that jacket fits him. That's not a female
It's so
jacket.
sad that Flame is playing later because he can't be a princess.
No, well, he'll always be a princess, but not literally on stage this time. They've gotten Cool out of his seat to help give away peripherals.
Well, he is the AP mage
in
player.
his Sorceress Lux cosplay.
It seems to fit him quite well.
It does. I mean, as I said, like that jacket was clearly designed for Cool to wear.
So here's the
it's
question.
Not someone's jacket
was
that
he
he's
told
stolen.
about this before?
No, I hope not. Please, no. I mean, he might have made the hat himself, by the looks of things. That's a pretty dapper hat.
It is a nice hat.
I mean,
someone put a lot of love into
I don't know.
hat.
I don't know if our day can get much better. Now that Cool is
I
literally
love
a wizard.
The ribbon is pretty much the best.
bow.
The bow is the best.
It's very nice. I mean, Cool, you know, has a lot of fans. Losing his lane right now, which is probably not something he's happy for, but happy to pull him off stage just to be like, you know, sorry you're losing lane, but could you please give away some?
And suddenly
some
now
ice
we
and
know why
keyboards.
they paused at 9:59.
Exactly. I told you it was an interval. Maybe it's a competition. Like, maybe someone to guess, like, how many dragons have we done? That was a bad bet. Don't take that one. It is Clear Love. He's in the audience.
Is Deft in the audience today?
He was. There's a lot of Alpaca Satins, if you keep your eye out as we move through the crowd shots. Also, this team comp. All right, so Sona, Caitlyn, Janna, Lux. I don't know if that's really viable. Also, I don't know what the goal on the far right is.
She's the referee.
Katarina?
I don't know if she's really going for the Katarina cosplay. She kind of went to the left turn with the pink skirt coming through, but maybe she's just the referee of the action.
Maybe. I mean, they need a 15 member. Maybe they'll get Rookie up here as well, and we'll see his cosplay.
Is he a wizard?
I hope so. I mean, not right now. He's playing Kalista. That's not an AP champion. Does Kalista have any AP scaling? I don't think so. I was trying to think. But obviously he's building AD now, so.
I mean, he might have one of those like token AP ratios just so you can buy Trinity Force and be like, yay! But I don't.
How
think
random would like a W AP ratio be, where like the soul mark damage goes higher?
Maybe the percentage soul mark damage.
That'd be pretty funny.
You probably don't want that to scale, so AP's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it probably has 0 scaling, which is fine as well. Just base scaling and then
Maybe
that's enough.
for you.
Maybe. Can you imagine like the Nash's Tooth, Rabadon's Death Cab? You get hit by a Callisto and you go whatever, and then
have you
somebody
played against
whacks
AP
you?
Varus?
Yes.
That's exactly what happens with AP
Varus.
Varus. You're just like, oh, I took a couple of autos. They did about 8 damage.
Whack.
And then suddenly the passive is procced, and it's like 30% of your max health.
There also could have been a Varus in this game. I'm actually mainly disappointed.
AD Varus mid's been played by Unicorns of Love very recently, so that's kind of serious.
I'm kind of upset that these are real junglers, if I'm honest with you.
I mean, Trundle's a very sustained jungler with his
he has a play in the LPL.
King's Tribute passive.
He had a play in
Is
the
that right?
Yes.
Emperor's Tribute?
King's Tribute.
King's
He's a
Tribute.
king, not an emperor.
I learned this one.
Yes, you did. He's not good enough. He's just a king.
I've done all my prep. King's Tribute, Null
Ready for-
Sphere.
ready for
I
the-
know all the skill
Ready
names.
for the Trundle play. Oh, don't play that game. You don't want to play that game.
Okay. Draw a bead. There's a Tristana passive.
What about champions in this game?
I don't really know some of these names.
No.
Let's not play a quiz game.
No,
yet.
let's not.
You'd probably beat me
That's
on that.
probably what they're playing here today. I don't know how they're giving away the peripherals, but
Like what's
I know Cool is
Poppy's
involved. He's
hammer
dressed
hit
as
called?
Lux.
I don't know.
I'll remember. It'll come back to me.
I got the ultimate.
Yeah, the ultimate's easy.
That's
That's
all
got
I
a good
got.
name. What was it? So, Trundle has seen LPL playoff play, by the way. It was Snake that played
I think it was played in the jungle that game.
Yeah, yeah.
Or was there a Maokai jungle instead? That was OMG.
Not that game. That game was questionable. I mean, the draft makes...
So what percentage of LPL games would actually fall under questionable? It'd be close to 10%.
Quite a few at this stage. I mean, we had some fun games. We're obviously having a fun game right now as they give away a couple of things on stream, or at least live
They
at the
have to
venue.
respect this pause time.
They do, actually. They're running out of time. I mean, I'm sure they've nailed the production as far as scheduling goes. This is all planned. No.
I'll nod my head.
No, I mean, I can understand what OMG were doing from like we're trying to be clever and outdraft you perspective, because they took away Gragas and Maokai, I believe, and we're like, what are you going to play now? And it's like, now I have to shoehorn these guys in the really weird positions. And we've seen teams get too creative with their drafting. I think M3 actually with their Ryze Azir. Yeah, they picked Ryze for Looper, or for Dade, and then it was actually for Looper because he last picked Azir, and it went horribly wrong. Because top lane Ryze, as it turns out, unfortunately for Save, not particularly strong right now.
Top lane Azir, not as good as people thought it would be.
No. I mean,
sadly.
Dada says he's great. He played it. He got it and forgot until lands. You do pop back into an all-star game now as well. After what was one, that was a magical interlude.
That's why Bard's on the screen.
There he is, Ella there. Not level 6 quite yet. Both Bards racing to see who can get the first ultimate here. And who knows what will happen after that as Mystic. Freezing his land and Rookie. No interest in all that sort of shenanigans. He's going to be pushing all day with his Hurricane.
I'm very excited to see which of these bards is helping the most with the Tempered Fate.
I'm ready for some sick Bard ultimates. We have Fate's Call, Lee Sin jumping in. We have a Tempered Fate to settle up. We have Wild Growth. The synergy from the Korean side is not too bad. I mean, Save even in bird form could just rush in for a Wild Growth.
There's a lot of potential.
Oh, MLXG could be in trouble. The Rookie hopping around. Spirit's going to tag him, and Rookie gets the kill.
Still have Fate's Call available. Very nice move. The kick wasn't enough cooldown. They still had enough damage. You can see, you go Hurricane, even with the armor coming through from Seeker's Arm Guard, no match.
Yeah, that was poor Trundle there going down. He just has the Saber, now has like cloth armor.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, going to get a little bit more armor, but pretty squishy in that scenario. As the Fate's Call's been popped cool. Will dodge it away, but Spirit's going to try and get in.
Kick flash and fails.
Not quite what he wanted there. It's Cool's actually going to go back in. Nails him with the ulti, but Rookie coming back around. Spirit goes down after a misguided tower dive, but Rookie's not stopping the push.
Save is actually looking for a turret dive.
Oh, Tempered Fate. Good use there. Low gets tagged, though, as the Bard comes back in, and he's now in trouble. Save, get a dash in on top of him. Now in the bird form. Magical Journey gets flash past there by Save. Goes back into range form. Uzi now in trouble. Gets bound to the wall, and he's going to get taken out as well.
You can see Save's not one for games. Flashes over the Magical Journey for that instant reposition. Wasn't going to go through any path that time. Rookie keeps pushing, though, and MXG.
They're going to come through there as well. Rookie coming in, but does flash away. Going to keep cutting MLXG. Pops the rend, and even with the ultimate, Trundle can't quite chase the Callista.
The Martial Poise is already available so often that the mini hops is enough mobility to get from Trundle. Fiercely melee after using that Pillar of Ice. Flandre is very tanky.
Well, even just with the Poppy passive here, Spirit, especially 2 levels down, not really going to fancy any sort of Pressure here on the rookies coming through as well. Ella, though, now getting trapped in. MLXG going to try and just find a way in. Cool with the Fizz, and again going to jump in onto the poor Bud. Ella, good binding there, going to get them both up. Forward through the portal, but it's not enough to get away from Cool.
Yeah, doesn't have the Baleful Twister just yet, but picks up the kill anyway. Fate's Call's not available, but it will be soon.
That Q is so close there for Spirit, but
Fate's Call.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait in. Binding comes through just for the slow there. No Fate's Call pop just yet. And Rookie and Spirit going to join back in. Pierce going to look for a target. Spirit as well going to look in, but portal going to be open. Spirit, will he follow in? He does. And Uzi's has to hug the tower right now. It's a little too dangerous out here.
Surprisingly, Uzi's name hasn't been mentioned in a little while now. It's just been kind of quiet despite having the blade. Shenanigans going to ensue, though, and Fate's Call still is available again, so they're looking for Call.
Yeah, I mean, at any point right now, they can just kind of jump Spirit in. No flash, unfortunately, for Lee Sin, so going to struggle potentially to get in there with the flash as well. And Cool, maybe not the best target for this sort of gank.
Yeah, and he's building up some ability power. Uzi's looking for the submarine.
Yeah, going to go in onto Mystic. Doesn't quite pop the blade, though. Does not all-in commit, because Mystic ahead on CS with a blade of his own. Pretty hard target to pin down 1v1.
I got to say, like, in these games, someone always loses out in a blind pick. Like, if only he could have known. There's actually 2 reveals onto Uzi between the E abilities of both Lee Sin and the Lulu, so not going to be as unaccountable on this Twitch as sometimes you can be.
Yeah, and Low going to come down as well on his Bud. We'll see what he can get done as Ella has also rejoined. We got ultimates aplenty here for Bud, so we could see another really special double tempered Fate.
I mean, it was already a very good stuff.
It's good stuff. As Spirit going to clear out his camps now as well. Continuing to jungle, of course. And we've got a Blade of the Ruin King coming up for Rookie. He's got to build Water Cutlass.
I mean, everybody's going Blade today. That's actually going to be 4 Blades in this game. 5, actually, minimum at this point.
Maybe someone should have informed them that it isn't Earth. You don't have a super low cooldown on the active there.
I mean, I guess there's the potential that we could be seeing some of the other item that builds out of that, of course. Get a bit of ability and turn it into the Hextech Gunblade.
Oh, it's been a while since we've seen a Gunblade. When was the last time we saw a Gunblade in any sort of, I'm going to use this word carefully, competitive match?
A really long time ago.
Yeah, MLXG getting tagged by the Glitter Lance there, slowed up.
It's probably an Akali.
It probably was here. It's Cool. Gonna dive in, looks for the ulti, finds it onto Rookie. Flandre, great knock there into the turret, and Cool picking himself up now 5-2-2 on the Fizz.
And with the 5.7 changes, shifting power back to AP Fizz, this might be the preview of things to be seen soon. So many noted Fizz players in the LPL. Even look at the likes of Rookie and Pawn who'll be playing later. Pawn loves to pick up that Fizz whenever it's available, and with the slight tweaks, it's a potential.
I mean, Pawn was playing Fizz on, pre-5.7 as AP and still managing to carry games, so definitely loves the champion, is on point with it often, and Cool, a potential preview here, but as we said, the Cool Fizz mechanics have not gone away. On Assassins, he looks much more comfortable.
Speaking of Assassins, MLXG just walked up to the blue buff and stole it from his teammate Cool. That's rude.
He assassinated his own blue buff away from his mid laner. I like it. I mean, he has a Morellonomicon. He'll be fine. Oh, Uzi. Does he get sniped by the Tempered Fate? No, just misses. Gets the minions instead as Ella going to come through as well. Uzi, the reveal, kicked into the wall. Bound in there as well. Tempered Fate going to come in low for low. He's going to try and save his AD carry. MLXG there with a pillar, but it's not enough as the Fate's Call does get used. Pops them back in. No, Spirit's not going to go back in just yet, it looks like. And instead they'll just go in onto the Trundle. Now Spirit will rejoin. Looks to go in there. MLXG getting kited for days, and Spirit gets the kill.
So many of those Ren stacks in the Trundle. He was going to fall eventually. More journeys.
Oh, Flandre knocks Rookie out of a hop. Rookie now forced to hop away, but Flandre runs him down. And the Trinity Force Poppy is here. Low gets low, though, is safe. Able to take him out. Cool pops the ulti before getting bound by Ella, and that's another kill, this time for Fizz.
Didn't think I need to use this word today, but misrotation coming through from the Lulu. Probably need to be a bit faster. Was just chilling in the bottom lane. Was missing. It's just all hell broke out everywhere else. Trinity Force into Merc Treads. Flandre, he's found a lot of farm.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Flandre special.
He has the most CS in the game on his team.
This is what we expected from Flandre in the actual LPL, but nice to see him back to his roots here on a carry champion like Poppy.
I'm not really ready for this to be once a year action, though. I want to see the Poppy in the regular season.
No, you'll never know with Flandre. Spirit has to run away from that Poppy. That Q is doing quite a lot of damage right now.
The hammer hits certainly as Spirit gets cute, though. Uses one of his mobility.
Spirit, not good news. Gets bashed into the wall. Does take some damage as Ella slows Flandre down, but the Poppy has been unleashed.
Wishes she had the Ignite like her lane opponent save.
Well, has the teleport instead for some sweet Flandre tier teleports. As Cool and MLXG lining up a kill. Oh, this is bad news. Yeah, Flandre going to dive in. Pops the ulti, going to dive the turret. Save, nothing he can really do. Cool's going to run after him. Can he snipe him with the ulti? Gets the Q down, takes some damage in, gets him with the ult, and that's a dead Quinn as Ella going to befall the same fate. No Cool and MXG right their way in, but Fizz gets a double Spirit. Fantastic kick to clean up a kill. And MXG now caught in the enemy base as Mystic's going to come through, and Trundle, he's got nowhere left, good to go. And Mystic's going to try and clean him out, but Spirit, no, it is Lulu getting the kill.
And MXG has had the Trundle mechanics earlier in the game, but really struggling at this point. Fell away a little bit in that situation. Items being completed, not all of them with a lot of semblance of late game around them, because everyone's looking to fight now and fight fast.
This does not seem like a late game game, as the dragon somehow mysteriously disappeared also. I did not notice that.
That was snuck away.
That was snuck away. So sneaky, even I didn't see it, and I'm in spectator mode. As Rookie back in the top lane, Berserker Groove's ready to go. He is really pushing for this 80k, but it's like this split push now. Oh my god. Flandre and low in for one of the best ganks I've ever seen, and Rookie, he's dead.
I did try and explain that Flandre is always going to have a good time against AD champions. He's going to start building up a cloth armor at some point. No rush though, Blade the Rune King going to come through first.
No,
but you're right, the pathing from the Bard. The things you can do, and this is a preview of what we will see in isolated cases very soon when Bard hits the map.
Yeah, Bard's cool, man. I mean, you got a great champion. Very hard to play, I think. Does a lot of unique things, but I guess much like
you definitely
Thresh,
don't need the hard
out.
sell. You see what he can do, and you're like, man, I need to play this champion.
Yeah, Bard's great here as Dragon. Not quite back up yet. Baron up in 20 minutes. Have to think the teams are looking at a 20-minute Baron. And Cool collects the health shrine there, being left up by one of his friendly bards. Well, that might have been an enemy bard at this stage.
Mystic
hard to
seems
tell.
to be playing the solo queue version of the All-Star game.
Split push all day.
He's just playing single player.
He is PvE.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that much fun. The minions just die. It's, you know.
He does have the highest CS in the game, though. He is technically
He's got
winning.
That going for
He's
him.
winning his campaign.
Let's check in on the Avarice. No, he's just sold it. I was going to check the Avarice Blade. It was going to be high. He has the most gold in the game. No, he doesn't. In fact, he's behind 2 members on the enemy team. As very scarily, Poppy has the most gold in the game.
Flandre is real scary at this stage. Is Ella going to get caught? Portal down. Will they follow in? Do go through. Rookie's here as well. There might have been a trap. Ultimate coming through. Lands on the Flandre. Lona uses his as well, but it's going to run out. Flandre now going to pop out 1v4, but that's too many people. Gets kicked away. Pops his ulti actually. Going to try and take on Ella. Does get it, and Flandre can he get away? Spirit's chasing him down. LXG will join back in. Fate's Call used there to protect the least in. Flandre gets a 1v4 kill.
This is just a preview. It's going to continue, though.
Save coming in. Uzi getting low, though. Has to keep carting back. Uses the heal, but Mystic gets the kill as they'll trade in there as well. But Flandre still on leash there as Rookie's forced to hop away in a 3v2 trade.
Flandre does have the teleport. Looks like he's going to happily push in the mid, but could always teleport back if he can find a ward.
Yeah, we'll see now. It's Cool and MLXG want to steal away the buff. Spirit, though, has seen them come in and actually going to tag Cool, I believe there. No, gets MLXG, going to go in, try and get a kill, but Cool pretty good at this point on the Fizz. He's going to dive his way back in at Spirit. Little too much there as Rookie diving around. Massive Ren gets himself the kill, but here comes Flandre. Going to arrive in on the Poppy, and Rookie, you better run here. He's like, I think I have to flash. Flandre chasing him, gets him with the hammer hit and takes him out.
It's added extra damage range that was able to get the hit away. Thought maybe the Marshall Poise would be enough. That's 1 Q from Ella, but he definitely needs to keep running.
Yeah, Flandre going to keep chasing in the devastating blow, I believe they're doing the Q damage. As Spirit comes back in, Mikhail's popped in as low. Looks for a binding, doesn't quite land it onto Spirit for the stun as low. Now has to run away. He's the next target. Magical Journey rides in onto the Bard and low. You are dead, my friend.
Yeah, the auto attacks, they hit. Wow.
Oh, he almost got
Dangerous
a kill.
game proc as well.
Yeah, almost got a kill onto Spirit as Bard. Save now in the mid lane as well, trying to get a bit more gold going. He's unfortunately had a rough time in this game as Uzi's going to gank him up now as well. Waiting patiently, will pop the W. Good blind though landing in for save as MLXG going to come back through, but that's good Twitch damage. Uzi going to pop his ulti if he feels like it does indeed, and save has to run away and dies going through the portal.
He couldn't even make it through his journey.
He could not. That was a very unpleasant journey, unfortunately, for Save, who does have a Blade of the Ruin King, but is down an entire Trinity Force to Flandre.
I was actually really amused by the fact that like Uzi looked to open up aggressively, realized that Quinn had a blind, so actually left some distance open because he realized that in a 1v1 trade, there was actually a remote possibility that he would lose.
And look, just to illustrate all the 5.7 changes, blinds were fixed to be much more consistent here. So Quinn, a slight quality of life changes. Ella has to get away, but he's being ulted through the portal by the Fizz. Damage comes through. MLXG going to claim the kill. Blue buff goes over to Uzi as well. And the Chinese All-Star side pinging the Dragon now.
It's been a super bloodthirsty game, even by LPL standards. 38 kills in 21 minutes, and there's more.
That battle did go a bit miss. The Spirit going to get out of the way. Rookie trying to hop over a wall, but can't find it. Goes down to Cool despite MLXG being filled with spears, and Flandre going to keep chasing in. This Poppy absolutely horrifying at this stage. That's a bit too much damage. Going to pop the ulti and look for a dive. Mystic's the next one in trouble. Massive Q damage coming through, and Flandre is unleashed, takes out the kill. Oh, Wild Growth pop might be enough. Tempered Fate going to come through. Lands onto Flandre and low though. And whose ultimate was that? That was actually Alice, so he snipes it away, keeps his team safe. Spirit not so lucky as save. Gonna dive his way back in. But it's a 2-for-0 right now as trying to clean up the kills.
Yeah, Safe doesn't really know to judge his own damage. Only level 10, so doesn't have as much execute damage on the Transform ultimate in this case. So OMG able to get out. Cool in this particular, the OMG squad. Though saw low on the cool. Thought it was OMG, but of course China doing well. 24-16.
I'm having trouble with the double bards, man. You don't know whose ultimate's who.
They're all tempering fate.
They are indeed. It's cool. Takes away his blue. Actually ults it to make sure he can clean it out quickly, but totally fine. He's got plenty of CDR now with the Merlin Omicron and his cooldown boots already completed. Mystic and Ella, the dynamic duo, are going to take away the dragon. As rookie, he'll join in as well.
I feel like Ella needs to build another blade to make it a 4-blade team. At least he could throw in a blade all the time.
Maybe could see. I mean, get some gunblades in there. That's a blade as well. Ghost blade as well, also a viable choice.
There's plenty of ghost blades coming from these Avarice blades, at least on the Chinese side.
That's true. Uzi going to build on Flandre. Apparently all damage here on his Poppy build, and can't really blame him, I guess.
Well, you don't need much tankiness if you just kill everyone else.
True. Also, your passive helps you out there as well. As low, he's going to clear out the pink wall, but does see that the dragon has now been killed.
And that's 2 dragons, 1 apiece at 23 minutes. Definitely not been a prized objective this game. Everyone looking to pad their stats. And so far, 10 kill cool after a tough laning phase has had the most fun of all this skirmishing.
Pretty good KDA. Flandre, though, I think king of the hill right now at 6-1-7. Uzi getting spotted out there, has to go in, but the blind comes through. Does get the slowest. Rookie's going to try and oust off Flandre and Cool. Tempered Fate tags onto someone, but Cool's diving in onto Rookie. Gets the fish down as well. Kalista can't run away from that. Uzi going to dive away. Does use the heal, but will get low. Doesn't go down. Dangerous Game going to help, but gets sniped by a Q from Ella, and they'll have to run away as Cool gets a double kill.
Already a 3-for-1 trade, and they're looking for more.
MLXG coming in. Tempered Fate, not quite enough. Ella now going to get targeted away, gets slowed down as Cool flashes in, goes for the kill, goes to MLXG as Mystic going to be the next person to get chased down. Randuin's popped by Trundle. Mystic gets shredded, and Cool his 13th kill of the game.
Yeah, with the percentage health coming through from the Poppy and the procs from the Trinity Force, massive damage with the Blade of the Ruined King. This Baron will die quickly.
Goodbye Baron here as it is going to fall. Uzi not here, but not needed as far as Baron damage goes, and not quite the 20-minute Baron, but a very swift one nonetheless.
With this Baron, it's going to be very difficult, even though the siege, not a word again that I thought I need to use in Northside game, is very poor on the side of China. They're going to have the Baron buff mins, and it'll be tough to deal with.
Hey, maybe the first time we'll ever see a Twitch ult for a turret kill. Uzi probably doesn't care.
There is the possibility. The Lich Bane completed for Fizz means their turret damage considerable.
Cool gets on top of it. I mean, Cool could, if he wanted to, walk up to the turret, hit it with a Lich Bane, and then just playful trickster out maybe 10 times.
I mean, you're even forgetting the infamous Poppy ult someone and just kill a turret.
Oh, but we've already seen the infamous Poppy ult someone and kill our champion. So Flandre got plenty of options now. And he's
it's
got
the objective focus play that really defines Poppy.
Flandre's going for a static shiv. That's wonderful. No Ghostblade, though, unfortunately. Might be next.
I mean, the armor penetration would have worked with what he'd already completed. There's a reason the purple build exists with the Blade of the Ruined King, but needs a bit of wave clear, I guess.
Just wants more on-hit damage. Can charge a static shiv as he dashes through people.
And of course, you do bonus static shiv damage because of the modifier from the diplomatic immunity. So that shiv proc is going to be impressive.
That is so many levels here. I mean, Flandre, the only player in this game that I might look at this sort of Poppy performance and Poppy game and be like, you know what? He's probably done this in a competitive game before.
Absolutely. I think the magical journey is about to start, though. As we're waiting to see what is going to happen.
Yeah, we'll have to see as they're looking in for a dive, but can't quite find it just yet. Going to take out the tower, though, as that's too much damage coming through. Cool. Now going to try and dive his way in. Goes in straight onto Rookie, but they'll just tank the turret up, and Cool. Little bit too much damage, but Baron buff minion's going to come through, and Flandre going to try and dive in. He wants Rookie, who goes in for the kill. Going to dive the Nexus turrets as well, but gets polymorphed by Mystic. That might have been a poor choice of targets for the ulti, and is going to fall. No, still alive somehow. The Poppy passive doing work, but does eventually fall to Spirit as trying to break the base.
But remember, there's actually only 4 members of Korea here as the split push has continued from save. Trying to swap objectives, but with the inhibitor down. Don't know if it's the best swap in the re-engage.
Yeah, Rookie in trouble, takes the damage. Great Tempered Fate, they're going to keep them alive, but Uzi gets the kill. Spirit goes down instead, and the ulti ends and they just re-engage.
I just appreciate this game. There's a potential of 10 seconds of stasis for Lee Sin in particular, between the 5 seconds of Tempered Fate and the double and the 5 seconds coming through from the Fate's Call. And man, it's hard to kill this Lee Sin.
I have to say, Ella's ultimates have been pretty good. At least defensively, he's been able to try and save his team at least with his Bard ultimates.
I mean, look, these competitive supports, they can justify playing Bard and solo queues. Probably have a great time.
Oh, I don't know about you, but Bard is always a great time. Win, lose, or draw. And you do lose a lot.
And we've seen some magical nightmares already through the course of the LPL, but you just throw in a couple of successful journeys and it's enough.
It's all good here. A save takes away the Grump, has a Ghost Blade now actually, so the purple build complete now for the Quinn. Looking down as well. Mystic looking for a last Whisper apparently there after the Blade static
He's going to need it. Look
and
at
he's got it.
But look at the build from LXG. Randuin, Cinderhulk, Thornmail. Really not interested in the physical damage coming from Korea.
That's very serious mode there, MLXG. I think you need to throw in a Luden's Echo in there just for some flavor.
I mean, some people's fun is in winning, Pastry.
That's true. MLXG's fun, I'm sure, is in winning, as his team had a reasonably successful outing, unfortunately just falling to Snake in their playoff encounter, of course. And Infinity Edge done for Uzi means the damage coming through, and that's a Vampiric Scepter in Lowe's inventory. So Zeke's Herald is on the way as MLXG going to take up quite a lot of damage, but thankfully for him, he's pretty tanky, and a good Tempered Fate to cut off the escape.
A 2-man, maybe 3-man Tempered Fate coming through from low. Again, hitting that ultimate square on, buys a bit of time. Teleport coming in, and Flandre strong.
Good pull by Flandre. Low going all the way over with the magical journey. Gets Spirit actually with a cosmic binding to a minion, and Flandre gonna dive head first in with Cool through all of the turrets. Cool gets kicked away. Spirit tags him, but a good Zonies keeps him safe. Fate's Call just in the nick of time though is gonna CC up the Poppy. Rookie though getting low as Flandre's dove in. Matt, Tempered Fate there actually comes through, does just land the W, but trying to kill Rookie as Ella saved his team there with the ulti. Cool eventually getting the kill onto Quinn though, and Rookie too low has to back to the fountain.
Be interesting to see if they could finish this game. They have one minion wave. Of course, the minion wave and bottom can't fall. They just straight up dived 2 turrets. They're pushing, but they also want kills. It's very scattered objective play coming through.
Managed to get the turret, the minion build up there in the bottom side just enough as Mystic in trouble. Uzi going nuts, gets the first kill. Randuin's popped in there as well as Rookie gets slowed down and dove by Cool with 16 kills on this Fizz. And a question of who's the better Bud right now might just be low.
Might now be low. He's been practicing something, not had time to get his Maokai mechanics up to par.
Jeez, Uzi, 7 kills now. Infinity Edge doing work here. Spirit's going to hunt him down. And Kill G's going to come through. Spirit, though, gets ulted there by Fizz. Will get dove in and does go down as safe. Not going to chase him, but Cool far too slippery.
Yeah, far too slippery. The minion's been pushing onto the bottom inhibitor turret. More interested in going back to pick up some more items, though, because he's got to keep getting those 6-item builds coming through really early into the game.
Hey, what's better than some damage, Papa Smithy? Even more damage coming through as Distortion Boots are completed for Flandre. Static Chip's done, so he's got an extra Zeal going even further into the carry mode. Poppy, a Void Staff done for Cool. Zeal there for Uzi as well. Looking through MLXG, Glacial Shroud, so a Frozen Heart on top of his already pretty immense amount of armor.
Bit of cooldown reduction for a bit more pillars coming through from the Trundle. I feel like Flandre, only one way to explain his build, is going for movement speed. He wants to keep sticky purely from being way, way over the movement speed cap.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone big here. The W pops give him a lot of movement speed as well. And I guess for any of you who are curious, Flandre split his points in Q and W in the early lane, but has maxed his W first. That's Paragon of Demacia for all of you playing at home.
That is some very good knowledge bombs coming through. Of course, maxing the W means that you have all that extra armor, I believe. So basically immune to physical damage, and that's a good thing because that's really all IG does. And he's not building any armor himself.
No, I mean...
Or the Korean lineup does.
Yeah, I mean, Flandre very tanky, as we've noted here, and just sort of taunting the players, it looks like. That's quite the journey, but doesn't really go anywhere, unfortunately. I mean, it goes into a torch, it seems like, which is not really where you want to go. I'm actually not sure where that pops you out. Because it goes past the base gate. I guess it pops
some
you on the
people
other
really
side.
aren't thinking about the destination so much as the journey.
Ah, I see. So we do have another pause. Potential interval coming through once again here. Maybe Cool will be a wizard once more. I mean, just looking through, game's not one-sided, I'd say, but a strong lead here for the Chinese All-Star lineup.
Honestly, the fact that Flandre has the most gold tells you that's probably going to be the Chinese team that takes down this match. Just because you do so much with gold on Poppy, you just never get it because you're so fiercely melee. All your lane matchups are pretty horrible apart from... maybe some of those 80 carry matchups honestly lucked into a decent one in this particular game. He picks up all the items, has the Trinity Force and 3 damage items, and people just die when he walks in.
Where's the fun item? That's what I want to know. I think Zeke's... oh, it's actually finished. Zeke's Herald completed for low. Makes sense.
We've seen it a bit in competitive games. I believe it was PYL that likes to pick it up when Kog'Maw's on the Rift, just to give him a bit more lifesteal. It's always a consideration, just a little bit too expensive, and it builds in kind of a weird way. Building a Vampiric Scepter as a support never feels very fun.
No, it's kind of the ultimate luxury item in an interesting way. And, you know, at this point, low, pretty rich after all the global gold that's been going through. 7 towers down to 4, actually, as the Chinese All-Star side currently up on that objective. And yeah, I mean, Lowe's looking fun, but no one's built something really fun. Everyone's playing very seriously for some interesting champions. MLXG is apparently our next interviewee.
I mean, look, he's doing well this game. He's playing his trundle. We know he's doing his part in the trolling.
Yes, both the literal and the figurative trolling. Although I have to say, this is a very sensible build. Lots of armor, knows that there's plenty of AD carries over on the other side, and Spirit, I believe Spirit is maybe
Being
getting
called out by his jungle compatriot.
Yep, 6, 6, and 7 on his Lee Sin of all champions, Spirit, really.
I can fill in the words for MLXG there. Even not being able to hear them, something about tryhard and Lee Sin.
Something about being too much like Flame. Not even on his team. I wish Flame got to play this game. That would have been the best.
Well, he wasn't eligible. So.
Cool is still wearing his outfit.
Why wouldn't he? Have you seen how he looked as a wizard?
Why isn't he wearing his hat? That's unacceptable. He has to wear a headset, I guess.
That's true.
Still not acceptable.
Are you sure that you can't wear both?
I'm sure he can. I believe in him. Yeah, no, you definitely can. So he's not trying hard enough.
Where does he keep the wizard hat?
I don't know.
Where does a wizard keep his hat?
Usually on
Are
his head.
these questions we shouldn't explore?
No, these are good questions. Usually on his head, though. Why would you ever take it off?
I mean, ask cool.
Cool. You've disappointed me. Does he didn't have his Rabadon's death cap yet? That is definitely a flavor mismatch.
He does not. He hasn't gone for the game hat.
You know what he should do when he buys the Rabadons? He should put the hat on.
That would be achievement unlocked. Got hat.
And they should swap to him. I mean, he's almost a fully fledged wizard here. He's got his stuff, his void stuff. He's got his powerful artifact. He's actually got two. He's got a book, the Merlin and a powerful artifact.
Wasn't Spawn the one,
yes.
Our fellow colorcaster that coined the Athene's Unholy Grail, void stuff, death cap as the 3-item?
Yeah.
You're a wizard.
Yes, that's the wizard.
You got your chalice.
Yep.
Your stick.
Yep.
And your hat.
Perfect. I mean, he's overloading, to be perfectly honest. Hope this is
We're still paused in-game, by the way.
This isn't live. This, I assume, is pre-recorded. Unless they're doing some real magical editing to get Uzi off the stage and into a separate room for an interview.
The real-life magical journey.
Yeah, quite possibly. Just tunnel through the stage, no problems.
It's always possible.
But it's been fun, I have to say. I mean, is it wrong to want Bard later in the final?
But do you feel like at some point Bard will be like Thresh, where you're just like, yeah, that's just what he does?
Yeah, maybe. See, this is the thing, right? Because that was the same thing with Thresh, where it's like, I don't get what this champion does.
You just saw the champion spotlight, and you're like, this is going to be amazing.
Yeah, and it is.
And it was.
Yeah, and I mean,
and it still is.
Yes.
Especially when people go for those hilarious, like, get the hook onto a Scion and then travel 1,000,000 miles when you pull your death sentence.
What would happen? Now, hear me out. Can you click a portal as Blitzcrank with your hook active in the air? I don't know if you can. I don't think you can.
I think it's a bit... I don't think so.
Okay.
It's weird on that.
Because you could, ride...
Fate's Call and Blitzcrank is all you need.
Yeah, I mean, you could ride, a serious distance with Fate's Call.
Wow, he's back
Blitzcrank,
already.
Yeah. He magical journeyed all the way
You've
back
seen
from
the
interview.
intro. He's running in the intro. Why can't he just be running between segments?
Yeah, he may look slow, but he's a speedy man. Especially with his real-life zeal. It's like speeding his way through Moby Boots.
A real-life
through
zeal.
the production.
Is a real-life zeal like a skateboard?
He's wearing the same shirt. He's definitely just run back from the interview.
Not even sweaty.
No. He does a lot of work, okay? Uzi puts in work to look this good on camera. And play this good on Twitch, apparently. Back on his old champion. Seriously, if you're going to pick Twitch so Uzi, why not just play Vayne? Just go all out.
Yeah.
But
he played
Vayne,
a lot of
Vayne
Vayne this season, though.
He did, actually. He probably got his quota
For better
of Vayne
or for worse, he played a lot of Vayne.
Probably got his quota of Vayne games done.
He's a Sivir main, I'll have you know.
apparently everyone's a Sivir main.
That's the greatest irony, is that somehow Uzi's a Sivir main, Acorn gets to play the Kennen, but Flame doesn't.
Yep.
Flame's a Rumble main. The ultimate irony of all is that Flame is a Rumble main.
And
so funny.
Whoa!
Spirit's here.
Is that Spirit? It is Spirit. And he's dressing up as Annie. It must be a bit chilly.
Although I don't know if that's really the ideal way to get warm.
Where's his bear? Also, why are his arms so long in real life, but so short on
See,
his
what
jacket?
happened is that fit fine, then he put it in the wash, didn't read the instructions, now it's too small.
I guess so. Because we have stopped again. Uzi, clearly having his interview. You can see the champions on that. Just seeing double butters. Oh my god, Spirit's going to play.
That's why it's like that, so he can still move his arms.
That would make sense. I mean,
it's very thoughtful.
I don't think he actually fits his regular arms into that jacket. I'm going to put that out there. He may have borrowed that from another cosplayer.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, that jacket, I'm convinced that's Cool's, but I don't think that jacket's Spirit's.
Probably not.
Probably not. I mean, he's not even playing Annie. That doesn't make sense. Why would you wear an Annie jacket as a Lee Sin? Do you feel like he just waded out into the crowd and was like, Give me a jacket to wear. The rookie, he's now in trouble. Tempered Fate's finished. He'll pop back into the game. Flandre actually diving too deep, goes into the fountain, and gets taken out by Mystic.
That is one place that you are not effectively tanky as a Poppy.
Your passive does definitely not work in the fountain. As OMG almost trying to bait them in with the portals. Uzi's going to get charged back in there as well. Even the W from Bard used for a bit of extra speed. He's ambushed in there as well. Wolf out the spirit of that damage. Gets polymorph though. Mystic takes him out. Cool though diving in onto Rookie, and this Fizz is not a joke. Fish will finally miss though, and Cool is going to go down. No, gets the first kill, does fall to the turret, hits. MLXG takes out Quinn. But the Chinese All-Star team dive a little too far, and that's 3 for 2.
It could be a comeback. Flandre, especially falling down at the start's a big issue. Hard to kite a Lulu at the best of times.
Yeah, Mystic in attacking with the Glitter Lance after the Hell Pix lands low. Bit of a speed up there. That's a lot of speed, actually.
They'll actually pass their health back over. That helped him top up a little bit, and the world's shortest journey.
Mystic does fall in, but the binding comes through. Ella, though, not affected, but no ultimate ready. Portal, though, going to keep chasing in. Mystic with the Whimsy as well. Lowe's going to go for another Portal. Mystic wants to tag and gets the ward over, but Flandre back in. He might just ride in for a couple kills.
Now, Flandre is super strong. He really misfired on that magical journey.
Flandre gets slowed as well.
That is the ultimate magical journey faceplant.
Look, I respect the man who clicked all the portals as Low and Flandre going to ride themselves back in. Flandre, again, getting kited for days, and Mystic not mucking about with the damage.
I mean, he's got a lot of consistent damage. He's got the Last Whisper coming through as well, so at least the W damage is being registered. That's a Dragon Solar down. Again, Spirit with the serious mode, despite his clothing options at the moment.
It's a very nice jacket, but that Dragon, second Dragon actually going to go over to the Korean All-Stars side as Uzi takes out the Scuttercrow, and it might be time for another Baron.
They've actually prepped it with 2 pink wards. There's far too many pink wards on the map.
There are,
in general, I have to say.
I can see about 3 on the map, and that's about 3 too many, I think. Or at least 3 more than I expected in this game.
Is Trundle going to do the world's slowest solo Baron?
He might. He's pretty sustainable in the jungle. As you can see, Flandre, yeah, trying, going to take out some creeps instead.
Clear.
Yeah, good wave clear there from the static shivers. Uzi and MLXG will team up to do it. In fact, Cool's here as well.
Are you allowed to take Baron in an All-Star game?
I don't know, but this is the second Baron coming through for the Chinese team particularly.
To check with the admins
Tempered Fate. Oh, it's coming through. Ella going to try and line up the steal. Can they get it? They don't have vision. Crucially, magical journey in, but MLXG smites it away.
That was almost something.
That was almost something. Well, that was a Bard ulti that didn't quite go in. As Spirit misses the ulti there from Bard, and Uzi unloads on him as the Twitch, and he's just hunting people down. Good pillar there coming in, and Spirit trapped in a very bad place. Low picks him up.
Kill secured by the Bard. MLXG finds Rookie.
Yeah,
very tanky.
Rookie took out Cool, actually, so a little too far there for the Fizz as Rookie. We look down. He's got 3 items and a QSS now. Fizz, not as easy to get the kill now. Flandre diving in, but Rookie, oh my god. That was a lot of damage as Flandre going to try and get out from under save as his ulti target drops, but yeah. That was a big Q coming in there.
Doing extra bonus damage on percentage health damage and the static shift.
He's building an Infinity. No, I don't know what he's building. Phantom Dancer. Wants more move speed. You said it.
The critical strike with those extra percentages.
I think he should build an Infinity Edge afterward. Can you imagine the one-shot potential?
He has item slots left.
He does. I mean, we'll see what he wants to do, but Flandre wants all the speed right now. MLXG going to portal out of the base there as well, and we can look through an Aetherist there for Korto. I think a Luden's Echo coming in. Not going to get his very fancy wizard hat.
No Death Cape, unfortunately. Not a Death Cap. Death Cape, it seems, would have been the way, but unfortunately.
Flandre, real boss mode now. Phantom Dancer presumably completed. Does pick it up now. He's got 1 spare item slot left.
I think it's Zephyr time. He wants to get quick. That's what he's all about, is the movement speed, I have to think.
That would make sense. As you can see, Zeal there for Uzi, probably going for a PD of his own here to matching with the Infinity Edge. Talisman done there for Elo. It's actually a debatable support choice. Uzi coming in 2v2 right now. Logan are looking for the portal, but too many members of the Korean side here. Tempered Fate tags on a Spirit. MLXG going to pillar him up as well. Fate's call, though, will get him out to safety. And Mystic there as well, going to cut off through a cheap, but the Korean side forced her back away.
Flandre still bring up a mini-wave, hasn't teleported
Ella diving in though, binding, looking through. MLXG's quite tanky there, going to move in as Low gets tagged by the Fates call. Uzi unleashes in the back line though, and that's 2 kills done already. Uzi gets the double as Rookie trying to hop away. Sable dive for the triple. Ella maybe going to make it a quadrant. No! Fizz denies it, and the penta that could have been is stolen away.
That's really rude play coming through from Cool to his teammate. No penta available. They could look to finish, or they could not, you know.
Well, you know, it is an all-star game. We may see things continue for a while as Flandre fancies himself a
Look
dive.
at the Dravens.
They're waiting. They're waiting. Oh, a lovely dance. Flandre and Low.
It's nice and peaceful.
It is nice and peaceful. Well, it won't be as soon as Spirit pops back out of the fountain. Someone is getting killed by Flandre in this fountain.
Yep, we're waiting for it.
And we'll see what happens. 3, 2.
It's going to be Lee Sin.
There's Spirit. Flunder dives in already, goes
Get
in
him!
on top of the fountain. Cool manages to get the kill, and Bard pays the price. Uzi almost dies there as well. And the Super Minions, they're trying, but the Chinese All-Star side, certainly not. They're having some fun as Mystic flashes through the fish, gets the kill there. Save takes out Uzi. And the Koreans fighting back. Is that tower getting low but will not fall?
And unfortunately, this is just standard Chinese aggression going slightly wrong there, Peixian. They overdived. They saw the member, went for the kill. Unfortunately, he was in his spawn fountain.
He was. I mean, you know, an ambitious dive there for the Chinese side. Flandre leading the charge there, but need to see large rod now picked up for Cool. The dream is still alive. But I think because he had an 8th wisp earlier, he might just be going for Ludens.
Or observer swap to the... He was dead.
This was really dead there. There's a sick flash from Mystic. His rookie coming in onto MLXG, but this is one tanky Trundle. Has a Cinder in there as well. Where a Sunfire apparently wants to do a bit more latent damage, but MLXG going to come through. Rookie going to chase him down. Lots of Qs flying everywhere. Tempered Bait hits low only. Gets the snipe. No, not quite, but low. He's real dead. Ulti onto his corpse. No, that
Fizzles.
Yeah, it does fizzle. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
That's sad.
Flandre coming in, Jesus, the damage onto save, takes him out. Rookie gonna get chased down now as well. Fate score, what? That's not supposed to work that way as Flandre gets polymorphed and taken out.
I thought maybe the 1v5 Pentakill would come through, but Cool's feeling feisty.
Yeah, he's going in, follows through with the portal, gonna get bound, no miss time, takes out Ella, has so much damage. Now Uzi gonna run in, fishes onto Spirit, Uzi rips through Mystic, and Spirit has to run away, but Cool's gonna chase him.
I've never seen a Lulu heal more after the ultimate, but the play of the Ruin King was actually relevant. A second heal, but still not enough.
No.
That's the ace, and they just want to kill some more
I can't
people.
believe that Fate's call completed. Spirit jumped out of a corpse and still died, of course, with the damage there, but that was not the interaction I was expecting. It's cool. Gonna saunter lazily into the base and see what damage he can get done. But I imagine he's gonna go back to the fountain.
Gonna do some wave clearing.
Cool. There we go. Backs away. You know, going to take out some of the waves. Might look to try and close it out. They may have a schedule to it. His rookie gets 3 shots. Uzi going to come back in. The Cool ends the game with 23 kills. And I believe we have a winner. Maybe one more turret dive coming in as the fish goes in. They're going to dive in. Pop out. No, Ella does go down to the fish. Zoni's is there as well.
Journey?
Can't journey out though. And the Nexus explodes. And that
was an all-star game.
That was an all-star game. That was a lot of fun. And a prelude, maybe not the prelude we were expecting to a grand final, but fun way to start our evening, that's for sure.
The only thing I don't want to see in our final series that was contained there is that amount of pauses.
No, that's a good point there. Great from everything but the pauses, but a fun game there. Flandre's popping, a real threat actually. I'm really hope he plays that in a regular season game.
And look, we had our notes. We knew what to expect from Flandre pre-season. If he had played Poppy, I would have been like, it's a bit crazy, but that makes sense. Maybe that's going to be the Flandre we see next split.
Well, maybe, but we do have a grand final coming up as well. The All-Star game is all fun and games, but the grand final is absolutely not. LGD are taking to an EDG in about an hour's time. That's 7 p.m. local time. But Papa Smithy and I will see you then. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring Grand Final pregame as we're continuing a bit more of the fun here on the stream. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And we saw the first All-Star game. I believe we are going to have a second one. And it's not going to be blind pick this time, in Nemesis mode effectively. So the enemy team has picked your champions. And from what I can tell already that we saw earlier, there's some fun stuff going on.
And we speculated how many more of those 124 champions would get onto the Rift. And from the sound of things, from rumors, from the whispers, it seems like most of them.
Yep, so I believe the players have tried to choose roles and champions, or maybe just champions. But if you thought the last game was a bit crazy, trust me, this one's going to be even more insane if that was even possible here. And again, all leading into tonight's grand final between LGD and EDG.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like we're going to see some Sorakas and Heimerdingers on the Rift, which is always a highlight. I still hold out hope that Soraka will be the ultimate champion to counter the Urgot meta, but certainly not in too much Soraka in competitive.
No, not yet. Just waiting for the players to get back into the lobby. Might have had a bit of a substitution, actually, at least for the Chinese side. The Korean All-Star team staying the same, save Kakao, Rookie, Mystic, and Ella still here.
I believe we're going to see, as you mentioned, some tactical substitutions so far. Going, Loveling, Barker from Snake, Crystal from Snake, so the Snake and the OMG duos, and UJ sneaking in at support.
Yeah, back into the lineup there for UJ, and again, a lot of changes here coming through. Uzi had his game on Twitch. Maybe they pulled him out for playing too seriously. And
there's our man Crystal.
I don't know what Crystal got here, but I am convinced that he can hyper carry on just about anything.
And look, he'll have to. From the sound of the champions being picked, we've got Garen's, Soraka's, all sorts of things on the Rift. We should see very shortly where they end up.
We're about to jump into the game, and of course, it looks like blind pick right now, but these champions were picked by the enemy team, so there is some stuff going on here in the All-Star matches leading up to tonight's grand final. We'll wait for some lock-ins to come in, but I believe these are more or less what you can expect.
This is where they're supposed to go. Somehow going got Rise in the top lane. So that's a big question mark, I have to say, when it comes to one of the signature champions of going on the patch where I believe he's been buffed again.
Yeah.
And just getting a bit stronger.
I mean, yeah, we can see Rise is interesting. Jungle Heimerding is going to make a return, which, of course, again, it's very fond in our hearts. Papa Smithy, a long, long time ago. Soraka's in there as well. Apparently, AD and Nivea with Evelyn support is going to be the Chinese duo.
I mean, these duo lanes, the classic duo lane on the left-hand side, as we do see Taric Garen coming through.
That is a throwback.
There's a lot of synergy between that stun shatter into the big judgment coming through. Damage potential for sure. And one thing that you've actually seen me workshop, the Brom top coming through from Save.
The Brom top, I've seen you a couple times there. It's actually, that's a reasonable success, curiously enough.
It's basically Aurelia, it's just not as good.
Yes. Leona, Nautilus, of course, the jungler and mid laner for the Korean All-Star side, because why not? And yeah, I like the Taric Garen. That's a big throwback to pre-Season 1 League of Legends.
Speaking of throwbacks, there's a Heimerdinger with Smite. We're back to this point again, Page Times. Took a couple of years, but we found another Heimerdinger with Smite.
I feel like
for us to cast.
It's not quite the same, but I'll take it. It's not intentional. The jungle Heimerdinger has been thrusted upon him by the enemy team, but we'll see what Loveling can get done. If I'm going to trust anyone's Heimerdinger mechanics from the jungle, it might actually be Loveling.
Look, we've upgraded Heimerdinger with Smite on a Riot stream. We've done it, finally.
We have done it. We finally did it, as we do have, some champions here. Braum, Leona, Nautilus, Garen, and Taric are the Korean sides. That's in top to bottom order, by the way. Unfortunately, the Chinese side champions have snuck away from you, but as you mentioned, getting Rise.
I mean, Evelynn support, Anivia AD carry, maybe an AP Anivia in the bottom lane. I guess we don't know for sure. The range, the lack of base stats is going to be a little bit sad against the Dazzle into any sort of shatter coming through from the Taric. Going to have to really work on those skill names. Kind of a lot of interesting ones coming through.
Yes, Soraka mid there as well for Barker. I mean, he's known for his wave clear champions. That doesn't seem so bad.
No, of course. Can't heal himself anymore.
No,
so
definitely not.
The sustain, not quite there. Alien Invader Heimerdinger is the movement coming through. One of your favorites.
Good choice, Loveling. So, I mean, if you're going to play Heimerdinger jungle, you might as well go.
You have to pimp out.
Yeah, you got to go the full. I mean, if you're already getting to that point, you probably know what's up. You should probably take that skin.
Exactly. Just wear your clothes, get dressed nicely. It's going to be a good one. The siege coming through from IG is hilarious. Sorry, from the Chinese team, the Korean team. Sorry, that's the one. It's hilarious. No range champions whatsoever.
No range champions. We'll see if they have any hope. We're about to get onto the Rift for our second All-Star game. Here for our second All-Star match leading into tonight's grand final. Loveling with the jungle Heimerdinger and going to start putting down turrets in his blue.
Exactly. He's going to get the first one out as fast as possible to ensure that he can get a second, maybe even No, sorry, no third one available at level 1, I do believe. But definitely can get some... But the invade, though.
Yeah, good invade there coming through. Baka actually forced to flash away already. Teleport actually there for the Soraka as well. So going to get that ambulance in full effect there, you have to think.
Well, let me tell you,
speed down to the lanes.
Do not get auto-attacked or stunned at level 1, because the CC never stops from these 5.
No, it does not here. I mean... Yeah, Leon and Tarek Nautilus is already enough. Throw on a Brom there as well, just in case. And
it gets worse with levels, even.
It does. It really does here as Save. Going to go back on his Brom, starting Crystal and Flasco going again somehow on the rise with a Sapphire Crystal there for himself as well.
UJ definitely needs to get invisible as long as possible because Tarek Garen, the fearsome level 2, will be coming very shortly.
Yeah, it was not a joke. This is actually a very old-school throwback duo lane here. I guess in modern terms, it's kind of a kill lane. That's the best way to think about it. But it's certainly been a while. As Crystal on the Doran's Blade Anivia, going to see what he can get done here. But Hummening his blue buff getting assaulted here by the Korean All-Star side. But Lovely kind of already figured it out. Going to go over to his red buff.
Yeah, the red buff's not ideal. Neither is UJ taking some auto attacks. But that's all there is at level 1 as we're waiting to see the Anivia Evelyn duo come through.
I mean, UJ getting some nice trade damage. And interestingly, I think boldly going for the Spell Thieves, thinking that he'll get procs off Hate Spike, and actually made a bit of money on that trade.
Look at Lovely. He's trying to be an expert. Not able to juggle aggro expertly, though. He has to wait for his next turret to come through. Doing his best to not die to the red
the
buff.
charge system causing some problems, but Loving will pull the buff as far around as he can, put another turret down and be able to finish it off.
Of course, tanks and auto. You want it to tank the first auto and then just tank it yourself so that it keeps alive and shooting. Gets it eventually, and the blue buff, it's going to be a bridge too far for now.
And we talk about level 2 all-ins. This is quite the level 2 from the Korean bottom lane here. Garen Tarek, when they hit level 2, they are not mucking around with the damage. They have double ignite as well.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Anivia Evelyn level 2.
It's not that bad, but it's not as good as Tarek Garen.
It's an interesting duo. Of course, you do have the range stun coming from the Flash Frost. Crystal does have 600 auto attack range, so maybe can stay back. Level 2s, though.
Sick damage there onto Ella, who's not quite level 2 yet, and UJ chasing him for some procs. We'll get some damage down with a Hate Spike.
You know Clear Love will be watching this game very closely. Of course, a noted Evelyn main, and Evelyn received an extra 10 damage on Hate Spike. So this lane matchup would have been a lot worse one patch ago as Rookie, the standard level 2 roam.
Yeah, wants to come in on the mid lane Nautilus of all champions. With the AP, of course, as well as Go Going. Going to be in a bit of trouble. Dredge lane there for Rookie coming in. Save just missing the Q, though, and Go Going saves his flash.
Yeah, able to push in despite being Nautilus. That's just what happens when Riptide's on that shorter cooldown. A bit more wave control. Not really something Soraka has in the first couple of levels.
And Loveling, you can see, kiting the buff. Mystic eats another Q there as Crystal comes in for the damage. Unfortunately, geared to be an AD carry this game, so not going to be too much damage with those spells, especially in the early levels.
With a high base mana cost and just lack of mana items, I guess you could opt into the Mana Moon into a Muramana for a bit of mana regen. It might be necessary.
You see Loveling trading dagger quite nicely there. Does get the blue buff, but quite slow these days on the jungle is old Heimerdinger.
Yeah, not quite the same
especially when you get invaded.
He once was. I guess I'm not sure if the turrets actually apply any of the effects coming through from the smite. Probably not. I think they're auto-attack related.
They're going to get stunned up. Here's the damage now for Mystic. Ignite not down yet, actually, but the heal pop there by Crystal. Mystic going to get turned around on Ignite in there as well. And the Anivia will get first blood as Cacao roaming from the jungle looking for UJ. Tags him with a stun. Ella going to follow up, and that's so much CC.
Very awkward there as they would have picked up the kill. UJ flashed thinking they wouldn't pick it up with the last auto-attack from Anivia. So it has to be a trade of kills, but man, you did not expect Anivia Evelyn to get the early advantage against Tarek Garen.
No, and Jungle Leona, not so bad. I mean, I don't know how the jungle clear is, but those ganks are pretty fierce. Well, it doesn't seem good.
Yeah, we can speculate. It's not good.
I don't have to speculate. I'm sure you've tested it here.
It's not good.
Cacao going to try and push in some mending waves here. Bucket is trying to wave clear where he can.
I mean, look, ganking for bottom lane, very happy times because basically you're perma-CC'd and you get 100% uptime of judgment because you're stunned through the whole duration.
All the lanes. I mean, Cacao has wonderful lanes to gank here.
You need damage in the lanes, and only Garen really provides that early.
That's fair. It's going on the rise, actually doing just fine here. Save equaling him in CS right now, and I do hope we see a carry Braum build from Save.
Exactly. Trinity Force is fine. Actually, procs it a lot. The deceptive thing about a carry Braum is that the passive actually gives good damage on hit after the stun comes through. So if you have Trinity Force, the burst is respectable.
We're going there again on for a gank here.
These Braum mechanics.
Yeah, maybe not there yet for Save as Rookie. Comes in and misfires the next dredge lane.
Thought he would have had time to practice, given that he hasn't played much in the starting lineup. But
I don't know how much top Braum is paid, but Mystic and Cacao waiting here. Ella going to try and get the setup stun. It's a pretty easy stun there on Tarek, and UJ will return as well. Cacao not going to come back in. They found the Evelyn, actually. Ella going to follow follow in, needs a stun, finds it in there as Mystic gets stunned up, but an easy kill for Garen.
Sometimes it all lines up. You just get lucky and find a wild Evelyn when you miss your Zenith Blade, and the kill still comes through.
Yeah, nice stuff there. Kakao, a nice camp there in the bottom side, gets him a kill. Loveling level 4 now as Crystal. Going to rotate around, get to his turret safely, and actually recall as Ella. Going to look for him there as well. We could have a bit of a scuffle as Kakao moves in as well. Stun moves through, but Crystal with the wall. Kakao, though, tags him. Loveling going to come in. Missile damage not that good on Harmony in the early stages, unfortunately. Ella puts a wall down, and Kakao will back away.
Kakao's obviously super tanky already when he has the W popped. Crystal.
Oh, that's not the right place to walk. Get stunned up. We'll get egged here, maybe. Stun does come through. Good heal there at the last second from the bird. We'll get egged, but it's under the turret now. Loveling coming through as the teleport going to come down there as well. That's Barker trying to come through and save him, but not enough there as Kakao going to take some damage. Rockets miss for Loveling, but he gets the kill. Mystic going to run away, and he should be just fine.
Yeah, just the base damage on the Judgment, and then Nate tanking this could just flash away after he picked up the kill. So 1-for-1 trade. Obviously too much aggression from Korea, but it worked out fine.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm fairly scared of the Cinderhawk Leona.
It's going to be intense.
It is. A save here with Going. Going to just punch him a couple of times. You can
Fighting
see
against the mini wave as well.
Yeah, the mini wave is pretty strong. Going kind of walks back into it, realizes what's going on, flashes forward. Flash so followed there by save. Q lands in the face, and he gets him with a chair.
See, he was just baiting him the whole landing phase, missing the first 3 Qs on gank. Hits the last one as a fadeaway. Saves, got his mechanics on just fine.
Going to tune the Bard back up here. Hits those skill shots as Barker returning to the mid lane. Does have his ult on, but used it actually. That's why he healed Anivia, not Crystal's heal, because he didn't have it back available, but not enough there for the dive, and Barker farming up a storm, but behind on Rookie's Nautilus somehow.
And you have to say the passivity of Barker. It's been a constant criticism, maybe a bit more justified this game on the Soraka, but it needs the level 6 at least.
Good double stun, but Crystal going to get stunned back here. Mystic coming in with the Brutalizer damage, and Garen, as we said, this lane does not muck about for early game damage.
It's about 18 seconds on that level 1 wall. It's going to need it for the interrupt, as you can see. With flash down, maybe that's enough to buy enough distance, but the kill pressure is constant from Tarek Garen.
Crystal looking for a Manamune, it looks like, as the stun comes through. UJ going to get caught out. Crystal just going to get evaporated off the map. In fact, UJ coming through as well, and we mentioned Evelyn buffs coming through. Garen also got buffed on this patch.
You can definitely try this at home, friends. This lane, Lux Garen, Tarek Garen, it's still pretty good.
It's an oldie but a goodie here as Rise going to get stunned up. Good ult there from Nautilus. Going to follow through. CC for days. Going nowhere to go, unfortunately, except under his turret and maybe to the fountain as he dies.
And look, even the exclamation point with the ult, it wasn't necessary. Would have got the kill with an ult, but sometimes you just need to send a message.
You do, in fact, need to send a message as Barker returns with his chalice, doing what he can with the wave clear, but Loveling fighting his own wolves, possibly at his peril, does take them out, but level 6 now for the Heimer. Unfortunately, not as much gank pressure as level 6 Kakao, but could maybe do the Dragons.
Feels like maybe he needs to go back and watch that VOD. Take a message from Mandu when it comes to just getting into the lanes after you pick up your blue. The jungle clear's not very happy, and he's low enough to Ella. Might have even thought to try something.
Going to go in as UJ, tanking up the minion wave there. Loveling, though, getting a hook by Rookie. Damage comes to an Ella, picks him up with a stun.
I mean, don't necessarily have, you have actually had pretty good AP ratios coming from Rookie. Doesn't have AP yet. Look at this trade damage. This is what happens when you have so much uptime on your passive. You do so much damage.
Yeah, Save just whacking away there as Rookie actually getting a little too low. Going's found his way into the mid lane. Needs one more Q. Will find it there. UJ, though, low in the bottom side, but Mystic goes down. Crystal able to kite the Garen. Ella flashes in to get the W for the kill, and Crystal still fighting, but the bird maybe not strong enough. Glacial Storm going to last a little longer, but the minion wave in there as well. Ignite down, and Tarek gets a double kill.
Tarek with the 1v2. One of them was pretty healthy, but Tarek and all these supports, that's the crazy things. The likes of Tarek and Bard, they do decent damage when they get items.
Yeah, not too bad here, as we can see. Save moving there as well. Going. Actually, in the mid lane, we might have had a lane swap happen on us here, which was not what I expected, but Barker sitting in the top lane trying to farm up what he can.
I mean, it's not the best lane matchup for Barker either, you'd have to say. He's going to be very, very defensive in this lane. Maybe the silence is going to be relevant because can't silence that passive. And Nautilus, he's going for another walk up top.
Yeah, actually has a Morellonomicon on the works as well there for Rookie, so
he's waiting for his ultimate.
Yeah, does want it back. Very close up there as well. Safe does not have his, but Rookie just going to charge in. Passive going to look in. The hit on Tabaka comes through for one stack of the passive. Needs a couple more, but can't find it. And Rookie, a little too early on that one. Oh, Dreadline, though, come in. Jukes out Barker. Ulti doesn't come, but a flash wheel, though, from Rocco.
He just didn't have enough health or even mana coming through from Safe, so probably wasn't smart engaged. Speaking of engages.
Flash ulti on to Going. Ella going to get the CC. Leona follows up with plenty more of her own. And Rookie, Dredgeland's still a beast of terrain in front of him, but can't help out for the kill.
The Spider-Naut gets in range for experience, but definitely no kill participation. And speaking of kill participation...
Mystic going in Crystal. Don't know if he has his passive. The ulti could come through here for Garen. No, doesn't have it up. Mystic, though, trading damage very effectively. And look at this. Mercury treads Alacrity Rush.
And you mentioned the fact that the buffs have come through. Rookie has no cares in the world.
Not Loveling. He's going to get caught by Rookie. CC coming through Flash there. Not enough, probably. Sparker teleports in to heal him. That might be enough here as Loveling's trying to kite where he can. Needs a couple more hits. Needs one more onto Rookie, but Ella chasing in. Will get kited out, though. Ella is Loveling trying to fight back and forth. Rookie backing in a very precarious position as Loveling tries to defend his tower, but just gets hooked instead and goes down as Barker going to come in now as well. Silence onto Ella. Lands through Starcall in there. Snap and go going, and that's a kill for Evelyn.
Nautilus actually looks to have been able to get away. They ping him out, though. Rookie, you're dead.
Yep, he's getting chased by UJ. Movement speed enough there to chase Nogo. Going to get another kill on this. Rise, he's collecting the kills as he has mobility boots for the extra roam pressure.
I mean, everyone realizes it's such a crazy game. Go for the Moby. Speaking of pressure.
Ulti there for Garen. Should come through. No, doesn't need it. Doesn't have it. Used it already, but that's a kill.
I mean, we're starting to see the Garen buffs do a lot of work. Don't know about quite the viability of the turret Garen lane. I feel like there might be some sort of counter to this possible lane. I mean, lane swaps probably make it a bit sad, but 2v2, very happy.
Yeah, especially against Anivia Evelyn, who, as you noted before, not the highest base stats in the league.
Not quite.
Not quite here as Barker apparently committing to this lane swap here, trying to get the harass down with the max star call, but save. Getting tankier, got a Spectre Scale and double Ruby Crystal actually as going. He has a lot of mana stacked up already. Tier Moby Boots and the makings of a Catalyst.
Saves Mr. Trick. Just go on for a bit of damage. The Phage at least for just some smoother auto attack. The Rage passive. Always happy days. The Magic Resist could come in instead, but going, no Rune Prism comes in.
He is speeding in as well. He didn't even use his ulti there as Loveling going to get spotted out in his own jungle. Cacao with the CC. So much CC. And Cacao gets himself a kill.
Just the burst coming through from the Turret Golden on a very short cooldown. You just use it every time there's an engage or you attempt to pick up even a structure or a dragon. It's just free kills. Yep. Speaking of kills.
Yeah, UJ going to get dived here. Will get spotted off there as they get in range. Actually not going to dive. They want Crystal instead as Cacao lines up the Zenith Blade. Rookies here as well. Crystal so squishy. And Rookie gets the kill.
Needed the depth charge apparently just for the exclamation point. Crystal, he gets camped in competitive games. We saw this just yesterday. Getting repeatedly ganked by Cacao on Draven. A little bit different on AD carry Anivia, but still getting plenty of attention.
Yeah, still getting ganked by Cacao, I have to say. As Rookie, I think he ulted to steal the kill away, so I can appreciate that. As Save still farming his way up in the top side, but not too bad on CS as going. Pressuring in the mid lane, but Rookie's going to find him. Snare does lane going fairly strong at this point, but Cacao going to try and run himself in as well. Ella with the heal. Xenoblade tagged again here, and just too much CC.
There's too much CC, and the threading of Cacao on this Zenith Blade is hitting every CC as if he's a practice support main. At this point, Rookie, he doesn't get any dissuasions. He just keeps going in.
Too much damage, maybe? Loveling, I think, he's already used his ultimate, though. Yeah, has used it on the big turret. UJ actually going to get the kill there onto Rookie as Crystal spots out Mystic, who really wants another kill. And here's a Kindle Gem for some reason in the inventory. As Crystal trying to get into some damage up. Mystic does a little bit more. Ulti going to come through for Garen. Not quite enough for the kill. Ignite going to get him low. Does have the heal, but doesn't need it.
Doesn't need it. Well calculated from Crystal, I guess. Obviously, that's the AD carry mechanics coming through. I mean, the Kindle Gems is for CDR. You noted that on this patch, Garen has his ultimate, the Demacian Justice, reduced in cooldown. Now it's going to be available even more frequently.
Yeah, you can see Crystal as well, actually healed by Barker's ulti, so that helped in there. As Mystic going for a tower dive. Going, though, is wrapped around the back here. Mystic, that's too far. Going with his third kill of the game.
And this is just going, showing us what's missing in current meta Rise play. Apparently, it's get the Mobies and get the roam on, because he's already had 4 score involvements and 3 kills.
He's getting his old school AP Scion on there, just roaming through the lanes with a nice targeted CC.
We've been casting too long.
We have indeed. As UJ clears out a pink ward there, Rookie gonna look to see what he can find. Tino actually completed his Loveling coming through, going. He baited him the whole time as Rookie. That's a lot of damage, and Loveling gonna get credit for that one.
Didn't even get a chance to use the depth charge. Getting picked off one by one. Still a big advantage as Ella finds UJ.
I mean, UJ doesn't do too much damage at this stage. Will use the ulti for the slow, though. Going. Will force the flash from Ella. Flashes forward, though, in front of him, and Ella now has to try and tank through the rest of the damage. UJ coming through. Here comes Garen there onto Mystic. Wants to go through Crystal. Lining up the stun, but can't find it as Ella gets chased away by the support Evelyn of all champions, and everybody gets away safely.
Brom's making the big journey from Tully. Has Banshee Veil already and wants to get in amongst it.
Save coming through. Soraka gets the turret there in mid. And no teleport there for save, just had to walk all the way down, not available there, despite actually being his summoner spell. And Lovely camping the brush, trying to put some turrets on. UJ will join in as well, but Kakal's here. Massive Brawl multi, huge damage from Kakao, and maybe not enough healing is saved. Does get the kill now. UJ going to get stunned up. Baka trying to keep him alive. Will get ulted after the kill comes through. Now Mystic going to join in as Baka's forced to flash away. Going, getting trained on. Crystal's actually egged and will go down immediately there to Mystic for the next one. That might get going away. A good Q there for save comes in. The damage comes through. Rise will get the next one. Mystic chasing in. Doesn't have his ulti though, and Baka, so much healing, just keeping the big raid boss Rise up.
Yeah, Rookie awkwardly actually hits his dredge line onto the minion. They're going to keep fighting. Mystic's so low.
Yeah, I mean, going with the Soraka in his pocket is so strong, and going. Even more heals coming through. Gets a Q onto Mystic. Takes him out. More heals coming through. Rookie going to go down as well, and Ella trying to find him, but Baka has more heals. You have to think. And Tarek, maybe a little too much heals still coming there for Soraka. Ella going to dive back through, wants the kill, but Baka going to make it all but move and gets the last one.
I feel like these guys haven't seen enough of the new Soraka. The one thing you can say is her heals on, what, a 2.5 second cooldown. Focus down the Soraka. Do not go for the other person.
Kakao, Banner of Command is his jungle item of choice, so not the Aegis that we've seen. Or not the locket.
Cinderhulk.
Yeah, I mean, ready to go. Gets the health, has the Aegis, I guess. Not the whole locket, but sure, Banner of Command.
Look, 20 extra magic resist. Already another Aegis on the team from Tarek, so maybe that will be the eventual locket. Obviously not going to trend towards the cooldown reduction. Happy with the little bit of extra ability power, but just get the push on.
Yeah, Loveling still jungling as well. Does have his blue buff. Soraka, I guess, doesn't really need it. So, going to take that away. Going as well. Actually pretty strong now. Rod of Ages, Spectre's Cow, and the tier charging up as Kakao comes to the top side just to help save clear some minions out.
I mean, Going's completely question the conventions of Riot's play. You still get your core items at a decent time. Just roam around to get them.
Yeah, get the Moby Boots, get those kills. 5-4-4 now for Going. 9 out of 13 kills. The save will teleport in. Ella actually in the area as well. And Loveling once again on the squishy little Heimerdinger. Could be in trouble. It's Going. Going to find himself in. UJ initiates with his ulti. Mystic though. Going to come in. Who's he want? He doesn't want Going. Goes in onto Crystal instead. Will keep moving through. Knockups are plenty there from the Bromwell. Tibet Going is going to look to re-engage. Where's Baka? He's in the top lane. That's not a good spot. Loveling, will go down as Mystic going to chase in as well. Ulti's available but doesn't use it. Going. Stunned on the end but still going through. Baka's used his ulti though to keep the fight going, but Crystal out of mana. That just has to auto on the bird. Going goes down as Crystal gets hooked. Another kill moving in, and that's 3-1 for the Korean side.
Mystic still has Demacia and Justice. Wants Yudo to fall down a little bit.
Nope, good ult stun. Nope, not enough for Garen. Has to get away.
Doesn't pick up the kill, but doesn't die crucially either. Don't know if we're going to see any objective play. Still no dragons at 18 minutes. Not sure if you get any kill credit from killing the dragon.
Baka, the lack of teleport rotations from the top Soraka. Sorely missed that last fight as Rookie. Going to get kited away here by Baka, who kind of fancies himself a fight. It seems Starcock coming through. That's good burst, actually. And a bit of healing. Good silence there coming in. Baka just needs to land the last Q. Rookie, can he juke it? He can, but the auto attacks coming through, and Baka gets the kill.
Yeah, the bananas were the real big thing coming through. Had Titan's Wrath in 2 seconds. Might have had just enough burst damage. But again, sniped away.
Well, the dragon does go over to the Korean side, so good stalling tactics there by Rookie.
It would be the Korean side picking up dragon.
It would, yes, in the All-Star game, as UJ has us haunting guys actually in a Glacial Shroud, so getting a bit more damage coming through for the Evelyn build.
Okay, we're just waiting to see what happens. Just stacking magic resist and health, it seems to be the go from save. Going's looking for another kill, because again, why kill minions when you can kill champions?
Exactly. I mean, got the Mobies, still getting stronger, has another Sapphire Crystal as Loveling. I don't want to say coming in for a gank, but that's technically what he's doing is Kakao. Going to dive in onto Baka, who's trying to buy time, but too much damage from Kakao. Grenade comes in late. Kakao will fall here to the tower, but Loveling not quite timing on that gank there.
Cow desperately wanted to get an auto attack or two onto the turret. Help push it down before he died. Don't think he was able to promote. Actually, already has a promoted minion out there. And we'll get another one when he respawns.
It's somewhere collecting gold here. Going to be back off cooldown soon as Dredgeline just short there onto Going. But the tower going to get siege up, and it's pretty hard for them to take towers. But Mystic going to make it go over. Do knock up onto Crystal there as well, but no follow-up CC somehow is going to follow. The UJ, though, is going to get hooked, forced to flash away. So the Korean side, they do take the mid-tower somehow.
And you have to say there's a little bit of genius coming through with the pickup of the Banner Command. Just because it's a 5 melee lineup, they're never going to be able to siege down any turrets. Obviously prefer the kills, but it's nice to have the flexibility. At least promote a minion and help yourself out.
Yeah, I mean, siege is certainly poor here on the Korean side, so it does make some sense. In fact, yeah, 0 range champions over on their side.
Yep. Really, really melee.
I mean, I'm not sure if I'm ready for the Soraka and Nivea turret pushing, but we'll have to see what happens. As
he's got 600 range and a mana moon. He's just doing all right.
Baka has a warm hooks.
Go
going, gonna eat a Q there. Ooh, ulti just short there for Save. Go going, maybe fancies himself in, but Save. That shield's pretty good against Rise here. Is Crystal going to get dove on once again? Kakao just once more bloody. Remembers the third place match from yesterday. UJ going to get stunned up and taken out here as the damage comes through. No alive for now, but safe. We'll take him out. Kakao, they're going to get stunned up as Crystal baiting them in with the egg. Baka doing decent damage as Loveling tries to flank them. Heals the egg though, will Baka. But Save will still get the double as Loveling tries to line somebody up, but there is such a big lack of damage from everyone here and going, trying to find a way in. Baka is so tanky, but Mystic ult timer, he goes down. Baka going to chase through, going, forced to flash away. Baka not managed to heal him though and has to back off.
Yeah, the silence is just too strong. Stop the flash from coming through, and Mystic's not done.
No, gonna dive in now as well. Baka pretty squishy, although the Warmog's not too bad. Never mind, quite tanky actually, and we'll keep them off his back for now. Flashes forward, goes for the swag kill onto Mystic, but doesn't get it.
Yeah, they're trying to push this turret desperately, but always at risk of just one of those Starfalls actually doing enough damage to take him down.
Yeah, I mean, doing decent damage, building up the AP with the Chalice here. UJ gonna dive back in, does not have the ultimate though, as Rookie will tank up damage. Maybe too much actually. Ignites come down as well. UJ chasing in with the hate spikes. Heal there as well from Soraka just to keep him going. And Rookie, not much shield left, does go down to support Evelyn.
Couldn't do his best Spider Knot impression. Couldn't get away. Q not available and terrain not suiting him. Mystic, of course, backs off just in time to pick up some more counts.
You can see as well, Rookie, Abyssal Scepter now is going to go through a few more of the items. Actually, a Spirit Visage from Mystic, curiously enough, but working in for maybe a Hydra coming through there with those items.
The Spirit Visage was always a decent pickup just because, again, has all the natural healing from the passive. Just makes him that much more sustainable when he roams around. Going for double armor penetration, so all about the judgment damage. And then probably going to be a cheeky Warmogs at some point.
We're going still farming up, though, getting stronger. Has a Glacial Shroud now as well. So all of the mana items, and you have to look around. You think if someone's going to be doing damage, it's probably Going's Rise.
Exactly. It's only going to scale up as we get to the late game. Probably going to need a Void Staff at this rate with double Aegis. And, I mean, just magic resist built up everywhere across the Rift. I mean, basically everyone is stacking magic resist. And honestly, against the lineup that Snake are fielding, how can you blame them?
Yeah, last Whisper here for Mystic as well. We can see Crystal maybe caught out of position. Zeal there onto Nivea, but can't run fast enough. So much CC once again. And Kakao collects that one.
But his base stats still very minimal coming through from Anivia, so she dies very easily.
Yeah, I mean, 80 carry Anivia, pretty squishy despite the decent range here. Can't quite keep them out for long enough. And I don't quite know what Crystal's building, but he's certainly working towards something.
Well, he doesn't have any steroids, so he needs, obviously, the Phantom Dancer to come through to do big damage here, Pastry time.
Save coming in, trying to stun up Going. Gets 2 ticks of the passive, misses the Q, though. And the Ella rotating around. I mean, that's the real scary duo here. It's Ella with the setup CC and Leona with plenty of follow-up as Mystic might be setting something up in the bottom side as well. Instead, they're just going to push out as the 4 melee champions. As Loveling's forced to flash on the bottom side. Puts down the big turret, but Mystic going to dive him, though. Save. Now getting chased in. Going coming through, trying to get the damage in. Mystic will dive through. Loveling's going to try and take him out. But not enough there as Going's now forced to flash out. Mystic baits them out, actually moves them away from that turret. Now they'll re-engage as Ella taking too much damage here. UJ almost stunned up by Braum, but it's not enough as Baka gets a kill for himself.
So meanwhile, that was a 5v4 as Nautilus has been pushing in the top lane. Crystal feel a little bit better about himself after finally getting a score involvement, but Rookie's been thwacking on this inner turret after already taking the outer one. 2 turrets for a kill, suits IG.
Yeah, split push
and Korea, I guess.
Split push Nautilus here coming through as IG and the rest of their Korean members do come through. Going actually maybe in trouble now. Rookie, big damage on the AP Nautilus. Ignited away, flash Riptide, and he takes him out.
And there you go. That's what you get for coming to stop his split push. UJ, though.
I don't know if UJ wants to take this fight, but he's going to go in. Maybe. No, doesn't have the ulti. And Rookie, again, forces him away.
I mean, has that innate tankiness with the Titan's Wrath and then the minion wave pushing aggressively with him. Is he looking for a pincer? Looks like it.
Crystal coming in, though. Actually, Kakao ganking down the bottom side. Good wall, actually, but Mystic going to dive in onto Loveling. Ulti that comes through for Kakao, just beating on the poor Anivia. Not enough Glacial Storm as Mystic takes out Heimer. Kakao will get the kill on the bottom side of the map, and this poor Anivia, 2-10 now for Crystal.
In general, the Chinese team lineup is just dying across the map. All the early power spikes, just from being melee bruisers, have come through for the Korean team at the same time. They're just abusing those power spots. Not necessarily getting objectives, but certainly sending a message on the scoreboard.
Well, their objective is kills, so by their standards, they're certainly winning an objective.
Hey, look, we're talking about 1.1 a minute or so at this point. They're doing pretty well with the timer.
30-18 right now. A big gold lead for the Korean All-Star side as well. frozen heart now done for Kakao, so stacking on the health with a giant spot extra there as well. He's pretty scary on this Leona.
He is too, and Nautilus has gone for a tier at some point because of mana problems and has about 2,000 gold in the bank, so probably going to be a big AP item coming through.
I think Rookie might be looking for something like, probably a death cap would suit Rookie, I think, so we'll see what he wants to take out. Even Looted Zeka Nautilus could at least be hilarious as UJ gonna get tagged there by the Brom Q, but ulti actually onto Crystal, knocks up Loveling as well. Mystic diving straight into the backlines. Crystal gonna get egged there as well, but the dive in the turret will take it out as Rookie coming back in, but Mystic taking too much damage as Nivea is real dead
tanky.
And so much CC, they can't get away from any of it as Barker gets locked up there as well. Kakao finds himself on a UJ, flashes past the turret as well. Loveling gets hooked up, he'll go down. UJ, the next target, will be next to follow here as Mystic looks in, but Kakao gets another one. Going stunned out under his turret, and that's gonna be an ace.
Silences, CC's eventually going to fall down, and only for one member on the Korean All-Star lineup. They're going to go and try and push in this inhibitor turret. They're not really rushing to get back, even though this death time is super short.
Mystic tanking the turret as well. He had quite the game on Garen, I have to say.
I mean, obviously, this is something they're considering. He showed a lot of lane presence on Urgot, and the next logical step is to get rid of that 425 range, chop off about 300, and then you got Garen. He's pretty good against 80 carries.
Yeah, totally fine here. Good anti-carry as Mystic will spin his way onto the Raptors and take them away. He's doing a bit of farming for himself. 175 CS, actually. Still with the 80 carry mentality. Rookie as well, both the highest CS in the game.
I mean, Rookie split pushing, Mystic high CS values. It's pretty much a normal game.
It's basically the same game as Rookie. Will finally go back. I think he wants a straight death cap here. He's got almost enough gold for it. Oh, no, gets caught by going actually. Q come in, and that's a free recall maybe here for Rookie. Uses the ulti. Dredge lines to the turret stub there. And Spider Not may just get away here as going cannot chase.
Has he given up yet? He hasn't. Actually turning around.
Tower goes down there. A bit of extra gold there for Rookie. Actually, the minions managing to take that away. 6-1 in turrets. The big story here in this game. Oh, Rookie now in trouble. Yep, gets ignited. Free trip back will finally happen. An all expenses paid trip right to the fountain.
Yeah, much quicker. He can buy his item. No worries about showing it to the enemy.
Yeah, Bucky coming through. Does
Nice
flash
flash
away. Yeah, nice from Crystal. As the wall comes in as well. Decent mechanics there coming through from the Soraka and the Anivia. Crystal and Baka, sorry, those teammates trying to team up, but Crystal a little too squishy, going to go down there to Mystic, and Loveling dishing out good deeps there with the turrets, but everyone on the Korean side is just far too tanky. Is UJ going to be the next recipient of a stun? Mystic going to come in. Does he have his ulti? He does, but doesn't even need it. Maybe just use it anyway. There it is.
He didn't want to use it, but had to go for the exclamation. But we're just waiting to see the Nautilus damage. That's the big question. He has the death cap now. If he gets into Abyssal Scepter range, which, come on, let's be realistic, only the depth charge has longer range than that ability, the damage could be real impressive.
I think so too, as Loveling has not had a very fun time of his jungle Heimerdinger either. 3-8-5, unfortunately. As Save actually just gets away there. Flashes away from the Loveling damage, which is starting to build up, but he's a bit behind as the Banner of Commander minion will be taken out.
And Save finally feels tanky enough to go for his first offensive item, which builds out a recurve burst. So that's a Wit's End coming through.
Nice.
Just to make that passive damage even higher.
Yeah, good stuff there from Save. I like it a lot.
How much AP does Rookie have?
485.
That's probably a lot of damage.
Well, we're going to find out soon, hopefully, as he's going to find Crystal, actually. That's the perfect target. Riptide damage coming in. Jesus. And Olivia.
That was no ult, by the way.
No, that was just dredge line to the face. That's something like a, 0.91 AP ratio? Something absurd like that.
Yep, the dredge line's doing the casual 600 damage.
And you saw it there, Crystal again with the squishy base stats, and Nivea building a Triforce is the item that Crystal was going for. So that actually does make a bit of sense, but Rookie, he owns the Rift at this stage.
He pretty much does. He is real strong.
Titans Wrath as well, going to make him tanky. No, Loveling poking in there with some damage with the help of Going. His teammates teaming up and doing decent work, and Loveling is doing his best to try and stall out the game. Heimerdinger and Nivea. And Soraka as well. Decent siege here, or counter siege, I should say.
And Mystic is doing his best to break records in terms of health regen. I knew the Warmogs would come through the moment he finished a Spirit Visage. At this point, once that Warmogs is available, he's going to be healing up ridiculous amounts of health.
Unfortunately, we might never be able to see it because he's probably not going to get low enough before that all procs, but he does not really need to shop right now. He can just whiz around the lanes at full health.
Exactly, and the W does give that damage reduction and some tenacity as well, so even though he's just stacking health, he's going to be very tanky.
Mystic fights UJ in the bush. So Garen literally springing out of the brush there. Your worst nightmares are confirmed as Baka going to get CC'd up again. There's just so much coming in. Mystic with another ulti if he wants it. Gonna know. Baka not dead. Too much healing, but finally goes down as UJ. Big ulti there coming in. Crystal blocking them away, but safe. Trying to get in and watching through melee champions. Trying to get through. Wallace Rookie dives in onto UJ. Massive damage coming in. Uses the ulti at the end just to take it out. Crystal gonna get egged and dead here as well. Loveling, Jesus, that dredge line did so much damage. Double kill there for Nautilus. It's 4 kills already and going. Gonna be the last one here as Korea. They've taken over the second All-Star game.
Korea has definitely taken over the All-Star game. This turret does no damage to anyone on the side of the Korean All-Stars. As you can see, they don't need minion wave space through time.
No, they apparently need to spend more items. Gonna run to the Baron, it seems like here. Again, schedule considerations, a potential thing.
Finally found an extra CC to catch up to Nautilus with the Frozen Mallet.
Yep, Fromo going to come through there. As teleport's already come through for save. Withstand completed, so this Baron's going to take quite a lot of damage, surprisingly.
Soraka trying to backdoor top turret, probably knows what's going on. Not going to be the world's quickest Baron, that's for sure.
Can Baka steal a Baron on Soraka? That is the question. Pops the pink one in, now knows what's going on. Going to try and snipe it away, but not quite in range for the Q. Kakao ready with his sniper. Baka, if he can go in for the steal, and UJ might fancy himself, though he doesn't even have his ultimate. So they're going to go in, tries to go in for the Q, but not going to get it as Kakao smites it away.
The smite mechanics, that's one thing that won't abandon Kakao, and Rookie feels like a kill.
Crystal, that's not a good look for you. Is that Dredge Line? And the Riptide almost taking out Crystal. Heal is coming through there for Soraka. Going back in. Dredgeline actually just missed to hit the turret instead. And Crystal gets some revenge.
So the ultimate did 3/4 of his health. Unfortunately, couldn't get any range at any other spells. AP Nautilus coming to a solo queue game near you.
Oh, yeah, it's coming soon here as Void Stuff almost completed for Rookie as well. Elixir of Wrath there for Kakao. Black Cleaver apparently the choice there for Mystic. And again, it's just a very odd but very tanky Korean All-Star lineup.
I'm very disappointed with this final choice coming through from the Garen. Going for a bit of tankiness. Void Staff would have meant that Demacia and Justice would have done so much damage. Doesn't scale so well with AP, but the Magic Pen, very useful.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, maybe just moving a Haunting guys in there. Abyssal Scepter help out Nautilus there with the AP damage as Dragon will go over to the Korean side. That's their second, but not particularly relevant in this game.
Second at 32 minutes. Obviously just no time to pick up any other ones when it's all this killing.
Mystic has so much health. Just running at the enemy with his sword.
He's getting health.
He's getting hard. He's actually getting health. You are correct, as that's going to force a flash from Baka. Save coming in. Getsuko going. He's the real threat. Take him out. He's going to just dump onto him there with the CC. And Mystic going to get the kill. Chasing it now onto Baka. Crystal trying to kite him away. He actually has his Trinity Force now, so might do damage, but potentially not. Probably not. Mystic there he's so tanky. I mean, maybe he needs a last with an Infinity Edge at this point to keep going. Baka getting it ultimate. Will live, but Korea, have broken the base now. Inhibitor under threat. Ella actually taking a little too much damage as UJ doing work on the support. Evelyn as Baka almost gets the kill. The heal's coming through. Rookie slays Crystal, though. And the Nautilus, the real carrier of this Korean side. He is very scary.
He's arrived. He's already used the depth charge, but he wants more kills.
He's got his Seraph save. Misses the flash Q. And Nautilus going to run down as well. Good Spider Nord action there onto the rubble of the turret. Loveling still running away, but the mobility boots are kicking back in. Gets himself into a turret. That might have been a mistake from Loveling to put that down and going to fight Ella in the base with UJ will take him out as Evelyn, her 5th kill of the game. Loveling still getting chased. A big turret. They're actually doing good damage to save. Loveling trying to kite it out. Gets the no. Can't find the E, but the turret takes him out. And actually Loveling fancies his chances in a fight here. Rookie's so low. Loveling, sick Heimer mechanics coming in. Lands the E. Can he get the damage? W comes through. Needs a bit more though, and Rookie might kite him away. And you have to be careful because when that ultimate comes back up, it's Loveling. Eats the dredge line and goes down.
That was the outplay coming through from Norse. The Gromp did an auto to Rookie that almost killed him.
UJ, 6th kill. Banner of Command Evelyn, far too much damage.
Can't we just have a bit of chivalry on the Rift? That was a 1v1 pastry time. As you drink your water, because of all the action to shoutcast in this game, it feels like a couple of LPL games worth of fights all in one.
This is maybe the whole season in a game here as Mystic down the bottom, split pushing with that upsetting Warden's Mail, like you put it. But not going to go for more damage. Apparently, the all-star lineup side on the blue team here is just to keep tanking all the turret hits.
It does seem to be the way the armor and the health
poor
stacking.
Siege.
That's true. You don't need to siege when you can just ignore turrets.
Why siege when you can break through the turrets? Says Mystic. Split pushing now. UJ in the top side here with Barker. Actually, is Kakao going a little too deep. You're going to get snared up by Rise. Crystal will join in. That's 1v4 for Kakao. Maybe can't get out of this as Ella comes through. Good stun there onto Crystal. Kakao somehow still alive, but will go down to Barker. Ella now going to get chased away as Barker does go through. Snare up coming in for Going. Doing decent damage now on the Rise. Now save the next target. He's got about 3,000 health if they can chop through it. Gonna get good ulti there from the Braum, sorry, as Mystic comes through. Loveling also trying to find a way in. UJ gets tagged by the Q. Mystic gonna come in, wants to ult somebody, but he's gonna get kited away here as the wall and the storm comes down there for Barker, who gets ulted. Sorry, that's Crystal's wall. Mystic gets stunned up, going with another kill. Save, gonna fall down here as well. And the Rise going off now. 10 kills for Going.
Yeah, the Rise items have certainly started to come in, short of maybe some magic penetration, but certainly very, very strong. Nautilus wants an exit kill, and he had a lot of AP before. He's got more now.
He has a lot of AP. Looking for the Void stuff, you have to think is his last item, but the Assassin AP Nautilus.
In a game with Garen, this is definitely not the bush to face check.
No, not at all here. We'll see what he wants to do. Does find Loveling potentially here, and Loveling will die quite quickly, but I think he remembers the last exchange. Didn't like it all too much.
700 AP-ish coming through from Nautilus.
Yeah, 699, just one short there. Is looking for something, gets denied. The Loveling gonna eat the cheese. That's so much damage. Dredgeline's onto Crystal, actually gonna look for the double, but gets kited away, and Crystal takes the kill.
Yeah, Rice comes to the spot, doesn't actually get a kill involvement, but finally the Nautilus goes down. The killing machine that is AP mid Nautilus.
Yeah, 13, 11, and 12 there for Rookie. So doing good damage. Now has his Void stuff. So he is 6 slotted now in this game. So he's pretty much capped for damage. And with Going powering up now with the Void stuff there as well before finishing his Arcane, which apparently really wants to power up that tier. We could see Going finally carry a game on Rise in the first time in a while.
You definitely see the difference between the Korean AD carry and the Chinese AD carry. 2 item versus full item Garen.
Oh, Bucker, that's not enough. There's the silence from Garen. Does a lot of work against the Raka. Ultimate does a crap ton of damage there for Mystic. As Going gets knocked up by the Brawl multi. That Banshee's got just a visual bug. So unfortunately, Going nowhere good to go. Ella going to come through, but tanking up all the damage. Save going to move over there as well. Going actually takes him out. Now UJ coming through as Loveling going to join back into the fight. Mystic getting kited, but doing good damage. Going almost dead. Mystic needs one more auto attack, but he can find it. Gets it onto Rise. UJ coming through. Save actually going to die there to Loveling as Kakao will dive his way back into the team fight.
High time for your teammate.
I mean, Rookie coming in, he's going to be the big damage. Promotes him in there as well, and all of a sudden, the tides have turned.
The tides have turned. Still has the ultimate available. That might buy time for Rookie.
Does indeed, as they're looking for a Zenith play, but only finds a turret, unfortunately. Can't Zenith play away to that. Rookie and Kakao pushing in there as well, and Dredgeline just going to go short there, because Loveling, he would have died instantly if it had hit.
A lot of short cooldowns. Take the inhibitor.
UJ diving in, does not have his ultimate, though. Kakao coming in, massive damage onto Loveling by Rookie, but Baka coming in, he's got a Iceborne Gauntlet, actually, on Soraka for all of the CC. Crystal, though, the next target is going to go down instantly and get egged there by Rookie.
Promoted minion as well.
He's doing work here. Oh my god, the Riptide damage. Disgusting now for Rookie. He's to keep DPSing though, but can't do it, and Crystal out of the egg gets the kill.
They keep staggering engages, so unfortunately Nautilus has just a little bit too much work to do. 2v4, 2v5. Kao's so tanky that he's had to go in with the Gromp buff and get people to just kill themselves on
drag him back up as well for what it's worth as Going still in the top lane pushing away. Again, almost 6 slotted for the Rise versus the finished Nautilus. So the Rookie, he's sold an item. It's his boots that have gone missing. So his trusty mobility boot's going to be traded in for something else.
Let's see what is the nice new model of damage coming through. Only has 1,000 gold, so I don't really know if he desperately needs a blasting one to ensure that he never gets in range of anything. Which is the result, of course. Sorcerer's Shoes, perhaps, is the idea.
Maybe swap around. That would make some sense, but I don't know. We'll see what Rookie wants to do. Where is he, actually? He's hiding. I can't find him.
He's dead.
That would make sense. He's hiding dead, apparently.
He's hiding in the grave.
The dragon goes over to Korea. Rookie back alive now. Now able to buy his Sorcerer's Shoes, just like you predicted.
You're picking up a couple too many bad habits to these funny games here, Pastry Time. Got to remember that death.
Cool down boots was like, yes, death, the hardest form of CC. Exactly. You've taught me well. Baron now the consideration, actually. Let's go going in a face check. A few too many people. Baka wards them off, though, with his Q.
Nautilus eventually decides on CDR boots, so that's obviously going to be more uptime on the Titan's Wrath shield that he's desperately needed.
I was ready for the Luden's Echo Nautilus. Can you imagine the damage?
There's still time.
There is still time. Well, almost 40 minutes into this game already. I don't know how much time we really have, but we'll find out soon. As Baron, the next consideration, it seems like, for the blue team.
They do not have a fast Baron. I can tell you that much. You definitely need some sort of Blade the Ruin King or attack speed critical strike. Usually an AD carry does the Baron damage. They could get together as a 5-man unit, but it's not going to be swift.
I mean, Riptide not too bad. It's Righteous Gory getting popped there. Kakao getting blocked off, though, by the Anivia wall. And
Gets
Loveling
stunned,
kiting
actually,
back.
by the Soraka.
Nice stuff there. And they're going to go back there. I mean, they're pretty tanky. They can kind of tank the Baron all day, and Rookie will do eventual damage here. And Baron actually pretty squishy. They are going to have to fight here. UJ goes in with the ulti to initiate, but Save going to rock in. Does hit onto Baka. Solarflow down now. That's Loveling dead as Baka going to get chased down by Mystic as well. They know they have to kill the Soraka. Does get the double will. Mystic is Rookie getting low. That's a UJ of all people, but they peel off. Make sure he's okay. Got to protect that mid lane of Nautilus there. Kakao diving in, getting low. UJ gets tagged by a chair as Rookie stunned up there by a Nivea Q, and they'll keep chasing here. UJ actually does go down finally, and that's 3 clean kills. Rookie, though, has to be careful, might go down. Does not get away as going. Will get the kill. Kakao looking to fall here as well, but too much tankiness in CC. They'll peel up the rise. CC him for days and going. He should die eventually, and does.
He does eventually die. Mystic's still going. There's the Solar Flare
the
again.
Garen damage, and Kakao finishes the ace.
40% CDR so early. That's a second Solar Flare in a single fight. Mystic's going to push in these super minions. I imagine the inhibitor's respawning soon, but they might just go straight back to Baron.
Hey, they really want the Baron. As you can see, a big wave down the bottom side as well, starting to do work for the Korean team. I mean, there's a ward in there, but they don't really care, do the All-Star side, and they're going to go back for Baron once more.
Of course, now Save can teleport in happily, but the counter teleport coming in from Barker. Not sure exactly what he's going to do on Soraka.
We saw this last time. He tried to steal it with a Q, but it's pretty hard to snipe this away. And he'll give it a go, but I think Kakao's got it under control. Does have his smite back up. The charge system, once again, paying off for Kakao.
Definitely not always the case with Kakao. It has been known to go for the Barons without smite. In this case, though, safety first.
Yep, had it ready to go. Loveling clearing out super creeps as best he can, but not too bad on the Heimer. You can see Void Stuff, Death Gap. He's actually got decent damage items coming through. Needs about a Zhonya's, and he'll be good to go.
In general, it's 3.5 items compared to 6 item builds. Garen's now sold an item as well. Wants to get in on the selling items party.
Maybe Mystic realizes that, you know what, I need a bit more damage, and Zephyr is the choice.
That makes sense. As a 6-item AD carry, needed to get a 6th item. I mean, the AD carry is Garen, but 21, 7, and 15.
Oh, he sold the Zephyr.
Sad.
I'm bitterly disappointed. He rebought his boots.
He just probably thought he was too slow.
Maybe. Tested it out. Oh, sold him again. Zephyr back. He's tricking me.
He is tricking you.
I don't like it. Bako.
Honestly, when you're that close to the movement speed cap because you have your Q frequently, just go for the Zephyr.
Yeah, I like it. Rookie, though. Going to go in on Bako with Ella. Soraka going to get caught out of position. Save going to come through. Gets the first Q, and just watch the CC party. Bako might take a while to die, but he will die.
Exactly. He doesn't want to use ultimate. The Riptide, though. A lot of
Aptly
damage.
named.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Riptide there is UJ trying to defend. Has his ulti? Yes, he does have it this time. Every time I check, it seems like it's off cooldown, but he's got his Banner of Command. He's got his Leandries. He's doing some damage on support Evelyn, but unfortunately in a 5v4 without their fabled carry Soraka. Might be a bridge too far here for the Chinese All-Star team. As Rookie going in, once Loveling, once more the drop line. And the depth charge doing so much damage. And Crystal, the next time. Kakao's going to dive in onto it as Mystic, I think, might have gotten the kill. No, it's an egg. Who wants the kill? It is going to go over to Garen. And now UJ pretty tanky going in, but Save even tankier there and going. Getting punched in the face by Braum. Really giving it to him in the ribs as UJ trying to run away, but Save has the ulti, does tag him on the end, and another parade of CC will ensure Evelyn goes down.
Accepting her fate.
I mean, what are you going to do? There's so much CC here. Nautilus by himself is a train of CC, so I don't know what this is.
This is just the hype train of CC coming through.
The hype train of CC.
I mean, it's just, you can see the potential of this comp. No downside whatsoever. Amazing siege, minion control. Look at this minion wave control. Unfortunately, it's from China in the bottom lane, but not really an important statistic.
Absolutely zero weaknesses. Papa Smithy 2015 as we close out the Nemesis draft for the China vs. Korea All-Star game. Eventually, Kakao taking the face. LPL Spring Grand Final between LGD and EDG. My name is Julian Patritamkar. Joining with me once again after our all-star fun is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And we could not have asked for a better end to the first split of the LPL.
After 291 competitive games, 2 Earth games, 2 All-Star games, effectively our 296th broadcast game is your LPL final, EDG versus LGD. You see EDG on your screen coming in the favorites, but LGD, what a run of form in the playoffs.
Yeah, EDG, one of the winningest teams domestically in China, have dominated year after year. Even with a new lineup, you add a couple of new guys in, and apparently Deft and Pawn just as good as their counterparts from last year. EDG look on top of it, but LGD, you have to say, like you mentioned already, if EDG were all about the domination of this first split, it's been LGG's playoffs.
And if we were to anoint a king of the regular season, how could you go past Edward Gaming? 38-6 in that grueling 44-game season. So much consistency. The opposite side, LGD, they didn't finish first, they didn't finish second, they finished 6th in the standings, 24-20, so perilously close to a 50-50 record, but it's all about the playoffs as we come into their lineup. This team undefeated in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked so strong as Akon in the top lane, always been flexible, but been mostly about the Heck Room recently.
So we've seen, of course, some Flame, but Akon is their starting top lane. His rotational play has been a highlight, but this is the big story. TBQ, we've talked about Dade as a patch Zerg in the previous times. This guy with Cinderhulk is a totally new jungler.
Yeah, Godvi as well, really been putting up big numbers for a fairly young player. Oriana's looked great. Cassidy's been fine. Even Anivia thrown in there as well. Godvi can play just about anything.
Absolutely. The Oriana especially might be banned out. And Imp, this guy, already a world champion, steps onto a lineup with a new support. We always thought it was about Mata, but Imp's showing his solo act is pretty good. And of course, his support is no slouch either.
Yeah, if you wanted to replace Mata, PYL is probably the best person to go in for. Been called the Chinese Mata by some and has lived up to that reputation this season.
He's definitely the most storied career coming through that hasn't ever got that big win. Has never won that big split. Played with so many very AD carries. Been around the scene for what, three and a half years at this point. I believe debuted in 2011. And this is his big chance to really get that big W against EDG.
And PYL, he's played with so many strong carries. There's a pretty interesting history as a player, but if you want to simplify it, basically just been playing with what was at one point Proto-OMG.
Absolutely. Noah's Ark, the lineup that eventually became OMG, he was a part of. Actually played with AD carries like Kid, like Sans, or Kid from IG, Sun, who went on to be the starting AD carry for OMG. Never found much success joining LGD at the end of 2012. Came so close. One best of 3 away to going to Worlds last year, but losing 2-1 to OMG in that series. This is his big retribution moment. This is him with these superstar names trying to step up and really take that first title.
Yeah, and it's the first title that he'd love here. Speaking of titles, there's quite a few to collect here. Of course, you know, the first big domestic major, I guess apart from Demacia Cup, would be this one. To be the first winner of the 2015 Chinese LPL, given the amount of talent that's been imported into the region with the likes of just the 4 players we have here, Akon, Imp, Pawn, and Deft, would be incredible. But for Imp especially, he's looking for the triple. He's a world champion. He's a domestic champion in Korea. He'd really like to be a domestic champion in China as well.
And of course, his counterpart, Pawn, another Samsung White member, also going to be looking for that big win. The mid matchup here, key players we're looking at in the mid lane. Look at these champion pools, 18-19. 18 champions for Pawn, 19 unique champions for Godvi. He really only tends towards the Oriana when it comes to repeated picks, but Cassidy definitely going to be contested between these two players.
Yeah, both these players very stylish, got very big champion pools, can carry for their team, can be big role players. I called Pawn a fluid player at the start of the season, and he's kept that reputation. He can do just about anything, but Godfrey's shown that he can do just about the same.
To give you an idea, Cassidy 8-0, the most played champion for Pawn. 5-0 on Lulu, actually going for the more supportive options when they go for the build up the deft comps. Godfrey himself, he popularized the new Cassidy build that really dominated competitive play. Rod of Ages into Zhonya's into the Athenes as we move over to the AD carries.
Yeah, this is revenge for Deft. You you have
What
to
a
think
story.
here, this is a massive story. Beaten, of course, in the World Semi-Finals was Deft by Imp and the rest of Samsung White, who went on to win that tournament. These two players are some of the most storied AD carries to ever play, and these Korean wonders have found their home in China, and they have dominated the entire split.
And if you look at it very simply, Deft has the advantage in terms of games won, but some of those losses, the few losses, were those crushing World Semi-Finals win that Samsung White was able to pull over Samsung Blue. So even though he has the career win-loss, this is one of the ones that counts. He wants to take him out in the final.
Yeah, wants to deny the triple away from Imp there as well, and gift it to Pawn, of course, his now mid laner that was on Imp's team back in the World Championships. Looking at the most banned and champions for these two teams, though, that tells a pretty interesting story.
I see the most banned, so most banned against for EDG. No surprise that it's the LeBlanc, which has been so popular, but it's actually the Annie that's cropped up as the new ban. Mako has been absorbing so many bans from the support role. Definitely the most unheralded of players. But in the last 8 games, in the 8 games played in playoffs, 8 Annie bans against Mako.
Yeah, Mako's effectively a rookie. Started late December 2014, was the best Para could kind of get as we look through some picks for EDG.
I mean, just at the top lane, the first one that jumps out, Koro still undefeated in NA. All time in his career, 18-0 on NA, 13-0 this season. That's been definitely his game-changing pick. If we do see the Hecarim come through, which both of these players play, Na has always been the traditional counter pick if you're not going to go for another teleport smite and Shyvana. So the Na being undefeated is a big factor. Kassadin is undefeated. Even moving over to Deft, all-time career undefeated on Jinx.
And we move over to LGD now as well. Certainly some of these picks were earlier on in the season, but that mid lane strikes out immediately. Godv's Orianna 6-0 so far.
He just doesn't play a lot of frequent champions. He has a pool of the likes of Kassadin, Orianna, and LeBlanc. Before it falls off to 1 or 2 games played, the Orianna and Kassadin, those have been his recent go-to. If these champions are left up, you have to think that Pawn in particular has a specific counter pick because these two champions have just been amazing in the playoffs.
Yeah, you can see Akon's Hecarim there as well. Another pick we expect to be quite contested. And don't let TBQ's most picked fool you there. He's been playing a lot of tanks recently as these are some key champions. You can see, look at the undefeated champions on the EDG side.
I mean, that's right. Na, Kassadin, and Jinx, all strong champions in this meta. Looking over to the LGD side, Orianna, Kassadin, those 2 mid lane pickups we mentioned, but it's Akon specifically on the Hecarim because Flame actually hasn't seen success in the one Hecarim game he's played. Hecarim's looked good for both these teams, especially recently, as the Hecarim priorities just got higher and higher for the top lane.
It really has, and I mean, the junglers as well sharing a pretty similar pool at this point. TBQ, to be honest, for a fairly medium-linked player as far as career goes, had a pretty disappointing season for himself, but moved in, picked up tanks. Cinderhawk seems to be his new best friend, and all of a sudden, he's putting up 2014 clear love performances.
As is want for the Chinese meta. We stayed on patch 5.4 for a long time. That was the last of the fighter patches. Cinderhawk came in a big way when we jumped to patch 5.6. To give you an idea, TBQ's old champion pool pre-Cinderhawk was the likes of Jarvan, Vi, Lee Sin, and Rengar. Very standard fighter junglers. He was at a respectable 19 wins out of 33 games. About a 57% win rate. Since that patch has come through, let's talk about his current champion pool. Rek'Sai, Nunu, Sejuani, and Gragas. That's 13 games on very meta Cinderhawk junglers. 13 wins. He has not lost 1 game on any of those meta junglers. He is coming in with such a whirlwind of confidence in this series against Clearlove, who honestly in this matchup might not need to be the proactive fighter jungler just to keep TBQ down.
And you know what? That's been Clearlove's MO, honestly, all season long. We didn't quite point it out in the most pick, but he's undefeated on Lee Sin of all champions with some absurd KDA with about 9 plays on it as well. Clearlove, the most winningest player to ever play in China, looking for about his 22nd championship this go-around.
And both these junglers have crazy KDAs. 10 games, 10 wins on Lee Sin, 28 KDA coming through for Clearlove. That has been his dominant champion, and that's probably the strongest, most flexible fighter that Clearlove can pick. Just get in the face of the likes of Sejuani, get in the face of Gragas, and try and keep TBQ down, because he hasn't shown he can jungle from behind, as well as Clearlove has had to do basically his whole career.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what works out here. We are into Champ Select for our first game. EDG on the blue side for game 1, LGD on the red side. And remember, this is a best of 5 for all the marbles, so plenty of games to play, and EDG instantly take away Imp's Kalista.
Imp's Kalista has been so impressive. It started 0-3. I was calling questions that they kept picking Kalista right at the introduction of the champion and just didn't find success on it. But from a 0-3 start, 7-4 on that champion, so a 7-1 run in the last 8 picks of Kalista. Imp has shown a lot of prowess, and honestly, Deft has been very unconvincing on the Kalista. He's still able to draw an Urgot ban, which for him is a bit of a bonus. Hasn't played a lot of the champion, but always been a favored hover, but enough to draw a ban.
Yeah, threatens with the champion. Will be banned out by LGD. Kassadin banned by EDG as well. So you can see both teams, as expected, have done their homework. And Pawn still drawing their respect ban on the LeBlanc.
So the LeBlanc is banned away. EDG are either going to pick or ban away the Orianna. Either they have a plan for it. They are not looking to donate it over. That much I can tell you for sure.
Yeah, and we can see what the picks do come through. Now, again, LeBlanc, the only assassin that's really been left, I feel like, on a meta full of sustained damage mid laners and Cinderhulk junglers, but it's still a popular pick. It's a massive pawn champion for him, and you can see already the mid laners getting banned away, but Gragas actually a pick away there, banned out from TBQ.
He hasn't played a lot of the Gragas. Only 2 games on the Gragas, 2-0, has an infinite KDA because he actually hasn't died for, I believe, 19 or 20 kill involvements. But it's just another one of the very strong champions this patch, and that's the 9th ban in a row for Annie against Mako.
Yep, the Annie goes down again as Mako apparently never going to see the champion again. Maybe next split Mako, as Nunu's going to be the lock-in there for Clearlove.
And you have to think Nunu Jinx, that's always been the story for EDG. They've run Jinx 8 times for 8 victories. 5 of those 8 games they've got the Nunu, and it's always been about the Nunu Jinx. Just walk around in the mid game, acquire free turrets, because how can you deal with the machine gun, minigun form with the Blood Boy?
Yeah, Deft is undefeated on the champion, I believe, as well in competitive play. Yeah, all time, and LGD might just have to take it away. Imp has 1 win recently, I believe, in the LPLs. Played it at least once, but it's not a champion he's known for, and LGD going to line up their first few picks here. The Hecarim's wide open as well, but they might have to take something else away from Koro. We'll give LGD a couple more seconds, and they lock him in. No! Switch at the last second. Hecarim Jinx for LGD.
It makes a lot more sense to lock in the Hecarim, given that his Gnar record's only 2-2. He's looked unconvincing on that champion. Honestly, Flame is actually the Gnar player on this LGD lineup, 3-0 with a 12 KDA. He's just flashing the Gnar to say, yep, we know you're going to play Gnar. We know you're undefeated on Gnar, and we're still going to opt into the matchup.
It's a matchup that Koro likes as well. You have to think the undefeated Gnar, hard to get away from here as Pawn flashes a couple of his favorite champions as he is wont to do, but EDG, what do they do now? We've seen the Nunu ban as a blocker pick to this Jinx comp here, but Def going to have to play something else. EDG, I imagine the Gnar's coming through here for Koro. That would make a lot of sense, but what does Pawn want to play today? He likes to mix it up, but they're going to give a support pick there instead. It is Gnar and Nautilus.
I mean, my suspicious feeling, pastry time, is that we're going to see an Azir pickup come through from EDG to give a bit of synergy between the Nunu and the Azir, which honestly is the strongest Blood Boil target that you see coming through from the mid lane. If that leaves the last pick, Azir vs Orianna could be our eventual mid lane matchup. Pawn hasn't played a lot of the Azir, but is obviously very comfortable on that champion. But as of now, when it comes to champions that Deft plays that really synergize with the Blood Boil, I mean, Kog'Maw jumps out, but not really a Kog'Maw comp.
No, I mean, they've played a bit of Kog'Maw to decent success, but risky here potentially is LDG all in on protecting this Jinx. Sejuani goes in for the second rotation on LGD side, and Janna's there as well.
It's a bit of a scattered identity, though. Obviously, Sejuani and Hecarim looking for ranged initiate. The peel coming through for Jinx. It's calling out for a Kog'Maw, but it'll be a very risky Kog'Maw comp coming through from EDG. Lulu is available, though. Pawn has played 5 games of Lulu for 5 victories. So there is still the potential of going for the Protect the Kog, but it's slightly different in terms of the kind of look that we're seeing.
Yeah, and EDG, considering their last few options here, to see what they want to go for. They lock in the Kog'Maw. They're going to give it over to Deft, and Lulu comes in there as well as Pawn's champion, and like you mentioned, one of his most played.
Exactly. 5-0 on that champion, 33.5 KDA. Even though you think of Pawn for his cast and for his more aggressive mages, they've played this Protect the Kog'Maw comp so many times to varying degrees. Sometimes it's full Juggernaut, sometimes it's just multiple peeling threats. They had the Jinx banned away, so it makes sense to move over to the Kog'Maw, another great user of the Blood Boil, and look for the lane control mid, but this is 5th pick. You knew Orianna will be locked in the moment you took Lulu, so they're picking Lulu for comp, and that gives God v Ori.
I thought they were going to pick it earlier because it was open wide there, ready. It fits in perfectly for the composition, helps to protect Imp, gives another threat over to LGD's side, and you look down at both these comps and you have to say, might have been a blind pick game. Both these teams fairly happy with their compositions.
They're really, really scary teams for both sides. On the LGD side, huge amounts of engage with only the Janna to peel for the Jinx. The first kill comes through, though. She gets that high hypermobility is suddenly going to be super hard to track down. EDG's team, even though they have a Gnar, they're looking to play defensively on it. They're looking to kite back with this Kog'Maw.
Yeah, lots of team fighters are going to go through the matchups. Koro on the Gnar versus Akon's Hecarim, and Clearlove on the Nunu versus Sejuani from TBQ.
Yeah, junglers with very different identities. More of a fighter, scrapper, very good at holding down those neutrals is Nunu. Sejuani just looking to farm up for 6.
Lots of farming in the mid lane, though. Lulu versus Orianna as Pawn takes on Godby there in the mid lane. And swapping to the AD carries again. Lots of late game. Kog'Maw versus Jinx as Def takes on him.
I mean, Def's 4-1, but has been very impressive on the Kog'Maw. It's another comp that EDG play very confidently in the support role. It's all about the Nautilus.
Yeah, I mean, Nautilus has been great for Mako. Does favor aggressive champions despite having a fantastic record on Janna as well. And game 1 already, both teams seem to get what they want. Very excited to see how it breaks out.
Just really interesting. You feel like LGD has more engage options for sure, obviously, with the likes of Orianna, Sejuani, and Hecarim. Both teams have a lot of appeal for their AD carry. I mean, even Orianna, given how good Godby's been, gonna get that big stack of AP, gonna have the big shields to come through. Janna gonna throw the Eye of the Storm already. Double shields means a fairly safe Jinx. If she gets the reset on that Get Excited and can open up positioning, and they just get a tank line that can actually deal with Kog'Maw's damage, I feel like they could win this game here, LGD. I really like the draft they put together, but EDG, they're all about neutral control.
I mean, you have to think, yeah, it's kind of on Clearlove here on this Nunu, this famous Nunu.
I mean, his Nunu's been excellent. We talked about the KDA and the win rate. We've just seen Nunu's Fire to Deceive. It hasn't been Clearlove, though, who's been wonderful on this champion. But you have to use the Lulu's very early power spike to your advantage. Control those objectives with the likes of the Consume Smite. You don't have a Teleport Smite top laner for once. So Gnar going to have the natural laning advantage against Hecarim. I don't know whether he's going to be doing a lot of counter jungler, but he needs to get in the face and unsettle TBQ and what will be unfamiliar territory. Clearlove, 22nd LAN win if they take it here. It's had such a big season, and TBQ, it's all new to him.
What kind of start are we going to get off to? We're about to start game number 1. And welcome onto the Rift as we jump in for the level 1 of our first game of our best of 5 between Edward Gaming and LGD. A best of 5 grand final here, and this is it. The Spring LPL title is about to be decided.
Yeah, within the course of these next 5 games, we will decide the last team to go to the mid-season invitational. So many great names like the likes of Team Solo Mid to be decided. Actually, I tell a lie, of course, Korea have their finals in a week. So the second last team, with the one just being anointed last night in the international wildcard, as Besiktas joins all those top teams at that event.
Congratulations there, but you're right, it's not just a domestic title here for a lot of these players. It's not just a first major win for the LPL or another win if you're Clearlove. It's another invitation to a big international event, so everything is on the line here for game 1, and we've started out with not quite standard lanes here, a lane swap initiated by EDG.
So EDG have really been opting into the lane
swap. LGD, that's Imps Jinx, not Devs.
Absolutely, yes. It's the red side that's gone to top, so they've initiated the lane swap, looking to avoid, I guess, the potential of the level 2 coming through from EDG, or just looking for the jungle fall. Of course, they've got the teleport smite, leaving this Hecarim unaccountable to enter the jungle, use his smite to pick up extra camps, means he's going to have more experience, get to that first item earlier. Honestly, the only way to counter this particular strategy is to fast push, and I'm not sure if Deft and Mako are confident to do that.
I mean, maybe not with these champions as well. It's a little bit awkward. So an isolated mid lane's just farming what should be mostly a farm festival. Pawn will try and get an edge if he can. And this is perfect for LGD. We didn't hit on it yet, but LGD are a team that have looked excellent in lane swaps. Imp seems to excel in the situations where he can get ahead early, and TBQ especially loves when he can just sort of farm passively.
Exactly, especially on a champion like Sejuani, having someone next to you when you have to deal with the threat of the Nunu invade, this just gives you that much more security. It makes your jungle route that much more predictable, and freeing up PYL, something you didn't mention there. PYL and his aggressive roams for vision opens up so much of LGD's rotational play. They've got perhaps the greatest rotational top laner of all time in Akorn, who was always known for that ability on Samsung Blue. If you always get those aggressive flank wards in, you're going to be able to get the teleporting, you're going to be able to get the engages you want. The flank engages from Hecarim are one of the best ways to deal with the Kog'Maw coming out of EDG.
Yeah, and that's maybe just the cherry on top of the composition here for LGD's team, to be honest. It's Akorn, not just good as a rotational player, excellent with low resources as well, was, you know, maybe the world's most classic Rumble player as well. So EDG, don't get me wrong, they're great in a lane swap as well, but LGD, it just fits their style so well.
And that's the thing, you finally see Hecarim entering lane, but he already has a CS advantage against the Gnar, has more experience as well, being able to pick up comps. Koro has finally navigated towards this dragon. that honestly EDG should have had for free, because of course they've been jungling on this bottom side of the map, but it looks like it's going to be contested.
Smart rotation from LGD to try and contest the dragon, and instead we have a gank lined up in the mid lane there. Slow coming through for Pon Clearlove, forced to flash away. The Polymorph fits in as well, but Godby doesn't even burn the flash.
Yeah, Clearlove burns the flash and can't even get a trade from Godby. Honestly, it looked very optimistic coming through from the Nunu. Maybe they were hoping to blow a flash and then open up a more easily uncontested dragon, because it's so risky for a champion like Orianna, so positionally based, to come and contest for dragon without the flash, but no dice.
Yeah, Korra going to teleport to the top side as well, but Imp has left that lane very far back in the top side, so I don't know if Korra can break this freeze even in mini-nerf form.
There's not much he can do, unfortunately. That's Imp's strength. You mentioned it already. They're so good at freezing waves at LGD. There's so many mini mechanics when it comes to just judging how aggressively do I need to freeze. Where does the first freeze occur? And it just feels like LGD have completely mastered them. And again, they have the brains trust, the likes of Acorn and Imp, you'd have to think, who are both on different Samsung sides, veterans of this maneuver.
Oh, Pilio going to get grabbed there, actually, as Def comes in for a bit of damage, but it's just Poke there, the Kog'Maw doing well on CS. That's the best news here for EDG so far, but look at Imp, just keeping this wave as far back as he possibly can.
In the mid lane, blind picked the Lulu, not really getting the lane control over Orianna. That honestly is very difficult to do. To actually win this laning matchup outright, you need things like that Nunu gang to really connect. If it's just wave clear wars, okay, we're going to see a whimsied up, very strong deft in team fights, but the Shockwave and Godby undefeated on this Orianna. In a 24-20 season, to be undefeated on a champion is a really big deal.
I mean, I have news for you, Papa Smithy. Someone's undefeated streak is going to be broken this game, because Godby's got his undefeated Orianna and Koro has his undefeated Nah. So at least in game one, somebody's streak is finally going to come to an end.
What more a time than this grand final for great streaks? That's the 18-0 streak for Koro to end. Nah is the pick that screams out. You either go for the Shyvana to have your own teleport smite, or you go for the Nah. In this case, going for the team comp, Nah is going to be used defensively, you have to think. They don't have really any engage barring a huge ultimate from Mako, but honestly, that's going to lead to a defensive flash or kiting back from LGD. So a lot of defensive play requires you to get an objective lead. Is it going to be the turret snowball? You'd think they're opting into the dragon control with the likes of Nunu, but the early dragon that's almost granted by going for the top side lane swap and opening up a free early dragon for EDG was countered by their early rotation.
It was, yeah, and I think the scaling's fairly comparable in these team comps, but the way they play when they get to the mid and late game, like you've highlighted, is the big thing here. It's proactivity for LGD once they get their ultimates, and a lot of reactivity from EDG. And to be fair, they've had a lot more slower games in their playoffs, to be honest. They've really, especially in the series against IG, they just sort of let the game happen and eventually took over at the midpoint. But I don't know if you can afford to do that against a team like LGD.
I mean, both comps have an AD carry who wants to kite back, pick up the first kill, then look to go aggressive. But honestly, LGD have the flexible options, like you mentioned. They have Sejuani ult, already a massively strong ranged initiate tool. They have the Hecarim flank and just the Hecarim ult and Onslaught of Shadows. There's nothing like that on EDG's side, barring the most crisp Nah ultimate that, again, should never be afforded, because he's basically a solo frontline, except for Nunu sauntering in and hoping to get people with the Ice Blast.
I mean, they can kind of rush Korra in there with the Whimsy and the Blood Bowl, but I agree here. And
there's better uses of those cooldowns. They have to be saved for death.
I agree. And it's funny, because I mentioned about 2 weeks into this season, do not give Korra Nah was my proclamation 2 weeks in, and LGD might be able to make me eat those words in this game.
I mean, these teams have done so much prep. They understood almost pick for pick what we pick. If you look at these picks, there's no real sideways question marks. There's no Anivias. There's no champions that are out of the meta for these teams. These are very prototypical team comps. We haven't seen this particular Protect the Kog'Maw comp from EDG since about week 6 or 7, but honestly, they were nailed on to be first place from about that time. So their incentive to show new things was not really there. We know they play Nunu. We know they play Kog'Maw. They would have taken Jinx if that was available. They've got close to the champions they want in every role.
That's the smart thing for me, is Imp, you know, maybe adapting a bit, playing a bit more Jinx. And honestly, we know what Imp's like, showing up deftly a little bit here, saying, I got you, Jinx. What are you going to do about it?
It's definitely a different look for Imp, who's always in the past been that skilled AD carry, looking for the outplays, picking the twitch and getting in your face with the ambush. But this season, he's been on basically Sivir duty. He's definitely been the team fighting AD carry with that team fight ultimate. Suddenly going back to a selfish carry that requires kiting and just basically holding the hands of multiple teammates. That's already a shift for LGD.
I can tell you right now, though, it's been a bit quiet about 9 minutes into this game as Pon will pick up blue. When Imp gets that first kill, that aggression that we know from Worlds will be right back.
And again, you need to get items on your front line. Because you've been in a lane swap, Na's going to be held back. Suddenly, the Randuins, which you have to think is opting into, will be delayed. In the terms of the sheer laning matchup, because they're equal in level, Akon's going to have to respect him in a 1v1, but still, he has to get back to the CS disadvantage. This hole he's been in, because of the fact that Akon got the free opportunity to jungle with Smite.
And you can see he's trying it as well. Double Doran's Blade actually for Koro, possibly even looking for a phage to try and get back ahead in the lane matchup after the early swap. But LGD have navigated this first 9 minutes wonderfully. And that's what we've expected from them ever since they started lane swapping.
Speaking of phage, we see that already being completed for Def. It's the more defensive option, honestly. If he's feeling confident in laning matchups, he's happy to build, say, the Ruby Crystal and the Longsword, and then just straight up buy a Sheen just for the extra power it gives you in the trades. But even though he has the living artillery available, he's gone for the phage just for the Orb Walk.
Good pressure there from him. Very nice. Chombers actually uses the ulti for harassment, but does not connect.
Okay, now he doesn't have the kill pressure. Again, you mentioned it correctly. He was just looking to force Deft out of lane because he's taking a lot of pressure and free autos under the turret.
And that's sort of Kog'Maw's thing with the Bio-Arcane Barrage and the phage can really put pressure on. But TBQ going to sneak his way into the brush here. Ultimate at the ready. Def, you better have your finger on the flash button.
Mako should definitely be starting to position towards the top side of this map. Def should not be the one getting hit by this ultimate.
He's right in the way of it, though, unfortunately. Mako not even 6 for some additional CC. Clearlove going to take the Scuttle Crab away, but TBQ stalking his prey in the bottom side. Very patient.
It's interesting. They don't really have a lot of kill pressure because, of course, they don't have the Super Mega Death Rocket. That would be the burst item they need. They might be waiting for the cooldown, but with a teleport, we're talking about a lot of members.
This wave's coming back as well. Now TBQ going to wrap around. That's good damage coming through. The ulti going to look for it, but the flashes come through for Def. Just missed the ulti, but the knockup coming in. First blood for TBQ as Akon come down here as well. EDG in a massive CC as Clearlove's going to dive in. He wants to kill him. Koro with a massive ulti though. Double kill for Nunu with the ultimate. Mako uses his finally as TBQ going to fall for a Nunu triple. And Akon, he's diving under the turret. He's trying to get away. He might get Mako, but he's too slowed now. Tries to use the smite, doesn't get it, and Clearlove gets a quadra kill.
The quadra kill Nunu, and speaking of kills...
Be dead in transition now. Pawn gonna look in. Will he go for the dive? Good shield from Oriana, but Pawn, he wants it. He misses the glitter lance, gets ignited and has to back off.
Govy should live here, but the delayed Penta...
I mean, Clearlove coming in, he might be able to get it, but he is going to dive through. That's maybe too much. Shield comes through. Glitterlance attempted to ride in. Smart stuff, but no dice.
Godfrey just so confident, understands the ranges, the damage. It's coming
oh, Imp gets it as well with the ulti.
All right, calm down. That was a nice snipe for downhill. Just trying to work out what happened there. 4 kills, but all of them onto Clearlove. What snowball items, pun intended, can this Nunu pick up to make up for his team? Almost you might think, okay, maybe he needs to go for something a bit crazy. Is it just opting into the fast Aegis, or do you go from left field and think about the Zeeks?
Might be Warmogs as well here, to be honest. Clearlove loves his snowball Warmogs. We've talked about how much he loves to tower dive, and there's nothing better to tower dive with than a whole stack of health. There's this dragon being aggressively contested by TBQ and friends.
But, I mean, LGD, they got this from that big snipe, but honestly, from the over-aggression from EDG, looking for a turret dive, instead of just backing away and picking up the free objective. This is the sort of objective-based mistake that EDG almost never makes. And we're going to see the replay of this crazy, crazy fight. So teleports come in. Remember, this is Hecarim getting there first. Nah teleports in second. Def falls down for first blood. And you're thinking, okay, this is LGD's fight. The Wombo starts. Clearlove saunters in, as is the want for Nunu. But this Nah against the wall into what was actually just a delayed channel coming through was already a double kill. The triple comes through, and he really wants to fast over this last kill to Koro. Mako is literally one rampage away from death or an auto attack. Neither comes through. Awkwardly, Clearlove still picks up the kill because the minions, and he was the last one to auto.
Yeah, looked at minions or red buff, but I mean, Koro tried to get it with a hop and couldn't find it, and 1,000 gold EDG go up, but a dragon here as well for LGD means that at this point, to be perfectly honest, we're all even as Koro ultis Akon just for the harass.
And that's the worrying thing. EDG got the big kill. They team fought well. Free Dragon, well, they got a Nunu, should have been easy, but no, they went overly aggressive for the turret dive on Govy. First, just the mistake from Pawn. He wasn't able to mechanically hit his Glitter Lance and pick up the kill, then the dive from Clearlove. There was so much time and space for them to pick up the Dragon. They didn't, and they've been punished.
Yeah, Athene's, though, coming through for Pawn, so, wow, he didn't get a single assist in that last fight either.
He just died.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't do anything, unfortunately, as Koro going to turn it onto Akon as Imp's rotated here as well, and no towers dying yet, but LGD going to try and pick on Koro's tower in the top lane.
I mean, speaking of getting picked on, that's just picked on. That's just Imp respecting the trades, the fact that he was losing trades against the Kog'Maw and already opting out of the bottom lane. They don't have any turrets down, but in this situation, with the fact that Nile was staying on half health, they're just trying to power down turrets, EDG style.
Clear out the ward though, as we can see. Def working on a bottom turret now as well, but Acorn will return himself. Ninja Tub, farming Cinder, and a Hunter's Machete there with the home guard might not make it too bad, but Imp does get the turret in the top lane.
So they pick up the turret, punishing the rotation. Kog'Maw isn't even able to get the turret in bot. It's fallen low, but Hecarim's come to the top lane at just the right time. The harassment continues on to TBQ. The last time we saw Clearlove get a big advantage like this was Game 5 against World Elite on Rek'Sai, where we thought, okay, so far ahead in the early game is going to be the Warrior enchant Rek'Sai, but no, it was literally Cinder Hulk into stacking Giants and getting super tanky. Honestly, that's his only real option on Nunu. So the one thing you can say, turret dives with the Nunu, looking pretty easy, because he's going to take so many turret hits already.
And that's always been Clearlove's specialty, honestly, all season long, on his Nunu especially, as we look down the items. Deft has picked up his Trinity Force at a very tight clip, just under the 15-minute mark. So look for him to return to the bottom side. Not scared of Imp if he's there, and he should be able to get the turret trade.
There's just so many great ball carriers coming out from LGD. You really worry for the life of that Void Puppy and Kog'Maw. Specifically, Hecarim is an excellent initiation option. Sejuani doesn't always get into actual Shockwave range, but is another decent ball carrier. So they do have multiple options in that case. And Shockwaves, as we said, 6-0, have been super on point from Godby.
Pawn creating good pressure here in the mid lane, though, does spot TBQ and kind of shoos him away with the Glitter Lancers. Mako and Clearlove down the bottom. They'll just apply some pressure here. They'll dive if they have to, but they just want the turret.
They're definitely applying pressure. Imp's already been zoned from the miniwave for 30 to 40 seconds, respecting the fact that both Nunu and Nautilus were found in transition. Kog'Maw's got the run of this lane, but given the fact that they've got the objective advantage in top, the fact that they're losing maybe 2-3 CS from every minion wave isn't a big issue to LGD.
And Korra going to chase in as well. Is that a frozen mallet Korra's working on?
That's correct.
Well, we've seen it a couple times here, but Frozen Melon seems to be the thing. At least Korra and some of the other top laners in the LPL just seem to love it this stage.
Definitely a good laning option against the Hecarim. Remember, Hecarim doesn't take flash, so if you walk up as a Gnar to Hecarim, remember you already have a slow coming through that you can proc through your Hyper and your Q, so you already have CC. You walk up to Hecarim, you auto him as Gnar. If you start hitting your Qs, there's no way for him to get away except for ult, using his ult, and that's a team fight cooldown down. You already build health, you get a bit of AD, so you're not going to get a Hex Drinker and a Frozen Mount. You're just going to rush the Frozen Mount and just deal with the fact that 25 AD is the only offensive stat. But it's really good dueling item. Doesn't give you necessarily the same team fight statistics. You get 700 health, so it's almost a Warmogs in that way. But it's all about the laning power and just making this Hecarim accountable. And they need to. He's been very kept up in terms of CS.
You can see Def does get the turret in the bottom side, but Imp will joining with PYL and Godby towards the mid turret here, and Pawn took quite a lot of damage actually from the earlier dissonance there. Will clear the wave out, but Imp just face taking it as Clearlove's forced to come in, and Acorn wrapping around the back, really thinking about a turret dive there.
He's just going full Acorn in this case. He's always in the right spot for these turret dives. Very risky against the Nunu Lulu, because again, we're talking about a high health person and a Lulu who can give you extra health with the wild growth. Mid lane's definitely a party, though. They want to power down this turret.
Yeah, and Korra getting a bit more free time now, up about 20 CS in the top lane there as well, so he's done a good job. And this laning phase gets somewhat extended, which it seems like LGD want to do. Korra's going to be very rewarded by his laning choice.
I just love the levels upon levels on which LGD are thinking. The reason why you saw Acorn around mid, the reason why you see 4 members rotate, was simply because Pawn was out of mana. He only had about 100, 150 mana. Even with the Fiends, didn't offer a lot of wave clear, and Pawn accepted. The wave clear from this team is actually quite minimal. So using that sort of a gathering of information to actually go for such an aggressive rotation is just really smart play from LGD. There's no downside from what they did. They put themselves in position for a turret, didn't get it, but backed off happily.
And we're going to have a pretty big fight brewing here as well. Imp's just going back and got his Infinity Edge. Need to see large Rod picked up now for Pawn, who did find a nice window to back away. And Dragon's back in 15 seconds. That was blue buff. Going to be contested. Does not get stolen away, though.
So, EDG just want to show as much pressure as possible because Def just went back to buy the Bilge Water. Not the massive amount of power, but still relevant to spending that 1,400 gold before the Dragon comes down. So EDG, they have enough members so far with early power spikes to bully out vision control, and that opened up enough space for Def to recall.
Yep, they do lose vision actually of the Dragon to LGD, as EDG have done a fantastic job warding the neutral area, especially towards the bottom side of the map. Dragon is back up. You have to think they've got the control here, and if they're looking to force a fight, as Koro even takes the tower in the top side, they're going to go for this Dragon. You have to think both top laners with the teleports and everybody ready to fight.
And just look at those wards. There's flank wards, there's defensive wards, there's pink wards. everybody's going to get what they're looking for. It's basically the random sampler of warding between these two teams. And you're just waiting for that massive engage from either Koro or Akon.
Yeah, I feel like these are some of the junglers and teams that are still actively using double Sightstone as well. You can see in the inventories, both TBQ and Clearlove going for that Sightstone fairly quickly, and we've talked about it for both teams actually. They love to get aggressive wards down.
I like the fact that you use the word using, because plenty of them are still purchasing, but you watch a team like King who has double Sightstone and no wards on the map, compared to these teams like EDG and LGD. Both teams have flank wards, both teams have defensive and control vision around objectives, so both Akon and Koro are empowered to make meaningful decisions about how to engage with teleports. And honestly, if it's a teleport battle, advantage will always go to Akon.
It will, and EDG have to clear vision out as well because they have no good engage options other than that. If they can force LGD to come to them, that's a good spot. And Dragon might be being aggressive now as LGD little tentative to step towards the pit, clearing out vision instead.
They have a lot of Dragon damage. I think they just have to respect and cede it in this situation. There's a teleport coming in.
Dragon's dead, but Akon is coming through. TBQ trying to line it up. Mako will get the hook in there, and Def just dishing out the damage. Koro is hopped down as well. Wonderful rage management as everybody flashes away. Def though going to chase in. Koro does find the Q and gets onto PYL, but the Trumpers will stop Koro. Def will be stopped as well, and the ball, a big no-go zone there as all of LGD get away safely.
Honestly, I think it's a wasted teleport coming through from Akon. You saw the defensive formation EDG had. Basically 4 tanky members in front of Def to free hit. There's no way you can engage on that if you're TBQ. So he gets chunked out, and the push continues.
Yeah, take the turret in mid. That's actually 3 outers all completed now by EDG as LGD find themselves down a couple turrets and about 2,000 gold.
Just feels like they didn't look for the kind of aggressive teleport we would have expected. The Hecarim went for a more defensive teleport. They weren't in formation to be able to offense, and then EDG, basically with the flying V when it comes to defense, there's no way that Sejuani could have sniped out the Kog'Maw. If Kog'Maw was free hitting, you're going to die fast if you're the piggy with just health.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Sejuani. Does need her items to get tankier as well, and Cinderhawk sure helps a lot. Sightstone even contributing there as well, but just a Glacial Shroud on top of some other small components, maybe not quite enough at this stage. And look at Clearlove on the other side. He's using that gold for exactly what I thought it was going to be. Warmogs ahoy.
Yeah, Warmogs is the build. I'm actually a bit surprised. The Aegis is kind of demanded against the likes of Orianna. Even though it's the solo threat, Godvi will find a way to thread the needle on that shockwave. So maybe they're just thinking, get it later and just, again, get ready for the turret diving.
I mean, Sejuani does good magic damage as well, so I agree with the Aegis pickup there wholeheartedly.
And there it is. That's a quick Warmogs.
That is a quick Warmogs. Now building in towards the edge. I guess Clearlove just had a little too much gold after his Quadra.
I mean, this is what he did on Rek'Sai's stack health. And look, he doesn't really do a lot of damage, but man, is he annoying on the Nunu.
He is. Just, again, Clearlove loves to dive turrets. Engineered many, many ganks in the LPL regular split, and we're going to do so here again in the final. A thin lead here for EDG at 21.5 minutes, but just thin.
The vision is decent here in terms of defensive vision. It's more neutral vision coming through from LGD. Certainly no sign of the offensive vision that was there around Dragon. It makes sense to some degree. They've lost their outer ring of turrets. It's so much more risky to actually go in and try and get those aggressive wards down. And Mako, this is why he's one of those rookie supports that's been really touted as the next coming of Chinese support players, and that the warding's so smart. And you have to think, contesting the enemy red and blue buff, that kind of easiest next objective that they can open up is what's going to come in the next few minutes.
I think so as well, and you can see that power spikes are coming through for the rest of EDG. Pawn got his death cap now done with the Athenes at 22 minutes. Blade of the Ruined King just finished there by Deft as well. Koro does have about 1,200 gold to spend, but apart from that, EDG good to go for a mid-game team fight.
The big item for them, to me at least, is Mako finishing the likes of maybe the cleanse item coming through, just for a bit of defensive utility. Probably needs the Mikhail's Crucible to provide for Def. The magic resist going to do nice duty anyway, because you need that against what's coming through from Godvi and TBQ. But with the Ruby Crystal turned into the upgraded Kindle Gem, might actually be an Aegis on the support.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Face of the Mountain as well, I think, is another option for maybe the shield. Not quite the Mikhail's, but another shield there as well. It's certainly not Elo, who pretty much builds Mikhail's first for Crystal every single game.
And PYL's already rushed the Aegis, so there's definitely the same idea coming through from LGD. The magic damage in this situation is mostly going to be the frontline damage from the Lulu, but I mean, Kog'Maw at this point with Blade complete starting to do physical damage, but certainly respectable magic damage. I believe Clearlove did
He did get the blue buff there, I believe. Yep.
We both did the double take.
Yep. And as Prophet Puffer just predicted, no Dragon up, no Baron quite ready yet to be taken. Get your deep vision ang with your outer turrets and take out the buffs.
But that's just the way it works. When you take the outer ring of turrets, what do you have easiest access to? It's warding that red buff. It's warding that blue buff. Much harder to take the inner turrets. Almost impossible to take the inhibitor turrets unless you're way ahead in the game. But just take those little advantages. Keep chipping away, because look, the red buff's on a 5-minute timer, the dragon's on a 6-minute timer. You can time those out, prep for them, and it just adds up. It's gold, it's resources. If you've got 4 buffs on your team, you're going to win a team fight even if the items are fairly neutral.
You can see Def still farming away, but Imp also getting stronger as well. Actually down by about 30 CS is the Jinx, but Infinity Edge deals perfectly fine items at this stage, despite the fact that Def's kind of been the benefactor of a lot of early golden kills that his team's gotten. Koro as well, 4 assists with almost equal CS to Akon, who every single game seems to somehow get CS.
And look, Akon's almost to his 3-item triumphant. We always say that the item build to kill an AD carry, it's all about the Trinity Force, Cinder Hulk into the Home Guard boots. 2 of those finished, the other one less than 1,000 gold away, you'd have to think, at this point, just given the amount of CS he's picked up. It's going to be difficult to take out Deft. He's going to be positioned defensively. They've got the Lulu. They've got the Nunu. I mean, even the control ultimate from Nautilus might be irrelevant. But that's his modus operandi. That's his item build, whereas Koro is just going for that please do not give Imp any resets build. And honestly, Koro and Nunu, the Nara and Nunu are so damn tanky that that first skill, if they position effectively like we just saw in that Dragon pickup, how do you ever get a reset when there's like 4,000 health already?
I don't know. I mean, it's a good frontline for EDG, but it is reactive. That's the issue. But they are playing proactively right now. They have a lead that they can kind of run with, and dragging back up in 40 seconds. EDG, I'm not going to say comfortable just yet, but they do have a lead in the game.
They'll be comfortable when they start to sweep out this vision. We see double flank wars, 1 on the enemy red, 1 on the golems there, or the Krugs, sorry, and also vision around the dragon. So there's a lot of flank wards available, and Trinity Force has to be so close and coming through from the flank. EDG have to know. They're starting to clear the wards, though, which is important for them, but they need to neutralize that vision in the next 15 seconds. And again, fights on their terms, EDG will look great. Fights where either Hecarim gets a huge flank or EDG are forced to go in aggressively, much worse.
5 seconds left to the Dragon now as well. Akon looking to go back close to his Trinity Force when I last checked. Might just have the Zeal at this stage. Sells an item, might have enough, but EDG, they're already on top of the Dragon, and Randuin's almost completed for Koro there as well. Dragon damage far too high as Akon is trying to find a way, and he does have his Trinity for the Koro, but it's a massive ulti onto Imp and TBQ. Mako comes in with a Depth Charge, but Def just killing Akon. He's not tanky enough. Ulti's over the corner trying to get in, but Def going to waddle his way back around. Clearlove zones him out with a massive ult. He's so big with the wall grip, but Godfrey nails the shockwave there. Koro going to go down. That's the first reset, but Sejuani will fall instead. Everyone's so low. Imp so close to another kill as well, but a 2-for-1 trade here. EDG just ahead.
Yeah, but LGD's completely outfoxed EDG. You saw Deft actually had a bit of tunnel vision onto Akon. Akon just used that onslaught of shadows over the wall, re-engage, and Deft couldn't do any damage. He's lost his Biocane Barrage. That loss in damage, he's the big consistent damage dealer. That's the one time their positioning really let them down, so they got the good position around the second dragon. This third dragon, though, the second for LGD, will be uncontested.
It belongs to them here. Imp and Godfrey, even without a smite, both Akon and TBQ absent for the smite battle. Doesn't matter, they're too much damage coming through from the Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge, Jinx, and Akon. It wasn't the big super flank kill the Def teleport that we expected, but an effective flank nonetheless.
And that's the funny thing, is that Akon drew enough aggro that he split Def from the targets. Even with that massive Nara onto Imp, there was no damage there to take him down. And again, just outfoxed him with the Onslaught of Shadows over the wall. So whether it must be a communication-related thing from EDG, because the AD carry, the crown jewel of the comp, going one way and the other 4 members going aggressively on the backline with all summoners available, that's not how you win a fight if you're EDG with such low initiate.
And EDG now equalizing that gold pretty much back up there for LGD. Only 800 gold ahead or so. Edward Gaming now getting vision around the Baron. We know that EDG loves to do Baron at about 25 minutes in, but this game in general has been a lot slower paced because honestly against opposition like LGD, you do have to slow down.
Remember, the point we mentioned earlier, that only wave clear on this EDG side is Pawn. So Pawn getting picked off, remember, he does like to position quite aggressively, has been prone to being solo killed in lane and both caught around the team comps. He is the only true wave clear of this comp. Will need to play more defensively than he's probably used to on the likes of Lulu. And when Sieges come out, LGD have so many different options that if they ever pick up a Baron, that siege is going to be so hard for EDG to disrupt.
Yeah, checking in on the mid lane is actually, you can see Godfrey has his Blasting One plus the Rabadons and the Athene, so working towards a Void Stuff. Pawn, on the other hand, with his Aether Whip, going to go in towards a Lich Bane for the slightly more aggressive carry-oriented option. Imp, Pickaxe done their same for Def, so they're both working on their last Whisper, it looks like, and they're trying to steal another blue away, and Clearlove to be able to take it, but if they can get it, no, denied again from Orianna.
Yeah, denying blue is actually even more important than usually. You might think, okay, Orianna's a mana dependent champion, Athene's comes through and is buffed, you might think, okay, maybe Ori doesn't need the blue as much. But because everyone's so tanky on EDG, that first rotation of spells, the Shockwave Burst, is going to be just a bit more of a scratch, to be honest. You're going to need multiple rotations of spells. You're going to fall low in mana, whatever you do if you're Golfi in this game. So blue buff is critical.
Clearly off court, but fairly tanky, so probably doesn't mind too much. Maybe now with Akon there as well. Actually just channels the ulti right on top of them. Takes a decent amount of burst damage with Akon coming in. Massive Sejuani are going to catch them. Mako gets melted and Impy's so excited. Koro, massive Nara ultimate stuns 4, then 3 people with the wallop. But Dev can't get in range to do damage, and Imp gets another kill.
It's a huge pick, 29 minutes, and that's probably going to be Baron coming to LGD. Remember, Golfi wasn't even there in the whole engage. Shockwave is still a threat as Pawn and Deft are trying to contest for this dragon.
I mean, it's 2v5 right now. This would be a heroic contest for EDG, and no real way to steal it. Double smites available for LGD, and they claim the Baron.
And the vision advantage, just being able to pick up the Nunu in that situation and take him down, has undone a lot of what EDG wants to do. We mentioned that a significant win condition, as is always the case, is amplified in this game for LGD. They pick up Baron. Suddenly, with strong wave clear, it's still going to be a struggle for Lulu to take down these Baron buff minions. And the push, the siege is so good for LGD because they have offensive options with the likes of the Onslaught of Shadows, with the likes of the Glacial Prison. They're able to kite back very well with the Janna. They look great going offensively and defensively. EDG only really siege well. They don't defend sieges particularly well. So they might have to watch as important structure after important structure is felled during this Baron buff timer.
I mean, importantly, LGD only with the 2 towers taken. EDG, of course, took the 3 quite a while ago, but LGD going to start knocking down some structures for some standing gold, and Lichbane not quite there for Pawn. They need to stick together, and if LGD split up, should be pretty tricky, like you've already highlighted, for EDG to clear these waves.
I think it's just not respecting the vision. EDG always have great vision, but in this case, they've been outfoxed just because they've had aggressive and defensive vision coming out from LGD. The double Sightstone has been so smartly used. TBQ, we might rag on his fighter play, but his knowledge of where wards need to go and the communication between these LGD members, the one thing you can say, the communication that we have to speculate to some degree, but seems to have definitely been on for LGD and a bit scattered from EDG.
I mean, Clearlove just should not have been there. I guess felt pretty confident with the Warmogs, had about 4,000 health. Now it was a Spirit Visage to make him even tankier, but got caught in a situation where it looked almost impossible for Nunu to get caught, and as a result, EDG lost the team fight and the subsequent Baron. Dragon is back up in a couple of minutes, but look at him, already going to take out the first of many turrets.
As you mentioned, this is the free gold, very easy for them to pick up. No answering coming through from EDG. They just have to react to these rotations. Only Gnar in bottom lane. Gnar in mini Gnar form has basically no range wave clear. Needs the Mega Gnar Boulder Toss to come through to have any semblance of hope to wave clear. And you can see multiple members coming through to make this a very safe siege for LGD.
Oh, we're going to get poked off here as all the Baron up minions are so hard for them to take out. Deft crucially does have his last Whisper now, and Pawn does have a last Whisper, but Akon always in the right place at the right time. Going to take out a turret himself.
It's not good options. Hecarim's got such strong sidewave push with the Baron buff, and of course the Trinity Force. He's just smashing down turrets himself, and EDG are losing the maximum, and this is still with over a quarter of Baron duration.
They're going to go in again. Impia free hitting there with the Orianna shields. Feels so confident with all this peel for him as well. Doesn't even bother using the rockets for the most part. Just gets in minigun form and takes out another turret.
And what are EDG to do? Their initiates just aren't really initiation options. Clearlove is annoying. He gets in the front, but doesn't have any hard CC to keep members around. Nautilus is just a peel, but it's not jungle Nautilus who can disregard multiple members and ult the AD carry. In this case, it's going to be just trying to peel for Kog'Maw. And they just have no other initiation options behind the picture-perfect ultimate for Koro. And with all these wards, look at this red side jungle littered with wards by LGD. They're just never going to be that flank from Koro.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of cleaning work there for EDG to get all the wards out of their jungle. And they're trying here. Dragon actually back in 10 seconds in LGD. Not quite in the area. Akon does have his teleport, and he's scarily strong at this stage of the game. So EDG might try to rush down the Dragon, but it's a little risky.
It's going to be a Frozen Heart finished for Hecarim, you have to think, if he backs, but no pings onto the enemy blue buffs. They're looking to take that over the Dragon, and EDG, understandably, hard to make any assertive moves after being soundly beaten for the past 5 to 6 minutes.
I mean, LGD do the right thing, go down to the Dragon and make sure EDG can't have it. No, actually, they are going to go in. They've not taking the Scuttle Crab either, so this is fairly all in. The Scrying will see them. Clearlove should be able to get it and does. That might force a fight. TBQ getting grabbed by Mako. Koro in the backline trying to find the Nara ulti, but Akon coming in. Mako on Pawn gets Shockwave there, and now Akon diving in onto Deft. He's so low. Akon uses his ulti and takes out Kog'Maw. Koro still fighting onto Nava. Pawn can't do enough damage. He goes down to Infinim. Gonna have a field day now. Mako gets killed by Akon. That's the 4th kill there as Hecarim gets the double and Jinx takes her own. Clearlove forced a flash away, and Godby the only kill for 4 deaths on EDG's side.
There's just no backline threat coming through from EDG. They can't get onto the Jinx. Through all the shields, she's just so effectively tanky. Lives on full health, and they power down the base.
Yep, Turret going to go down. Inhibitor looking to fall here as well. And LGD with their Jinx might just be able to win the game here.
There's not only so much Nunu can do. The Ice Blast will delay things, but 5 seconds to death. Maybe this is too aggressive, but they're going to get most of this base.
They use the heal. They're going to try and get it. Clearlove doing what he can to try and stall in, but there's too much here. LGD are going to take the first Nexus, it looks like, and they do get it, going 1-0 up on EDG.
What a win from LGD. It was looking like
Oriana, at least for now, will stay undefeated.
they just made mistakes that aren't characteristic of EDG. It was a well-deserved win for LGD. They picked the comp that worked best going forward with pick power, but also had excellent neutral control and excellent siege. Honestly, LG's comp did a bit of everything. EDG, they could have picked anything. They picked the Lulu blind. They left the Oriana up. Don't know how many times you can make that mistake if you want to win.
Well, we'll have to see, but LGD do go up a game here in our best of 5. But don't go too far away. When we return, Edward Gaming versus LGD Game 2 will be here. LGD find themselves up a game against Edward Gaming. My name is Julian Peshutamkar. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, and I don't know about an upset necessarily, but LGD currently 7-0 in their playoffs, Papa.
Definitely a game of inches between those two comps, and honestly, EDG, they overstepped specifically in that one fight. And honestly, I come back to the picks and bans. The big factor in this series, if they had Jinx instead of Kog'Maw, I feel like they would have won this game just because they would have had multiple AoE damage threats. But with the lack of AoE damage, the one fight where Kog'Maw chased out of the fight, went onto the Hecarim, it just felt like they didn't have the same threat towards the backline, and it was the AoE crits coming through from the Jinx that just mowed down the front line. Very tanky front lines on both sides, and Kog'Maw, with the lack of AoE, just couldn't get the work done quick enough.
I mean, for me, it's also about the comps, the way they played out. You know, the EDG, you mentioned it actually, very reactive, very high execution, and it felt like just too many of the proactive, too many of the engage tools were in the hands of LGD.
And that's a fair point. They had much more downside in this comp. That's why they kind of did the Jinx as a bit of an insurance, because of course, with Jinx, if you get that first kill, you can be so much more aggressive and defensive with your positioning, and you've got the likes of Whimsy, you've got the shields coming through. The comp just synergizes so much better with a real backline threat like Jinx that can kind of start off in machine gun form, slowly killing the front line, and then switch over to the rocket form and get into the back line. The Kog'Maw's not quite as maneuverable. In a true Juggernaut comp, maybe, but again, this was somewhere in the middle when it comes to Juggernaut. And the Lulu, honestly, Pawn was spending that fight, diving into the backline, trying to do aggressive Glitter Lance damage, rather than really peeling for depth. So, and they didn't have much of a front line to begin with. So Imp stays healthy, is able to free hit most of those fights, emerges with full health, and the crits, they just came through and came true.
And look, Chorus again, we mentioned the Nah. Weird to see it defeated finally, but still played a great game. You can see the rundown for our last game here. Just looking over to the side, not enough. Darren Acorn picking up MVP for that game, and I don't think I can blame everyone.
It's an interesting choice for MVP, but honestly, his part was really big, and PYL setting it up with the wards. His flank initiates have always been true. The one that he misfired on was the dragon that came through to EDG, but otherwise, showing up at the back of that last fight, just coming back, flanking Deft, killing him in the backline while Imp ripped through the front line. That was enough for LGD to take down this game.
Yeah, you said it in game one, but it feels like Acorn is always in the right place at the right time. And we talk about a lot of contested picks here. Sure, both teams got what they wanted as far as draft goes, but I don't know about leaving the Hecarim open, or maybe giving your opponent Hecarim and Jinx might be a little too much.
If any team in the world not having to ban Hecarim was a realistic thing for EDG, because they've got the Nah. They had Koro's undefeated Nah. They've been so well at playing around Nah that they would have, honestly, for this series, been confident to leave it up. But suddenly, they're going to have to start making adaptations. And if they're forced to ban it out, there's some strong champs that are going to come through this Champions League. Even simply giving over the likes of Sejuani again, it's a potential first pick coming through from LGD. And even with multiple members, you feel like LGD getting the swap opened up such a safe jungling phase. And Nunu's certainly not Lee Sin when it comes to getting in the face of a Sejuani.
No, and I mean, even the mid lane, which was fairly neutral, again, Godviz Orianna, just much more high impact in more situations, I guess. Has more options at different ranges. And Pawn, a great player, a great Lulu player as well, but it just didn't really come together there for EDG, who almost felt like they had to start the game with a 2,000 gold lead and a dragon.
You just feel like with the lane swap, mid lane was so neutral as it resulted, whether that's the skill from Orianna. The lane matchup is always fairly defensive. You'd expect Lulu in the first few levels because she just has that much more wave clear with the early levels in Glitter Lance. It takes about level 7, 8, 9 for Orianna to match the wave clear. You would think inside of a standard laning matchup, push in that mid wave, rotate with your jungler, get in the face of the Sejuani. Instead, jungle follow continues. It wasn't answered, so there was no force for Hecarim to hit lane early, so he actually had much more gold than Nah, because Nah was just starved in a lane compared to the super fast jungle follow of 2 junglers with Smite coming through effectively with Acorn having that Smite on Hecarim. It just felt like LGD got away with a lot and weren't punished for it, and EDG were punished for their small mistakes. It's not like they played super poorly that game. It's just they made 2 medium-level mistakes. Firstly, again, the positioning around the Dragon, Deft going too aggressively onto the Hecarim, and the Hecarim being able to re-engage because EDG were fighting on the other side of the wall. And secondly, Clear Love, 4,000 health, but going for a walk far too optimistically in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, just a bit too much aggressive vision wanting there. And Acorn there on your screen, a very good first game, has been wonderful in Hecarim, all playoffs long especially, but you can see him sort of rubbing his eyes a bit. Knows that this is going to be a long series, most likely.
Absolutely. I mean, the 5-game potential after a game like that is looking there, just because, again, these teams are so good on capitalizing on just the smallest of mistakes from the enemy team. What will be the case? So we're on the blue side now at LGD. Their first pick champions are usually the junglers for TBQ, you'd have to think. It's going to be the likes of the Sejuani Gragas. Gragas was the champion that was banned away against TBQ. I would have expected the Sejuani just because, again, Sejuani is a little bit more binary. You just throw out that ultimate. If you hit it face on, it works. Whereas, of course, Gragas ultimate, you have to be so much more precise. It's either used for disengage or engage. And engage in particular is super hard. It's much more reliable as a disengage ultimate, but giving engage tools to someone like TBQ, you just use them so effectively. And when you have the Hecarim flank, I mean, even the Hecarim just rushing in, but flank's so much more useful when it comes to just getting that devastating charge range. And the Sejuani ultimate compared to just the Gnar, I mean, you saw the difference in the value that LGD got from that Sejuani pick.
And look, Koro really tried to carry his team on the Gnar as the effectively sole initiator and in some ways sole tank in a lot of situations as well. He was diving the backline, lining up ultis. Koro's a wonderful Gnar player, but it's not enough in EDG. It might just be small adjustments, but adjustments must be made. And even at a base level for me, just look down the lineups. Koro and Akon, very similar players, I'd say both in style and in skill. I'd say the same thing about Godvi and Pawn. Deft and Imp, okay, bit more different in the playstyle, but still equally skilled players. And Mako and POL, same thing. Kind of different as players go. Mako a bit more aggressive, POL a bit more defensive, but similar in skill. My big question is Clearlove. You've been picking on junglers all season long. Where's the Lee Sin? Where's the Nidalee I've been hearing about in solo queue? Clearlove just needs to have more impact than that, because if TBQ, and he's shown it, if he just farms up and has a field day in his early 6 levels, it's so hard to catch back up from the rest of LGD.
And that's the introduction of the Cinderhulk meta, is the introduction of these 100% win rate champions for the likes of TBQ. All those in-meta tank junglers, TBQ has a 100% win ratio on. It's mainly because, honestly, though, as an extension of that point, they're getting the lane swap, so it's so much harder to actually go for those jungle invades when you have jungle followers from strong duelists. Like even the Hecarim at level 1 with Rampage does very relevant damage. So keeping LGD accountable, stopping this lane swap, getting aggressive at level 1 with Vision to try and suss out the lane swap. And I agree with you. Going for that more skirmish happy champion from Clearlove. I know you can play the Nunu, but show me that Lee Sin that, hey, it's not ideal in this meta, but just try for it, because otherwise TBQ is going to be unaccountable, show up at a fight, uses CC, and they're going to win.
I mean, even on a tanky jungler, just make your opponents accountable. Either find TBQ in his jungle, or just start tower down like you've been doing all season. But we are into the draft now, well and truly done, actually, as the bans have come through. I'll rattle them off real quick. Urgot, LeBlanc, Rek'Sai for LGD. We've got Kalista, Nunu, and Hecarim there for EDG. And LGD didn't think about it. Insta-locked the Kassadin for Godvi.
Aren't we so happy that we're back at this happy place where Kassadin's back to being first pick or first ban? But that's the reality, especially between these two players. Pawn, heroic for coming back into the lineup in Game 5 against World Elite, locking in that Kassadin and carrying. Both these players have tended towards Kassadin in recent matches. I mean, Akon with the tip, Godvi with the tip towards Orianna as well. Orianna still available, but not necessarily a Pawn champion, to the extent that Godvi, who's basically revolutionized the Kassadin with the current build, the Rod of Ages into the Zhonyas, into the Athenes, for just melee range assassination in the late game, is now available for LGD.
It is an EDG take Maokai Sejuani as their first 2 picks, so a good strong line and some good proactive champions now for EDG, but we'll see what LGD do want to take away for themselves. About 12 seconds left. The PWL Janna still available there as well. LGD might be thinking at this point, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 5 seconds left. They take the Jinx and they take the Janna.
With the strong tank frontline that was picked by EDG, you knew that a hyper carry-esque champion was going to come out of EDG. Forcing Deft onto the likes of Sivir would be a big damage loss, given that you have so much setup CC for the likes of the AoE crits coming through from the rocket launcher Jinx. So yeah, keep denying away the Jinx, and I think that's a smart move, because now Deft again wants to pick something with high damage, but probably doesn't know where to go to.
I mean, LGD at this point are almost priced into a lane swap, because you have to know at this stage that Mako's going to take his Annie if you leave it for him this late in the draft. There's the Corki, there's the Annie. EDG switch gears.
It's the return to 5.2 meta with the Corki Annie, and the Annie in particular has been such a premium pick coming through from Mako. Been banned 8 games in a row, 9 games in a row, I believe, actually the last one. Finally left open. So aggressive is Mako with this champion. And look, you go for a lane swap LGD, you're leaving Mako to be unaccounted for when he's the king of level 1 roams with the Disintegrate.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so good on the champion. Finally gets unbanned for himself here as Imp takes away Gnar. That'll go to Akon, and Gragas is picked up late for TBQ.
Another disengage option. You see Sejuani, one of the best answers is Gragas, just because, again, Glacial Prison, ranged AoE initiate, explosive cast, ranged disengage tool, so it's very similar. It deals with us between Sejuani and Gragas. LGD should decide when these fights start, at least when it comes to the defensive utility. Offensively, it's a bit of a Gnar initiate comp, which isn't ideal. But we reach the late game. They have a lot of disengage and a lot of damage.
Well, we knew that Pawn had an answer to the Cassidy, and he goes back to Jace, a very, very World Championships 2014 Pawn champion here. I mean, he knew what he left open. We thought about Pawn. He does like to have savvy counterpicks, and he's gone straight back to an old favorite.
You got poke pastry time, Jace and Corki, mixed damage poke coming through. This is a siege comp that they're looking to threaten with the likes of Maokai. They've got excellent dive with it, but Cassidy against Jace, it's going to be a good laning matchup for the Jace, but there's a lot of downside in the late game because there's 3 tanks and a very squishy center between Jace and Corki.
Well, I have to ask you, Papa Smithy, how much time do you give EDG to win this game? Because it is on a timer.
But I mean, this is the Corki comp that they've rotated with. So are Corki Annie. We're talking about excellent rotational play. Maybe you can get that Cassidy on the back foot very early with the Annie roam, but you look at these champions, I agree with you. After about 35 minutes, LGD, they don't have the greatest engage, but their scaling is insane.
It really is, and we've seen what Godvy's Cassidy can do to people. We go down through the lineups again. Imp going to take Jinx for a second time, but Def not quite undefeated on the Corki, but it's a pretty high win rate. And Mako, the Annie, finally unlocked again.
I mean, lane swaps are going to be expected. Just aggressive moves in general. EDG have multiple winning lane matchups. Jace going to beat Cassidy in early laning. Corki Annie, you would take over Jinx Jana any day of the week. Gnar vs Maokai definitely tends towards the Gnar, but the rotational play from EDG, it's going to be needed.
And let's get straight onto the rift for Game 2. And welcome back onto the rift for the second game in our grand final between LGD and EDG. LGD currently up a game against EDG here, but EDG, they're looking to fight back and equalize to make it a best of 3, and they have quite the mid-game comp to do it with.
And it's EDG trying to set the clocks back to patch 5.2, patch 5.4, with this rotational turret taking Trinity Force Corki-based comp. Big issue is that we're in the Cinder Hulk meta. At some point, TBQ, you can't kill him if you're Corki. There's just no way to get through. Just the healing from the Drunken Rage and the expected 4,000 health or so coming through. Between the Happy Hour passive and the damage reduction on Drunky Rage, you're really going to have a hard time killing TBQ. And let me tell you, Corki cannot kill a Cassidy.
No, not a tank buster is that Corki. It's win early and win often here for EDG's comp, even despite the tanks in the top half of the map with Clearlove actually having a bit of a meeting there with TBQ's Gragas.
There's other points to worry about. You mentioned the fact that Pawn's on something different. We actually haven't seen the Jace since he lost lane quite spectacular against rookies Yasuo, you'll remember, many patches ago. That was his counterpick against Yasuo. Lost lane, but it didn't matter. EDG rotated around him and still pulled that game late. He cannot afford to fall behind in the mid lane, so you have to think Gragas is going to show plenty of presence in the mid.
And EDG are initiating a lane swap here. They had some vision. I think they're just guessing that LGD would go here, because I can't imagine they didn't want standard lanes.
I mean, it's actually decent for EDG to swap into a lane, just because, again, Mako is the god of roam Annie. This guy's Annie is incredible. I believe 12-1 on the season. If you let Annie be accounted for, you do have that extra burst in a gank onto Godv. You need to start holding down these lanes if you're EDG. Of course, Corki's going to do excellently in this laning phase, so I don't mind it at all coming through.
I mean, I think if you're right and he does target the mid lane, that's a very smart choice from EDG, but we'll have to see how it pans out here. Pawn already going in onto Godv for a bit of trades, and this is the counter pick for Pawn. He's done this matchup quite a few times, but maybe not against opposition this good.
Other small factors, for example, Maokai really struggles in the early laning phase against Gnar. At least having an extra Doran's, maybe a Ruby Crystal, will be useful. Mako's already gone for a walk.
Oh, Mako's stolen bust before in the past. Can he do it again? He's going to look to it, but just gets harassed under Akon. Collects a bit of gold from his Spell Thief, sir, but
he needs to be careful.
He does, actually. They're going to go back in. Mako level 1. Maybe a little too much now. Level 2 for TBQ. Slowly they're coming through for both the Qs. He will flash away, and Mako, that was a bit too aggressive.
Exactly. Just walked around a cove where he didn't have vision on the Annie and got punished for it. Now with flash not available, suddenly it's a possible gank target. Suddenly the roam to mid lane is muted because you don't have that Tibbers for ranged initiate till much later in the laning phase. So that's 4 or 5 minutes of Godv being able to overextend a bit more for farm and not punish this mid lane Cassidy.
With how aggressively Pawn's pushing in, it's probably not the best looking gank anyway, as Korra and Clearlove going to try and take away the red buff. Will do so successfully. I don't know why they're trying. It's pretty easy at this point when you're double jungling. And again, Sedwani doing fine, but Malka getting a bit of CS there as well as Akon also in with the jungle follow.
It's just all the things. It's all about information. We talked about how LGD smartly used information, rotating around Alulu running out of mana in terms of trying to siege down a mid tower. It's the same thing with just a flash being down. Suddenly Godvi can go for that CS that much further up the lane because he knows there's no flash annie coming through. The flash has got a very predictable cooldown. They'll have an exact cooldown on that ability. It's just the fact that he's going to get that many more CS, get that Rod of Ages early. The snowball will continue, and in the mid.
Yeah, they're trying to gank up this pawn here. He's been playing so far forward. This entire laning phase does gate his way through. Akon going to find the slow. That will force the flash. TBQ with a great flash though to get the knock up. Godby going to go over, ignites down, and first blood goes to Kassadin.
And this time Pawn gets roamed on aggressively like his last effort on Jace when he was really struck down against a Yasuo. EDG's counter rotation not as useful without the anti-flash, and LGD get a freebie.
Good gank there from LGD. It's almost like they were feigning towards the dragon as well, but Pawn too far forward in the lane. I understand why he's trying to get aggressive in the counter matchup, but pays for it dearly.
And this is just the thing about Pawn. He's a wonderful mid lane. He's put in multiple carry performances against all sorts of odds, even out of game stuff, like his health condition. But he can get too aggressive. He's an aggressive lane. It's not a surprise to see Pawn solo killed. Not solo killed in this way, but his aggression is his trademark. It's also his curse.
It is indeed, as Pawn returns. Not even a tier finish now as well. So pretty far behind in the matchup as Imps fast push down the turret already. The LGD rotations, they are fierce, and they're even going straight onto the dragon.
We mentioned the EDG are the ones on a timer. LGD starting to dial that timer back even earlier.
They're going again for the gank. Knockups come through. Godby will go down, but LGD on top of the dragon, they're going to take it away.
Yep, so they still have a gold lead of about 900 gold. Now they have a dragon as well. The CSing just worked that much better on the side of LGD. They had the turret as well, causing most of this global gold that's come through. EDG, they need to win this game. They need to start rotating, but they're down a turret and they're down a dragon in a rotational-based EDG lineup.
Well, it's good that they got the gank in. Nice moves from Koro and Clearlove to rotate into the mid and at least neutralize the lane back. But Pawn, he's got a slight CS lead. He's going to wish it was a little bit higher here in this game. And we'll see how it develops because, again, Deft, he's freezing the top half of the map. That turret, barely any damage on it, I can imagine.
And Godfrey's gone for a very interesting first buy. He's gone actually for the Seeker's Arm Guard. So he's expecting to be isolated in mid, expecting that he can't afford to go for, say, a Catalyst or a Tia because of all the trade damage of this just lane matchup. If you're going to be isolated, if you don't have to worry about other damage loss, you can afford to delay your power spike just to pick up more CS in lane thanks to that extra armor for tanking shots.
Yeah, Imp going to go back, and with 50 CS almost plus the tower kill, he's got a BF sword already. So we talk about the rotations from EDG, but Jinx and Imp are going to start rotating themselves.
And Deft actually had his back stopped in top lane by Akon. It's going to stay in lane, has enough gold for either the Sheen or Phage, whatever he decides towards. But it looks like Jinx is going to answer that push in the top lane because, of course, no dragon to opt into in bot.
Yeah, Pawn there still CSing nicely, zoning Kassadin off the creep wave, but Godby will just bide his time, get his charges going, and CS the way when it finally pushes back.
I mean, look, he's just happy to wait back. He could take a bit of range poke because he has the extra armor, has the potions available for sustain. He's not overextending for any farm. He doesn't need to in this one because he knows it's going to hit the turret. And 1-2 CS doesn't matter because once we hit 30-35 minutes, he's Kassadin and he's against the Jace.
Yeah, TBQ coming back. So's PYL actually on the Jana, but Pawn not going to fall for it this time in that particular scenario, so instead just settles for a bit of poke, finally pushes the wave back in, but Imp, he's in the top lane pushing down the turret, and it's going down.
Exactly, he's having free time with the turret. Mako's in the area, but what is a little Annie to do at level 3? And it's not going to maybe get the turret, but going to get so much damage on this outer turret.
Def returning, and Imp is just chugging away, not even orb walking, just fancies himself auto-attack. He might have even, taken a sip of his drink at some point, but EDG, they're going to try and respond with a tower kill of their own. They're going to dive in onto Akon. Clearlove coming in there, does get the slow, but TBQ here at level 4 to try and disengage. Koro eats a knock up there. Akon going to move back in. TBQ, though, too much damage as Akon's trying to get the trade kill, but it doesn't happen. Imp, though, will get the turret. Ulti down onto Deft as Akon trying to dive down the bottom. Gets knocked up again, and Pawn, he wants the kill. He will get it, but Kassadin, he's come down. He's level 6. He's going to dive in onto Pawn. The kill's going to come through. Godby gets 1. Can he make it 2? Might keep going, and Clearlove, level 5 only, can just get away.
EDG were really sloppy on that turret. took multiple turrets. The EQ coming through from Jace missed, so just that much more tanky was Akon because he hadn't taken the burst to start the fight. And the trades are going poorly in top, all across the map. Things are going poorly for EDG.
They are, and that's not good news for a team that was the easy favorite given their performance in the split, and honestly even in the playoffs, despite the fact that it looked a little shaky with you on the reins there in the World Elite matchup. But LGD have really played themselves into form all playoff long, and it's showing.
I mean, you just think about EDG's run. They had the run of things against IG, but IG just was a different team than that we saw in both the quarterfinals and the finals. And they were taking 5 games by World Elite. It certainly hasn't been flawless performance. Deft.
Yeah, Deft in trouble. Has to Valkyrie away. Will escape, but that's a sloppy spot to try and go into.
Whereas LGD have been clinical. They've been against the second and third place finishers in their regular season and dispatched them easily. What a thing it would be if LGD could win the split, taking down first, second, and third place on the road. That is as a royal road as you can be. And they're looking like they might be able to do it.
Yeah, looking strong so far. About 1,000 gold up here, or just a bit more up against EDG. 2 turrets down already is the crucial difference. And of course the Dragon up as well. We've talked about objectives being important for both these teams, and EDG can't continue to fall behind in this situation.
I mean, you say they're important for both teams. They're critical for EDG's team comp. They need to be hitting those item timings, rotating around, using power spikes. The power spikes aren't there, and they're already in an objective hole in every sense of the word. 2 turrets and a Dragon when they're the team with the Corki. They're being dictated to. And at this point, do you start considering first picking or banning the Jinx? Because it feels like it's been the crucial point that's been lacking in both their comps of the first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, Deft, again, undefeated on Jinx, all-time in competitive. Seems like a champion that is highly contested. I think that was the same fact in someone's recent quarterfinal in the playoff. Can't quite remember who, but they were basically trading Jinx games back and forth. She's been very good in the playoffs.
That was actually EDG and World Elite. Mystic was the one taking away the Jinx. This map is complete lockdown from LGD. Honestly, there's nothing EDG can do. Look at these pink wards. 4 pink wards down the line of the river. Those the next Dragon, any rotations. Everything is in the control of LGD. They have complete map control. Even if they haven't necessarily picked a comp, they've picked multiple losing lane matchups. Even Cassidy now has the freest lane of his life.
And I think once upon a time, you would have looked at the Nunu ban and said, okay, Jinx isn't getting picked anymore. But I don't think that's true anymore. Jinx has really shown herself to be quite a power pick in a matter of lots of big tanks and good peel for your hyper AD carry. And Jinx, she's so flexible, she's so powerful, and Deft on the Corki, he's going to have to put a lot of jet fuel into that plane. He has to go real hard.
I guess it's just not enough people respecting the fact that give her a BF sword, just like in the past, give her the old Bloodthirster. She just explodes turrets. She doesn't need any invitation to do so. And when you're so on point with your aggressive warding and your rotation, the rotational play always been a key of the likes of Akon and PYL. You're in the right spot, you mow down a turret in machine gun form, and hell, in late game you're a hyper carry anyway. So the upside is there at all points of the game for Jinx if you're playing it so rotationally sound. And credit to LGD, they've recognized this, they've prioritized the champion, and they're playing around it. It could be the early third outer rung of turrets once again for LGD.
And they're looking for it. They actually got like 3 turret in game 1, but answered back nicely after they got some advantages through the mid game.
Is it any surprise Pawn has no mana?
No, not at all. I mean, this is great pressure here from LGD. Dragon's even back up as well. As we've said, they've played so smart all playoffs long, and just showing it again.
And they just stacked these events. They play so savvy. Keep contesting these enemy blue buffs. You saw there was a blue ward on the enemy blue. There was pinks in the area. If he never picks up blue, at some point he's not going to have mana. Rotate towards mid. Take that objective if you can. And then they don't get it, but they rotate and get a free Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon is dead here at this point, so that will go over to LGD very soon, you have to think. Godby can return in. There he goes. The Dragon does come through there for the LGD squad. And Deft on the top side trying to get some push on, but he doesn't have very many good options, unfortunately.
There's no Trinity Force or even Sheen to get big turret damage. It's going to be a very slow turret timer. Cassidy can't stand up to trades, is low on mana himself. But with not hitting any sort of impressive timers here, 12 minutes with a Corki comp, turrets all looking safe for LGD.
Imp looking good here as well, 116 CS, slightly ahead there of the Corki. And Berserker Grieve's already there, ready for rotations if he needs to. Gonna go back. Infinity Edge can't be too far away as he gets a pickaxe as well.
Flat AD and just the attack speed, and even the movement speed is so critical for Jinx. She gets a lot of power getting out of game the early Berserker Greaves, not for the same reason as someone like Twitch or Callista that have the on-hit damage effects, like the Rend, like the Expunge, but mostly for just getting that last rocket, being able to orb walk aggressively, because you lose a lot of attack speed. You just want to be in actual attack range of hitting that last rocket to get the kills, to get excited, because then again, from there, the second, the third, the fourth, we saw it last game, those kills start rolling in.
Oh, Pawn in trouble. Acorn actually teleporting. Nope. Pawn fine, apparently Acorn trying to catch Koro, it seems, just got well and truly out of position with no turret to back to. It's a long walk back to his tier 2. Can he twist it advance away? No good ult there. The TBQ will go on to Acorn, but that's about all he can hope for. Gets bounced on, flashes nicely over the wall. Clearlove, though, can't save him, and Imp snipes him with an ulti.
Really impressed with the Gragas mechanics. That was a pinpoint explosive caster bouncing back into the team. We expect the Death Rocket mechanics from him. Very big.
TBQ got out of position, knocked up there. Good double ulti. Acorn going to be the pick next as well. W comes over, Ignite comes in as Death flashes so aggressively for the kill. Does pick it up, and that's a nice 2-for-1.
It doesn't quite have his usual item timing, but does get the burst trades in. 1-0-1 now is Death. They really want to punish Jinx for overextending, but critically get that first turret.
And Imp, yeah, they do get the turret in top lane. Imp was working on mid, but he couldn't get it. EDG going to turn on the counter push here, and between the Corki and the Jace, they push turrets quickly.
They spring into life super fast. It gives Cassidy free farm, but they'll take it as a swap for a second outer objective. Make those turrets score all even, and they're actually ahead in gold after they take this objective. Yes, 1,000 gold ahead after what was such a slow early game.
It was, and we've seen EDG do this before. Get behind slightly, play these maybe passive or just make some small mistakes in the early game, but their biggest pressure with this comp especially has always been the mid game, and let's be real, they have to beat Cassidy in this Rod of Ages timer.
Exactly, they don't have the luxury of moving this into the late game. They really need to take it during the 10-minute charge time of the Rod of Ages. Rod of Ages is going to be picked up very soon, sitting on about 550 gold. It's about 200 gold away from the Rod of Ages. Add 10 minutes to that timer, and that's when EDG need a big advantage. Whether it's Baron, whether it's breaking the base, they need to get the game rolling by that point, or Cassidy level 11 moving towards level 16 is going to be a super huge threat.
And Pawn thankfully stole away LGD's blue, so the steal that Godby just got on EDG's blue won't feel nearly as bad this game, but Mako rotating around, he's got his distortion boots with the Moby, the Makako Tabe special from many years ago. Trinity Force is done for Def. Pawn's working on his next few items. For me, this comp for EG caps at Jace's big 3 items. Brutalizer, Last Wisdom, Animuno. When that happens, they need to hit the ground running.
And EG's big problem at this point, they've got double Sightstone, but they've got no ward coverage whatsoever. How can they make the aggressive rotations that the likes of Corki with Trinity Force and Sejuani and Annie need to do if they don't have the wards to open them up? This enemy side of the jungle is super scary. It's completely dark for EDG, so they cannot play their rotational game till they start multiple man invading for vision, clear out these ping walls, but crucially, get their own aggressive red wards in, because so far the only aggressive red wards are around the blue side jungle of LGD, and they don't have any objectives to fight around there just yet.
Yeah, you can see the vision toggled there. Absolute darkness for EDG as they'll find a pink ward and be able to take it away. Godby actually might be waiting. No, just in the bottom side of the map, but Deft will come in to clear out the rest of the minions. Infinity Edge done now for Imp. Godby's got that timer ticking now with the Rod of Ages completed in. There's the Hexdringer and some health there for Acorn in the top lane.
It's honestly crazy that at, 16 minutes into the game, Cassidy can just sit happily in bottom, wait for Corki to push up this lane and wave clear. They haven't created or engineered any pressure to be able to actually get a pick around the area. Finally, Mega's got some smart wards, but Cassidy in general is just looking to trade farm with Corki because he knows he's going to win that trade.
EDG are playing so patient with these pushes. They don't have any vision. That's the problem. They're afraid to push out past the river because they don't know who might be ganking them.
Exactly. And that's a very valid scaredness at this point when you look at the fact that there's 2 people in the pocket of Cassidy.
Yeah, I mean, people ready to go, but we'll back away there from the bottom side as POL and TBQ will get out of the bottom side of the map. Deflo has to counter push the wave back in. That's going to open up vision around the dragon once again for LGD. And as we look down, actually, very sparse warding there around the river area. And LGD, if they can get this third dragon, that gives them so much momentum moving in towards their 25-minute timer.
Yeah, LGD had about 8 to 9 minutes of lockdown vision around that area. Crucially, only got 1 dragon from it, already had the first dragon in their pockets. The third dragon, as you mentioned, with a rotational-based comp like EDG's that uses things like the Jace E to move around, that needs to take turrets and abuse their excellent engage options from the likes of Clearlove on Sejuani and the Annie coming out of Mako. The extra movement speed makes you that more likely to step out of the range of the Tibbers, of being able to disengage from the Glacial Prison. Movement speed is a really core statistic in League of Legends. It's so hard to itemize for, so that's why the 5% is one of the most contested 4 objectives in the game.
EDG, though, smartly getting their vision down finally as they've got a couple wards in. Godby, I was going to say caught out, but it's quite hard to catch a Cassidy and will pretty safely take the ward out for himself.
Clear the ward. There's about an extra ward put down, so that's 1 less ward in the inventory there from Mako. They're trying to get the lockdown and get their first answering dragon. What will be the cost if LGD look to not opt into this Dragon, though? Because they're only going to trade objectives. They're never going to give away a free one.
No, EDG going to take away the turret in the bottom side before the Dragon, or at least try to, but LGD going to get vision in the top side of the map. Deft pushing in, but maybe shouldn't do it solo as Koro. With the Righteous Glory, he's ready to initiate a team fight if they want to start it. Backing away, but LGD a little scared here. I guess recognize the power spike from EDG, give up the turret and the Dragon.
Interestingly, they're seeding 2 objectives. I did not expect that to happen. I guess with the neutral warding, they didn't feel like they had the extra vision on the likes of Annie or Clearlove when it comes to initiate. And losing 2 objectives, that's such a big snowball towards EDG.
Big poke there into PYL as well by Pornin. They might just keep pushing here. That's 3 outers down. Might try and push in for a 4th turret or get some vision down that they've been lacking almost all game long. I mean, there's so many engaged threats here for EDG, and it's LGD this time. They have to play on the defensive.
I mean, to equalize things, think about the inventories here. Kasten has Rod of Ages looking for scaling damage. We already see the Righteous Glory finished for Maokai. He's going much more aggressive. They're looking to pick onto Acorn, but Twisted Advance right now is down.
Yeah, they want to gank here, but Acorn can't really go anywhere. Good Arcane Smash. Mako with the stun. Clearlove going to look for a follow-up stun, but Acorn hops and flashes away. Ulti just missing it. Don't even get the slow, but Twisted Advance is back. Clearlove's going to permafrost him. Mako with a stun, and Clearlove gets the kill.
While it's multiple members being used, there's no objectives to answer, so might as well go for the freebie kill. Get the flash out of Acorn. That's being answered in this situation. So they get the flash. Suddenly, you have so much less risk coming through from the Flash Gnar ultimate. And we already mentioned, the other engage tools, a bit like EDG's comp in Game 1, are not really there for LGD.
Yeah, and Acorn down 30 CS in that lane, and for once, in the wrong place there in the top lane, pushing too far forward, and you can tell that they're trading some farm for their Kasten, and Godby is getting stronger as the Rotovators has about 4 minutes worth of stacking on it. TBQ going to try a Baron, a blue buff steal, and actually might be able to get it here.
I mean, they have 4 members in the area. You can see Sejuani coming from the top side of the map, but it's going to be far too late. Godby picks that up. The stacking's at 4 minutes. We mentioned the next 6 minutes. The first 4 minutes of that Rod of Ages timer has been very good to EDG. They need to continue to stack objectives, though, in the next 6.
And you can tell why LGD have been respecting all the power of EDG. They've been so scared to contest it. They're freely giving away objectives. Akon actually got himself killed as a result, but LGD, they know that if they can hold on, even though it's 3,000 gold up right now for EDG, if this lead stays as it is, stays effectively neutral for 5 to 10 more minutes, their late game scaling will start to take over.
Look, it's not a guarantee in the late game because there is some lockdown CC that can be used specifically on the Kasten to try and burst him down. Corki definitely struggles in killing someone like Kasten who has the Rift Lock for reposition, so you miss a lot of your AoE spells. Just is going to have a large health pool from the Rod of Ages and the Stasis opportunity. But there is Annie and Sejuani lockdown CC, and with that Mura mana, actually about 150 mana away from transforming, the single target damage from the hyperdrive coming through from Jace is actually something to be respected.
Trying to steal the red buff there is in, but doesn't get it, just pokes Deft in the face there with a big old rocket. EDG will return to their mid lane, but good wave clear here with Pawn, especially who's sort of hit his stride as far as mid-game build goes, just needs the transform that you mentioned. Aegis Dumper Clearlove now is on. EDG starting to put the foot on the pedal a little bit more, and I like that you mentioned the Maokai, just even as a little thing. Maokai against Cassidy, much like LeBlanc, seems like a very smart pick for EDG.
Exactly. The Twisted Advance, its target, even if the Rift Walk comes through, will still end up CCing that target. Still very tricky to burst down a 10-stack Rod of Ages Cassidy. Ult used defensively. They really don't want to seed this turret.
Good rotation from EDG, but they're going to get good damage onto the turret. It's actually 4v5 or 4v4. Godby's in the bottom side, but Clearlove's in the mid pushing, and Cassidy, he will not stop, and Koro does not have his teleport.
And the poke is super intense from the likes of Jason Corki. Mixed damage, high damage poke, especially when the big one is available. Sejuani prepping the minion wave in mid. LGD understand they're going to at least, at minimum, lose this first outer turret. Don't want to leave themselves in a position to lose two.
No, Koro's already back. That's smart stuff. Maokai can probably handle Cassidy at this point. Godby doing work on the turret, but will not claim it, and Clearlove wants a kill so bad. He's going to try going out to PYL. Gets both there. Mako flashes forward. That's one kill instantly. Def going in, looking for the next. The Chompers may just save the rest of his team, and PYL the only casualty.
They get the first pick. Still 2 minutes to Dragon. Baron not a realistic objective. EDG, no real need to stop the siege. Pawn still got blue buff. They could keep sieging, but no, they back away.
Do not tell EDG that Baron is not a realistic objective. This team, more than any other, has done so many sub-25-minute Barons.
And they have a lot of Baron vision. They have not cleared away the one blue buff, so it is the blue wards. It is going to be expected. That's a lot of Baron damage. Maokai's going to react second, though.
This is really, really risky for EDG, but Koro might have caught out Akon. No. No catch required, but EDG do have to pull off the Baron and lose any other pressure.
Yeah, so they aren't able to pick up that outer turret. That would have been the easy objective. They went all in. They tried to get the Baron, and honestly, if there wasn't a blue ward there, it would have been so high cost for LGD to face check that area. I believe Imp wasn't in range for the scrying orb at the time. It might have been a free Baron. So a decent attempt, but the result is nothing.
I feel like the reason EDG do that so often is that in that situation, they feel confident in their team fighting in a 5v4, because that's what it is for a little while when you go onto the Baron. The opportunity cost, if you get it, is so high at 25 minutes that it's a reasonable calculated risk to take.
I think just returning to that line of thought, the big issue, I think it's situational. Obviously, if you feel like you have the high Baron damage, absolutely force it down. Trinity Force Corki, not the highest Baron damage. The issue, the thing is here, the unique factor, the LGD engage is almost non-existent. They don't have engage options, so if you are faced it, you will be able to kite away. You have disengage CC coming through from even just Annie's regular disintegrate and her passive, so able to back away. So again, you try and force it down, you don't get it, you don't lose anything. There was no big objectives on the map that could be answered, so why not go for the Baron? You get it? Fantastic. 22-minute Baron. How's the enemy going to deal with that? You don't get it? At least you don't get punished with death.
Yeah, 3,500 gold up now for EDG, although now only 3,000 as Imp takes away a turret almost solo there. See a QSS done for Jace as well. Dragon back up in 5 seconds. Scuttle Crab will go to Imp actually, so that credit will go over to LGD, but Koro looking for a flank just on the right-hand side there. EDG, they really want to fight.
Yeah, both Koro and Godby thinking about different types of flanks, because look at this. Zhonya's is completed. Only about a minute left till 10-stack Rod of Ages. Did EDG get enough? That's the big question. They got a 3,000 gold lead. They're winning in turrets, but did they get enough to deal with a late game Cassidy?
This team fight will tell us it, I think, as Koro getting aggressive, really going the long way around for the flank. He wants to get right on top of him. He's actually popped his Righteous Glory. The fight started. Akon going in. Clearlove's in the mix though, and Death's peeling away Clearlove. Little too much damage being taken. TBQ gonna get low. Does go down to Nav. Clearlove just goes down to Nav. Round the side, Koro right onto Imp. They will get the kill as Maokai claims it, but Godby going nuts so they can't split up too much. Mako goes down to Akon, who gets a double kill. Pawn looking to go down. Maokai trying to peel away, and that's 4 kills. Make it 5. Akon gets away, and Koro might take a while, but he's going to try.
This had to use too many resources to take down Imp. They had to use the Valkyrie aggressively from Def. Dies with his heal up. Did not have the flash available. Eventually, Jana, of all people, gives up the kill credit, but that's the question answered. LGD, the consistent damage from Godby just can't be answered, and he can't be peeled away.
Kassadin's so strong, and he's fully stacked now with that rod. The gold lead, only 1,000 up now for EDG. A third dragon for LGD here as well. And you have to think, we talked about the time, a time may be out for EDG.
And that's the thing, Koro took so long to get into the fight, eventually got where he wanted to. They got the kill on it, but at the massive cost of losing all their damage. Pawn couldn't even solo down the Gnar, didn't have the item timings to do so, even though he's got basically everything he'd want at this point with the Miramana transformed. QSS completed just for an extra factor wasn't enough in that fight.
I mean, just at, again, a basic level, splitting up like that, really bad against when you have your Maokai that's basically trying to peel and absorb damage with the ultimate, and a Kassadin that just has all the mobility in the world.
But this is not a team comp like EDG were running in the previous game where you can just have a 4-man peel group for the AD carry. Corki is a different type of AD carry, all about burst trades rather than necessarily attack speed modifiers, like just pure attack speed and crit. Looking to see who took the blue buff. Godby has one, but unsure if that was the previous blue buff.
I think TBQ got one, but I'm not too sure.
You're right, TBQ got it.
Good work, mate. Manages to take it away from himself. As EDG trying to find a foothold back into this game, but now only up about 1,000 gold again. And let's see the last team fight.
So remember, Maokai on your minimap still hasn't entered the fight. Already Righteous Glory popped, isn't able to do anything. It's just a bit of neutral poking around this fight. Clearlove is basically completely DPS'd out and is lucky not to die at the start of the fight. And even though TBQ dies, look what has to be used to get on top of him. They have to use all their resources, and they open themselves up to Godby, who just has the consistent damage for days. Was able to flash and riftwalk at that point. Pawn does damage, but not in an unorganized fight like this. He definitely prefers to be fighting out in the open and poking around. And even though it's 3 low health members, Koro just doesn't have the damage. No Rod of Ages or AP to be able to do damage to any of these members, and they kite him around for days.
Godby's flank there was exceptional on the Kassadin, and just rewatching that fight, you can see on the left-hand side, it's the big tank Maokai that tries to get away with the Kassadin, and the Kassadin with all the squishies at his feet.
And this is the fact that Koro took so long to get to the backside, was waiting for his time. There wasn't a clear one. Then Righteous Glory was already used before he was able to use it for engage. It just took too long, and the cost was Corki dying as well, and that's where the damage just ended for EDG.
I mean, almost down in gold, down in dragons now at EDG as well, and LGD have started to scale. Infinity had static shift, last whisper done for Def. Godby almost finished the Athenes for his patented Zhonya's Rod of Ages Athenes build. Warmog's done for Akon. Age is done for TBQ along with the Cinderhawk, plus a Sightstone and some extra health as well. The items are fine on both sides, but the fact that LGD right now are equal on gold with EDG, not what EDG's comp wants to sit.
Yeah, the big items are hit, the damage is off the charts, the 3 big damage items coming through from the Jinx, and the armor's not there. Just see the Frozen Heart completed, just a Glacial Shroud from Clearlove. They put in so much effort because their comp is all about deleting Imp and then dealing with magic damage. Deleting Imp is going to get harder and harder. His Flash will be available soon. And he's just going to be safe behind the tanky members like TBQ and PYL.
And Clearlove fishing for an ulti, but can't find one. EDG back on the offensive with Imp move towards the top side. Good poke there onto the Kassadin, but at this point it's just wall clearing duty. And LGD feels safe enough that they can split people up for farm. Okay, now Imp's coming back as EDG. Trying to take another turret. TBQ gets forced out of his jungle, but it's a small window for EDG.
Yeah, they're just tanking up this turret, trade tanking to get as much turret damage as possible before the multiple members come out. With the Bloodthirst, they have very good poke damage. Teleport comes in.
Good ulti there. Akon actually coming in. Korra gonna follow in as well. And that might just neutralize the fighter as EDG have already backed away.
Surprisingly neutral teleports coming through. Nobody gets anything out of it. EDG obviously strongest as a 5-man poke group under enemy turrets. Engage options from LGD at a premium, but it's all about the flank. And now with teleports being equalized, flanking's that much harder.
And that's the advantage that EDG have is the turrets that they've got up and the siege in their composition, but it's starting to fall away as the rest of LGD tank up. And maybe talk about a new timer here, Papa Smithy. I think that Athenes from Kassadin means that EDG have run out of options.
I mean, level 16 and Athenes, that's the big thing for Kassadin, because you know what's going to happen then? He's going to have 40% CDR. He's going to stand out of vision, stack up his Riftwalk, and flash kill someone instantly and go into stasis. So they don't necessarily have engage, but it'll get to the point where Golvi has one-shot potential on Deft, and Deft has to choose, do I start building towards a Banshee Veil, or do I go for damage? And given previous team fights, if you're not poking, you need a lot more damage here if you're Deft.
I mean, even with Zhonya's and a 90% slow on Force Pulse, it might as well be engaged with the Kassadin.
I mean, that's going to be their choice. As you mentioned, the base slow is only for a second, but it's a 90% sheer slow. That's enough time for the speculative ultimate to come in from TBQ. He's already hit an excellent bouncing ultimate back into the team in a fight down bottom lane, so he can try that again shortly. The Dragon buff's another win condition for LGD. We say they have the scaling advantage. That's the ult.
Ultimate Clearlove coming in, Imp getting dove on PYL as well. But the Gragasol will peel away. Pawn dives in, needs the kill, gets it. Akon now in trouble as Godby not here in the fight. TBQ going to go down. No, just lives. And EDG have tanked the turret, but Godby coming for a flank. Can he get in?
He hasn't been spotted by Vision just yet. There is a sapling that'll spot him out. Why is Godby split away? They have to ask. The only win condition EDG have is going for that poke.
Oh my god, he's going in so deep here potentially, but not going to come through. He's actually already gone in. He's forced to use his Zhonya's. They found him over the wall, and they're going to initiate Koro. Really tanky. So is Clearlove, and Godby going to get chased away in a crucial misplay by LGD.
Yeah, I mean, big misplay from Godby. He wasn't called to mid, so wasn't there. Doesn't have a lot of AoE wave clear, but the only thing EDG are good at with this team comp is poking. And he couldn't look to engage. They look to engage aggressively. That's what they always do with the likes of Annie Sejuani. Go for those flash ults. They got this Baron down low.
Oh, it's not that low. The Maker is actually zoning out the jungle. It does go down, though, as Clearlove smites it away. Now they look again. Depth aggressively Valkyries forward, forcing Akon to flash out. And Imp, you can see the look on his face. His team all of a sudden lost control of this game.
And this might be 2 games where a team gets a lead, plays smartly, plays around objectives, and that just has a crucial brain fade that might be just an irrevocable lead, because EDG, with those Baron buff minions and the poke they have from the Baron, will siege down turrets like crazy. Now, in all this time, LGD will get their 4th Dragon buff. So, look, it's use that Baron, it's break the base, or maybe it's just lose due to all the pressure from the 5th Dragon buff consistently being a concern every 6 minutes for LGD.
EDG jump ahead in gold, which is the nice spot there, but you're right, that 5th Dragon. Want to talk about win conditions? Dragon's a pretty good one, and LGD have basically had a perfect run of Dragons so far.
And they have that extra damage to monsters and minions now, so it'll help with the wave kill when it comes to the big siege game. That just has to be opted into. Last Whisper is the pickup from Deft. No chance to build magic resist. Still a very possible assassination target by Godby.
And EDG maybe thought their timing window was closed. Somehow found a way to bust through the front door, but you have to break the base and try and get get yourself in a position to win the game, because Baron buff only going to be here for a couple of minutes, and again, LGD going to keep scaling forward.
Can LGD prime these minion waves to stop the turret dives with minions coming through? Righteous Glory on Maokai and Annie lets you know exactly what EDG want to do this game. Is get the flash up onto Annie, get a pick, use their tanking members to tank a turret, and take objectives. Their poke is very, very strong, and at least these outer turrets are indefensible for LGD.
Yep, 6 turret falls. That's all the tier 2s down now as well. In EDG, how much more can they get as Imp forced to push out waves in the mid side of the map now? In the bottom, EDG might look to go in at any moment. They've got all the ultimates available, and you look down, there are not that many flashes up for LGD.
There's half health on the turret, still no go button though. This game is getting really, really close.
They've got so much turret damage. Oh, look at just the poke they're coming in. Get it down to about 60% health already.
But they can't really press the go button. It'd be so risky to take the turret, but maybe that's what needs to happen.
They use the locket. They have to go in. They do take it out. They break the base. Bottom inhibitor going to fall here as well. EDG might have been gifted a window back into the game.
Again, it's just that one missed position from Golvi being so quickly punished. You have to expect the assertive flash Tibbers, flash Glacial Prison, because it's what EDG have been doing all season long, and LGD fell into the trap.
7,000 gold up now for EDG, starting to find themselves with a pretty substantial lead in the game. LGD feel lucky that they've got the 5th Dragon to lean on here in the situation, because EDG, that will be their next consideration in a few minutes long. But if you can end the game before the 5th Dragon becomes relevant, guess what? That win condition goes out the door.
And you have to get those minion waves in position to actually be able to go and compete for that objective. They have very good offensive vision, but the defensive vision in their red side jungle and around Dragon is completely absent almost at this point. Only a couple of offensive wards around the enemy blue buff. If they hope to contest, they need to push out the super minions and get wards down. That's going to be a difficult objective throughout this game.
Yeah, you can see Imp now has to back out from his jungle. They can't even contest for the blue buff, but Godby doesn't have one. He would love to take one away, but right now it's being denied by EDG, and this might be their last push. Baron, I think, has worn off at this point in the game. No, it has not. Koro does still have... Nope, it does. That's a visual bug.
Yeah, the buff bar definitely tells us the truth that Baron has run out. Still about 4 minutes away from Dragon. I guess 5 minutes from Baron or thereabouts. Still a lot of time is on this game, but the wards from EDG, they just litter this map.
Yeah, and again, it's the team that when they get on the front foot, both teams very good at putting wards down as they retreat or enter an area, and you can tell it was all LGD in the last 20 minutes ago in this game, and now it's been EDG for the last 5.
Yeah, the flashes are available, double Righteous Glory as well, the go buttons are present, and no QSS from Imp means that his position is going to be very, very defensive in these fights.
He only just got lifesteal as well, and thank God he has that, because it would be a pretty tricky defense if he didn't have it. Without the Baron buff, this could be a bit trickier, but Deft going in, and that is quite the turret damage.
Exactly. Got through the shield, though, only. It's only just about 100 health chipped away. It's going to be a long siege coming through. Cassidon's the only person they trust to take down these super minion waves in bottom. Of course, don't have a lot of wave clear when you opt into Cassidon Gnar. Only really Mega Gnar and Jinx AoE crits for wave clear.
I mean, he's the only one mobile enough as well, so I think you have to at this stage. And LGD going to try and keep it down again. EDG, they know it's a long siege, but it doesn't matter how long it takes as long as they get it.
Cassidon's backing actually going to purchase, so isn't going to be here. It's a low turret.
TBQ going in. Clearlove gets popped into the team. Def going to try and take the turret, but that's quite dangerous. Pawn gets in. They'll take it away. Akon gets knocked away there by Pawn as Clearlove goes back in, and they're tanking up so much damage at EDG. Diving onto Akon. They're going to try and take him out. Gets the 2 tanks there. Do they as Def gets the first kill. Godby forced to use the Zonias. Gets bursted down massively. Def going off big, but Imp returns in for the fight, and Pawn, that's a big crit there as they'll follow through his POL. Trying to find somebody. Clearlove gets away. Deft though goes in. 1v3, gets the first kill. Goes in onto Imp, tries to find it, but the stun lands in. But Godby's found his way back in. He'll use proactively there to get away from Cassidon. And risky for EDG, but they get the inhib.
It's so close between these two teams. All flashes down, all aggression used. Aggression is the name of the game for Deft on this Cork. He always knows how to judge damage to a T. They get the pick, but crucially, they don't take down this top inhibitor, and bot inhibitor is respawning soon.
Pawn sort of baiting them, I think. He's buying a bit more time because he knows Dragon's back in a minute, Baron back in a minute 25. These are key objectives for both sides here, and especially LGD. If they can get to this Dragon and take their 5th, the game might turn around once again.
Exactly. They don't have vision around the area, but they're going to start getting it now. They finally have that defensive vision around their Raptors and red buff, pushing vision towards the Dragon. probably not going to be a steal attempt necessarily coming through, but they don't have the minion waves prepped yet to actually make contesting the second dragon a realistic objective.
Well, a blue elixir there bought by Godvi, I think tells you a lot about the story. LGD know they have about one good team fight left to get control back of this game because EDG, they're not going to get to 5 dragons, not in this game, but taking away the 5th and getting another Baron, very tricky for LGD to win from that point onwards.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, EDG's objective is the must-win objective is taking that dragon just to give them a bit of pressure release, just give them one less thing to consider is the fact that they might be trading a turret or downing an inhibitor for a 5th dragon win condition that would lead to a fight they cannot win. LGD definitely looking to position for this dragon though.
Dragon's back up, and again, LGD, they do have plenty of fight left in their team comp as well.
Look
Massive poke by Pawn though. Might dissuade them in EDG. They don't want to take the dragon, they just want to make sure LGD don't get it.
Look at this flank though.
Oh my god, Koro going into the backline. They're diving in deep. Godby trying to find a way in, but PYL goes in. Massive ulti lands onto him. That's 2 dead. Make it 3 as TBQs falls down as well. And EDG bait them in for that 5th dragon and take 3 clean kills.
What a flank coming through from Koro. It was insane right around the back of the team fight, getting everybody riff walking in. It looked like Def does damage in about 300 range as Corki, unloading onto the Jinx, not able to get away. No QSS, 4 damage items. Don't do a lot of damage when you're dead.
Super Creep's already here. Bottom inhibitor falls back down. Nexus turret will go down, and EDG will equalize the match. Godby dives in, but he gets obliterated as he dives into the team. Turret will fall. Nexus will join them soon. Acorn trying to fend them off, but it's hopeless at this stage. And from a best of 5, we fall to a best of 3 as EDG
That they had this game. They didn't even need the Sejuani for the starter parts of the season, but Mako's Annie has been respected for so long. 9 bans in a row left open, and it was the go button they needed.
Yeah, it wasn't banned for the 10th game, and look what happened as EDG equalize it now. And as we return from our break, we'll go back between LGD and EDG to now EDG and LGD. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And after a shaky-ish Game 2 from EDG, we're finally all square for a best of 3.
It's just super impressive that with the comp that they chose, which felt rooted in 5.2 or 5.4 much earlier weeks of the LPL, they brought back their style, they showed their rotational play worked, and it just wasn't a tanky enough lineup coming through from LGD. It looked like they managed to secure the game, though, in that mid-game. Casson was massive already. They just won a team fight. But one misrotation coming through from Godv, of course, split pushing without teleport, hoovering up minion waves, getting closer to being the 6-item Casson that could definitely wreck a Corki's day. They were caught with this aggressive engage tools, and you just can't afford to give Sejuani to either team. It seems that's the go button that gets these big turnaround fights towards the late game, and Annie in particular to Mako. Must respect that Annie, and you saw why.
Yeah, the big engage tools for EDG coming up big there in the mid stages of the game, but I have to say it's nice to look at a series and be like, these were the small mistakes that cost this team their game, because it's been a super competitive series so far. I don't know if after 2 games we can expect anything other than 1-1 between these two, and that is quite the trophy that they'll be winning.
I don't know if that's just creative lighting, but that looks amazing.
That looks absolutely sick there, and that's what the two teams are playing for: a title, a ticket to MSI, and a nice big trophy as well. As we see, these are picks from the last game, and you can see all of the engage in mid-game from EDG.
Absolutely. It was those control ultimates, the Annie and the Sejuani. Clearlove picks up the MVP. I probably would have given it to Koro just because he basically won the game himself with the flank teleport. Sometimes I'm inclined to give that to Mako for the sick ward that opened up that big play, but that last play was crazy, and Clearlove was on point with his Sejuani ultimate. Sejuani has been trading the victories this game, and they have to start accounting for it. EDG on the blue side. Sejuani is looking like a very viable first pick champion.
It is, and it's funny to almost go, I guess, somewhat full circle on the patches, given that on 5.6, it was Sejuani, everybody wanted it. Kind of dropped off, people, taking other picks. Gragas sort of rose up, and all of a sudden, back on 5.7, everyone just wants Sejuani again.
And that's the thing, like Gragas, if for whatever reason is not in the stun radius, can deal with the Sejuani initiation, but if he's one of the people stunned, if he's standing on his carries, which often sometimes he is for peeling or disengage reasons, he just can't deal with the Sejuani engage, and you can't even get the value out of what you've picked. So Sejuani so far has been, it seems, the golden star to open up these victories.
I mean, in that game especially, it wasn't just the Sejuani. We have Mako diving in. Even Pawn was going melee mode, full hammer time with the Jason, just getting in there as an assassin. He was not interested in any sort of melee ranged poke there on the Jace once they started the fights.
And you see Deft play Corki, and you think, okay, this guy does more Corki damage than I've ever done or I've ever seen. You can see in those late game fights, one time it led to his death, but in the last fight, getting the pick, the reason why he does so much damage is he's in range of all his abilities. Even Gatling Gun is shredding the armor of Jinx when you're always using that Valkyrie aggressively. He's not doing damage at even the mid-range, because Corki, of course, a 550 range carry. He's sitting at 300 range or less and hitting all his abilities for max damage.
And you can see after 2 Jinx games there for Imp, sort of the danger of being a little less mobile there. Sejuani ults catch you, Annie ults there, Pawn's able to jump on your face, and all of a sudden we have sort of a reset in what was looking like a landslide win for LGD, honestly. They really had a chance to win that game and take the series up 2-0, but instead Deft is smiling away.
It was just a very different proposition. It was against a no engage comp in game 1. They just had no way to get onto the backline. You saw Pawn on Lulu of all champions trying to be a backline diver with Koro and Nan. They just could never get on top of Imp or do any damage to threaten his life that he couldn't just lifesteal through. Game 2, Sejuani and just Annie. Annie's one of the reasons that she's so popular in the Chinese scene is it's got no cast time on this stun. The massive burst stun coming through from the Tibbers. So the go button was hit. It's the standard build of mobility boots into the fast distortion, righteous glory, just for a bit more health, but honestly more speed. And just there's so little counterplay for Imp, who felt pressured into buying enough damage items to kill the front line, couldn't afford the QSS, Mikhail's wasn't on point, and dead was the Jinx.
Yeah, Godvy's Cassidon as well, actually losing a game for the first time in a while. Even TBQ's Gragas, I believe, now defeated after his undefeated streak in recent form. So a lot of champions in this series for both teams are finally picking up losses and cutting that undefeated streak down. And as we move into our third game here between these two sides, we've kind of already highlighted Sejuani as one of the big picks, but other than that, it's kind of open for both these teams.
I feel like Imp will move away from the Jinx hype train, maybe go back to the Sivir that served him so well. Orianna's obviously still going to be a priority pick for Govy, but I'm hoping from an EDG perspective that we don't see that again, given that Govy is literally a god on this champion. Such a strong Orianna. But the picks and bans, though, something has to slip through. We've already said so many different champions need to be accounted for, picked or banned. With only 6, something's got to give.
Yeah, coach is getting into position, so we are into picks and bans very soon between these two teams. We're about to kick off the draft for game number 3, and here we are. We're interested to see where we go from here. EDG on the blue side this time, LGD over on the red. Kalista banned by EDG, that's followed by a Hecarim, and the Urgot once again banned by LGD.
So far these bans are repeat bans, very standard. There's the Annie ban that was definitely necessary in the previous game. Must have been a blue side strategy for LGD because that's the only unique factor. Game 1, Game 3 on the red side, banning away that Annie.
And there's the Nunu ban by EDG, this time on the blue side, did it in Game 2 on the red side, so don't want to give it over to TVQ. Don't want it anymore, apparently, does EDG. Oh, sorry, yeah, to EDG. And that's LeBlanc there for LGD, but you have to think it's Sejuani now.
The Annie ban that was definitely necessary in the previous game. Must have been a blue side strategy for LGD because that's the only unique factor. Game 1, Game 3 on the red side, banning away that Annie.
And there's the Nunu ban by EDG, this time on the blue side, did it in Game 2 on the red side, so don't want to give it over to TVQ. Don't want it anymore, apparently, does EDG. Oh, sorry, yeah, to EDG. And that's LeBlanc there for LGD, but you have to think it's Sejuani now.
Comps in the late game, Orianna is going to see so many clumped up EDG members because the unique factor about something like Siva, with her 500 range, with a need to go for the ricochet, go and cancel her auto attack animation, she always dives in with her tank line usually. They're usually at the same spot. What he can do with it in the first series, not relegated to initiation duty, as you're always able nowadays to hold onto the ball. It was really Ryu who showed that you don't have to just go for the big wombo engage. Just make the enemy respect the ball. It might as well be a zoning tool next to the likes of a minefield from Ziggs or just the ultimate from Nunu. It's just a space that you have to respect because at any point the shockwave could snap you back.
As we can see, we've actually started with a lane swap here initiated by LGD. Godvi got some little creeps down as well. The mini Raptors actually with the help of saplings by Akon, and Graves right now 1v0 in the top side of the map, free farming it up, and POL's invading actually started the blue buff by himself.
I have to feel like this suits EDG just fine. They're not the ones that actually initiated the lane swap, but he's very happy here, Sejuani, to be able to navigate the early jungling, not have to worry about a Rek'Sai in the face during the laning phase, just be able to farm up safely. If we say anything, uninterrupted Sejuani jungles have a very high correlation to victories this series.
Yeah, I mean, that's been TBQ's calling card for all of the playoffs, you have to say. And it wasn't a solo there by POL, thankfully. Just taking away the small golems there to get himself about half a level worth of experience. So smart stuff there from POL, getting effectively free golden experience for himself. And will isolate the mid lane, and Godvi is already miles ahead in CS.
It's just a winning lane matchup for Orianna. Good against assassins, and while Kassadin's certainly not an assassin at level 2 before he has really offensive options. Ranged versus melee, good harass coming through. Very difficult for Kassadin to pick up CS. Honestly, Kassadin happiest under turret, but that opens up space for an aggressive skirmishing jungle like TBQ to really start taking the shackles off and infecting both the lanes and the enemy jungle.
And let's be real here, Pawn has to have a good game on the Kassadin because he's not quite a solo carry, but it might as well be given the comp that this time EDG have built around Pawn.
But it's a super punishing comp for Kassadin in general. You riff walk in, twisted advance, all of Nautilus's targeted CC, and of course the skill shots like the dredge line on your case and Imp. He has a lot more options than most AD carries. He can just turn around, do his best AD caster impression, and try and blow you up. So of course in the late game, it's going to be great for the Kassadin. That's Koro.
Yeah, good hop away, gets himself to safety as TBQ with the double buffs. Tries to make something happen early, but can't quite get there down the bottom as well. Deft with a good spell shield as Mako's going to roll in, look for the hook, plays him back there. Godvi's forced to flash, does flash the hook. Very well played. Another teleport's coming in as Akon wants to try and make it happen. Pawn desperately wants the early kill. He flashes in for it, eats a turret hit, and the first blood goes to Thresh, but Orianna gets the kill onto Kassadin as TBQ come through as well. Double knock up there. POL's also here. Mako going to get hooked up by POL. Triple play, but it's not enough. And a 2-for-1 trade for LGD.
The teleport was super on point from Akon. They pick up the kill crucially onto Orianna. Okay, 100 gold extra goes over to Thresh for the first blood, but answered by another kill as well. And that's a 1 skirmish and potentially a dragon for LGD.
And Pawn's aggression, we've talked about it already in this series, might be costing him here against Godvi, who's aggressive when he wants to be, but very cool-headed a lot of the time. And looks like no dragon just yet as Deft has to recall straight back to base.
I mean, there's only one advantage here for Pawn, is that he was able to close the CS advantage and the minion wave reset in the middle, so he hasn't lost 10 more CS. Clearlove's looking for a wraparound game.
Yeah, this is very aggressive as TBQ and POL are back, but Mako's joining in again. Clearlove this time going to get the jump as the flame moves in, and TBQ now, the one that's a little too low. Someone looks for the kill, but no range there as POL has to get peeled off by Mako, who takes a good chunk of damage, and Clearlove, I don't know how he lived, but he did.
There's been 6 members in mid lane for a good 3 out of 5 minutes. Such has been the aggression around this matchup. It definitely does favor Godvi, but man, they're trying to make both these laners pay for their early aggression.
And it's smart from LGD. EDG know what they have to do. Get the Kassadin ahead and let Pawn take over games. We've seen it before, but LGD, knowing that's what EDG want to do, counter right back with their own 3-man roams.
And you can see the aggressive item build. It's Blasting Wand. It's going to be eventually into a Rod of Ages, but he always starts Blasting Wand just for a bit more ranged wave pushing, of course. If you can get maximum points into that Force Pulse around level 9, Blasting Wand will really help you with a bit of pushing, and then again you have a magic resist shield from your Null Sphere if you're looking for Q harass. So goes for the more offensive option. We've seen him go off the deep end and pick up a Sheen and look for level 6 power spikes earlier, still building into a Rod of Ages, delaying your stacking just for immediate power. Pawn does lots of crazy things with builds, but Blasting Wand's definitely a staple of his early openings.
I think we would have seen Sheen if he'd gotten a couple kills, to be honest, but
there's still time.
There is certainly still time. As Imp in the top side now, level 6 on the Graves, able to present quite a challenge here to Koro, but he's actually level 5, approaching 6 himself, and Mako will join back in to help him out as Godvi's gone back, and a smart purchase purchase here. Double Dorans in a Chalice. Knows that more people are coming to the mid lane. Just needs a bit more health.
Yeah, the extra 60 health might be really relevant, even if it's just a bit more ranged wave clear to go with the Chalice mana regen. He's going to be feeling a little bit safer in the mid lane, but honestly, delaying a spike like the Athenes, the fact that in a Kassadin lane matchup he's got to go a bit defensively is credit to the roam squads of EDG.
And TBQ's here again. PYL, speaking of roam squads, still back on the Nautilus. Level 3 as the ulti does hit Pawn. No Riftwalk, can't get away. Dredgeline lands beautifully there under Pawn. He turns around, he knows he's dead, and will go down as Orianna gets the kill.
And at the last possible opportunity, just ping 6, engages with the ball, not respecting the ball whatsoever. Didn't have Riftwalk himself and goes down, so that should be Dragon for LGD.
Godby trying to make the Kassadin pick pay, but EDG, they've spotted out the Dragon here. Acorn's level 6, so TBQ's pretty healthy. Godby, no Shockwave, it's probably not that bad, and Dragon should go over with the man advantage to LGD.
Yeah, with 5 members, no reason for Koro to teleport down, just because it will be an uneven trade that LGD would probably look to win at this point. So the first Dragon goes down to LGD, and that's the difference in the mid lane. It's been 2 kills over to Godby, and he's got all the kill credit, selfishly.
Yeah, good damage on the turret there, actually, but Koro can't quite finish it off. Deft done a number on the bottom side as well. And Imp, he was the scariest person there. BF sword and his ultimate ready on the Graves. EDG did well not to fight in that situation.
It was good to back away. Whether that was just because they had a member down or they respected the power spikes, it's hard to say, but the sum result is that an earned Dragon goes over to LGD.
Good spell shield though from Deft back in this lane, slightly behind on AD, but equal on CS, probably has some gold to go spend. So Deft, I think in this situation, feels fairly comfortable. Imp going in aggressive, never mind. Deft very uncomfortable now, has to flash and ulti out as Mako, just going to get a bit of extra harass.
He just timed out the spell shield and went all in, knew that he didn't necessarily have kill pressure, but why not go for it and at minimum force him out of lane? Smart trading by Imp against his old Samsung teammate Deft.
And now the Avarice Blade's the pickup here for Deft, so has to go a bit more into an emergency item. You have to think it's not a big BF sword for additional AD. He needs to try and stack some gold up. So officially, I have to say, falling behind a bit in the matchup.
He's had a really weird, awkward gold value. He had about 1,000 gold and had the option to pick up the crit cloak, but doesn't really necessarily give you a lot of immediate power. Avarice Blade, unfortunately, doesn't really give you any lane presence either. I guess it has the slight upside of losing 5% crit for just the potential of a little bit more gold in the mid to late game, but it doesn't help you when Imp's going to go back. Doesn't necessarily increase his lead, but it's already BF sword against Pickaxe. It's already in the advantage of Imp, who scales so well with AD.
Yeah, Graves is just the aggressive AD carry being played at the moment, arguably more aggressive than even the Corki that we saw from Deft, and honestly, he's the only player playing it. So right now, LGD looking at a 1,000 gold lead, and early on, you have to say, keep the Kassadin down and keep things going well. And I think unlike in the last Kassadin game, LGD do have tools to deal with it if he does get to late game as well.
And that's the thing. To me, in that champion select, they picked blocker Kassadin picks in the likes of Maokai and the Nautilus, but the issue that faced LGD is that they just gave it up and gave up the Kassadin. They probably would have locked in Kassadin as well and then had pick CC for a Kassadin. So it was kind of just a lose-lose situation when all that lockdown CC was picked, given just the popularity of Kassadin in this meta. But up top,
Kalilov actually ulti onto Acorn. Pawn's up here as well. Koro trying to find a way in, and Pawn really needs a kill onto Acorn, who does flash over. Pawn will follow. Koro will as well, and Pawn does claim the kill. Koro ultimate onto TBQ. He might be the next to fall. Kalilov lining up as Koro takes up the turret. Knockup comes through on Borrow, not enough, and Koro gets the next kill.
Excellent roam coming from EG. This is what we saw in that Sheen game we discussed. Godby goes for the flashes.
Yeah, tried to flash over the wall, wanted a Shockwave, saw a big play, but instead just misuses his flash.
I think he was just being really hopeful that over that fat wall he would get slightly closer to the 3 members. Not to be.
No, not at all. And that's Godby's flash wasted, and Pawn, a good roam there from Kassadin. That's one of his biggest assets as a mid lane player, but especially on a kind of power trophy character like Kassadin in the early game. He's so good at finding creative ways to get ahead.
And obviously has more mobility than the Orianna, who's fairly immobile herself. Can use the dissonance, obviously, for a slight speed up, but not really relevant when chasing down a Kassadin in an off lane. Godby had the option of going there, trying to impact the trade, or staying in mid and pushing. Could have got a lot of turret damage down. That's probably why he felt really just forced into going for the aggressive flash to justify wasting all that time walking up as a control mage Orianna. And the result is no flash and no turret damage, so a big trade win for EDG.
Down in the bottom lane, Deft doing a good job spell shielding all of his buckshots, but slowly clearing minion waves out from under his turret. It's taking a while for it to go down, but it's being chipped away by the LGD minions.
I mean, Deft has basically given up this lane phase. You shouldn't expect too much Sejuani pressure down, but unless they have teleport up on Koro looking for a big aggressive engage, disengage, because with the Avarice Blade purchase, he's basically said, look, I'm picking this for comp. I have no real way to trade with this Graves.
Smart stuff from LGD, holding the wave in an awkward spot for EDG. Forces Def to overextend and use the Lantern to get himself to safety, and Imp, he's a pretty good bully, and he loves to bully Def. He's doing a nice job so far on the Graves.
The out of game turns into the in-game this particular situation. He's definitely picked the more assertive lane matchup. Scales so well with flat AD, so in terms of his spells for early pressure. And we've already seen happy to use those burst trades just to try and force Deft out of lane.
I mean, I think in the story, Imp is, I believe, the older brother, so makes sense he's going to be a bit of a bully.
Got to get rid of that scrappy younger brother. Just try to show him up.
Yeah, and Imp's doing a good job so far. I mean, they've split the series. That's maybe not the 3 that Imp would have loved to hold over Deft once again after the World Semi-Finals, but Dragon back up in a minute 10 or so, and first Dragon went to LGD from a very smart rotation. We'll see what EDG can do as Koro throws Akon into the wall just for a bit of trade damage.
There's lots of members in mid.
Yep, there are. Once again, people trying to gank in. Clearlove looks for a line for a gank, but can't quite get there. And Sightstones for both. Cinderhawk's done for the junglers here as well. And right now, it's about time to go back and set up for Dragon.
The setup has definitely been expertly done by LG. They have multiple tunnels in the area. They have good wards over there. There's a neutral ward coming through from EDG, but the setup, as expected with the exact timer coming through from LGD, has been on point. They want to control this Dragon and open it up as their big win condition with their extra pushing advantage in mid. With their bot lane also been winning the 2v2 trades. The Dragon is their objective to have based on the fact that they've been winning and controlling the mid and bottom lane, so they need to continue on it. But Clearlove's hit level 8. Sejuani's suddenly very relevant in a skirmish.
She is. I mean, it doesn't help that Kassadin's now entering his power trough with the Rod of Ages, but EDG have some good tools. If Nars ultimate comes back up, it's about 50% on the way there for Koro right now. They do have some good spots, and we've said it before, big Sejuani odds have won people games so far. She's 2-0 actually in the series tonight. And Godby gets the blue buff. Both teams setting up as Deft. He's all alone. Gets depth charge there, but uses his ulti very smartly, just short for PYL though.
Wow, actually managed to run out of max range dredge line by just the tip. Literally would have hit it with basically another 100 range. Koro has prepped this turret damage for a long time, but now he's tired, so he has 15-second window till he's able to build up rage towards that Naba. Should be able to pick up the turret in his very annoying ranged form. But this was a moment for LG to look to be aggressive, but they're not going to.
First turret looking here for EDG, though. You can see the one-hit Koro going to get it there, but he has to kind of rush down and try and give his team some control over the Dragon area. LGD haven't quite leapt for it yet. Godby's actually gone to back. He's got his Athene's completed now, and Deft again forced to play far back in the lane.
Yeah, they just used the Lantern to disengage. Not sitting on a gold value that demands any sort of purchase. Pops a mana pot. We're waiting to see if we do see Koro look for a teleport. He's actually looking for a sneaky steal in the enemy jungle.
I think I understand why LGD aren't going for the Dragon. Imp has 2,000 gold to spend in his bank right now, and Koro stealing the red away out from under LGD's nose. Again, all EDG need to buy is time around the Dragon Pit, and Imp, not at his full strength. He's actually an item down on Sivir, despite the lead he's gotten.
That's just poor item timings. You have to think. You need to shop freshly for the Dragon, even if you're in an awkward spot. And unless you can force out the enemy AD carry, get a pick to make it all irrelevant. It's just poor spending of the gold. He will have a big purchase. He will go back and pick up an Infinity Edge, but they just have no power at this present point when they really want to be fighting for Dragon.
Smart red pings onto Koro on the top side. He just got tired again. Back in the mini-nail form. So LGD, despite the disadvantage for Imp, are going to start the Dragon, but you can see they don't really want to fight here because they've already backed off.
Yeah, the purchase has already come through from Koro. Had about 1,800 gold himself. Suddenly, all but a Randuin's completed. Maokai has Righteous Glory for a lot of power as well, but it's the 2,500 gold sitting on him that makes things difficult.
PYL does get the first initiation. Clearlove going to take a little too much damage. Ulti's away, but the Shockwave pulls them back in. Imp comes in for good damage, and Akon, he's teleported down to the bottom side. Koro is flanking, but he doesn't have any rage at all. And right now with those two kills, it'll be a 3v5.
Things certainly went better than expected from LGD, using that AD burst damage coming through from him to register the first kill, and then Godby's Shockwave was on point. Two members still looking.
Pawn wants to do this. They're actually going in, apparently. Rek'Sai gets the Dragon. PYL grabs on a Koro. Deft around the side. Has to dodge the depth shot. But Pawn, he's gone in massive. He's killed PYL. Flashes out of the way. And it's an awkward trade as TBQ almost dies. And Imp now has to run away. He's in trouble now. Koro coming in. Koro, can he line up the Mega now? He's gone into the form. He doesn't have his ulti or flash, sorry. And he goes back in. Akon gets low, but a kill there for Godby. Koro goes down. Deft will follow, and a massive trade there as Ori gets a double.
And Ori gets all the kill credit, 5, 1, and 2. Had that mana buff full the entire time. Of course, Athene's now giving you that 30% restore on kill or assist. Got assist for every kill.
Mako looks for the flash hook, but flashed well by Godvi to get out of it.
I mean, that was EDG going all in, trying to get the resets from Pawn, getting in there with the aggressively with the ultimate. Only level 10, so still had the decently lengthy cooldown, relatively speaking, on the ultimate. Feels like EDG lost more than they gained in that situation. They lose the Dragon, they lose the kill trade, and the mid-game power of Imp and this Orianna is going to skip the mid-game with already another nice large rod in that inventory.
And for once, Koro's rage management cost him there. He's normally great at managing that rage, but didn't have it got tied a few too many times. It was smart of LGD to wait like they did around the Dragon, but EDG certainly overcommitted once it finally came time. And 2 Dragons up for LGD is good, but EDG cannot afford to give them a third.
No, the third Dragon, the rotational advantage that gives will be palpable this game. The item timers were good from Koro. The re-engage looked like it'll be fine, but we're going to see a replay coming through. So they just look to use everything into engage to justify an instant burst and allow them a kill. Because remember, they get the pick onto Clearlove. Imp, despite having 2,500 gold, they have the pick that should open them up Dragon. They even get the bonus of taking down Mako in the trade. And speaking of trades, EDG trying to push in aggressively. Yeah. They know that Graves is down bottom lane. They want this out of mid-turret, but just get those wards down.
It'd be lovely to get, but LGD defend well. That turret will not be felled here, and it might finally be able to give his team a turret and does in fact take out the bottom side of the map. So Pawn will go back. Still level 10, by the way, on that Cassidy, as Godvi is at level 11, approaching 12 already. And Imp not stopping the push. Now Koro may be getting caught here by Acorn, but he'll turn it around on the Naren. Never really caught here. He's actually happy to fight.
LGD have good aggressive wards in the red side jungle. They actually have wards over the red buff as well, considering the contest, but they pull away.
Yeah, Clearlove will get his red buff, I believe. Might have even gone over. No, does go to Clearlove as Def was not in the area to take it away. Krugs will go away as well. And one last thing in that fight as well, Clearlove died with his flash up in that situation. So could have flashed a shockwave, didn't for whatever reason. And just a couple little things, they're going quite wrong for EDG. Once again, it's these little mistakes that cost these teams.
Honestly, I think just not calculating the damage from the collateral damage into the consideration. Probably didn't expect that extra 200-300 damage burst. Died to the shockwave shortly afterwards. So yeah, it was just another small mistake, but it's been a series where small mistakes have been punished and snowballed so hard.
And you know that that's when you're watching some of the world's best League of Legends, because these two teams don't let the standings from the end of the season fool you. They are closely matched in skill, have had very solid playoff runs. LGD had a dream run, in fact, here, and almost looked to go undefeated through the playoffs, which would have been insanity, toppling the top 3 teams from the ladder. But instead, we're here in a third game, which at this point, despite the lead from LGD of about 2,000 gold and 2 dragons, is still hotly contested.
You mentioned it correctly, Page Time. The last game was going to be their 8th in a row. Mako.
Good spell shield, though, from Def. Mako thankfully not taking enough damage, and Def will get out of the ultimate this time.
You know when Ori player is confident in playing on a champion they practice, when they're looking to get picks with that team fight ultimate. Almost got the solo kill. Has Ignite, of course, for a bit of lane control and extra burst damage. Came close, but not quite enough AP just yet to take down Mako.
I mean, EDG at this stage, they're playing defensively. They're going to let this turret go. Koro will do what he can. As actually Mako gets grabbed by POAL. Clearlove in as well, but that's a dead Thresh there. And now POAL going to get aggressive. They don't have quite enough damage. It's 2v3. Koro needs to be in Mega Enough from Imp going in. He tosses them back, but Def's here as well. Flashes over the wall, takes out Imp, but the trade kill happens. And Akon, now the next one. It's 2v2 already. Godvi's rotated in. Def used his spell shield early, but that might cost him. Has to kill the Orianna, but can't do it at all. Koro, the last one left, should go down in the 1v2. He's trying to make a fight out of it, but Orianna will know. It's Acorn that gets the kill.
Godvi is willing his team over the line on this Orianna. I do not understand how it gets through, but the consistent damage just not being respected. Everyone using all their summoners to get in means it's easy cleanup for the Orianna.
I mean, Cassidy trying to get a pick, but falls short as he rotates to the top. And the reason EDG was supposed to play defensively was Pawn was split pushing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, look, he made the very long hop to top. Doesn't get any kill involvement. Is able to pick up a little bit of CS, but now has fallen 30 behind. Doesn't have the big item timings yet. And if we learned anything from watching Godvi play this champion last game, you need the 3 items as a minimum. Everything after that's gravy. But until you get the Rod of Ages, the Zonyas, and the Athenes, You need your team to do so much of the heavy lifting to actually have an impact in fights.
And you can see Vision being put down as well by LGD. They're prepping for the next dragon in 40 seconds or so. And we talked about it, 3 dragons is a strong lead, and when you really start to snowball the objectives. So LGD have been on top of it so far. They're 4,000 gold ahead in this game as well. Imp is so strong on this Graves. Orianna ridiculous as well with the Rabadons in the Athene's done. They might even get a turret before they start this dragon, and in fact, they will.
There's absolutely no wave clear in the area. Remember, the only wave clear champion on this EDG lineup is Sivir. And Sivir is bottom lane split pushing, looking to get a turret of her own, but she's actually being forced to respect the potential of an inner turret coming down.
Acorn coming for a flank. Koro's actually coming in as well. Good rage management this time. The tier 2, though, will fall to LGD. And EDG, they put so much stuff in this basket, they have to find out Clearlove looking for the hook onto him. That's crucial. Pawn dives in over the top as Koro gets the kill. Godfrey's dead as well to Clearlove. Now PYL going to fall as TBQ could be the next threat. They get a kill. Yes, Mako does go down, but the ult finally used for Sejuani, as that's a clean ace for EDG.
The sweetest hook of all time actually fell down, so not quite a clean ace, but Mako made it all happen with a hook onto him, died with ultimate and heal available, and it's 22 minutes. And I've learned anything about EDG, that means it's Baron time.
Yeah, you win a team fight under 25 minutes. The Baron's up, you run straight to it, and EDG going to take it away. The Dragon's up. LGD opinion, I think they want to take it as a counter. But EDG, they feel confident enough to be able to get an advantage off of this Baron that they'll happily take the trade.
That should just never have happened. The first 2 people dying are Imp and Godby, just caught with their pants down after the amazing initiate from Mako onto that Graves. There's a reason also that we see Thresh ban. It's that when you give initiation options to these players that are so practiced on these initiation champions, these are the results.
I mean, LGD, we've been praising their play all playoffs. They've pretty much played the pants off every other team they've had to play so far, as Mako entertaining a steal, but hooks PYL instead. The third dragon will go to LGD, even though Orianna is the one to smite it away in a matter of speaking. But EDG are powered up. They're even behind in gold, but they're pushing down for more turrets. This Baron buff will mean that this turret is super dead here in the mid lane. And EDG, it's all about what they can accomplish from this point forward.
They can't hope to contest that particular outer turret. They want the inner as well.
They're going to get it here. Baron buff, so much power and depth on the Sivir. Just has incredible amounts of pushing potential. Tier 2 turret falls, not quite equal yet to LGD, but you can tell EDG really putting pedal to the metal. They're pushing as fast as they can with the Baron.
Exactly. And if you can get those advantages at the start of the Baron buff duration, you feel less pressured to go for the all-in trades towards the 25% Baron duration. If you get them at the start, then you can go now, pick up these easier turrets out the bottom, set up for the next dragon, set up vision control and push your vision line forward without feeling the need to pressure and overexert yourself to get the most out of the Baron. So it should be, you'd have to assume, at least 3 turrets during this Baron duration, which, given the texture of the game, is a massive win for EDG.
I mean, the other thing is Pawn's even getting free time with all this pushing now. Working on the bottom side, does push it into the turret, but doesn't push the turret down. But he's gone back, he's got his Codex, he's had it for a while, does get his Zhonya's now as well. The Rod of Ages fully stacked up. Gold back to equal, and EDG, despite being down 3 dragons, now have a good foothold in the game to fight back.
They even have the awards at both enemy buffs just to start contesting those objectives. That is just a hallmark of their play, has been ensuring that every time they get rights to something, whether it's taking 3 outer turrets down to get rights to push vision aggressively into the enemy jungle, they always try and answer and take everything that's open up to them. That's why they're so assertive with the Baron around 22 minutes. Baron's not that tanky at 22 minutes. If you've got free time, if it's a 4 members against 1, it's relatively safe to pick it up, and the opportunity cost if you fail, it's pretty low.
Look at Death positioning. He's so confident that nobody's going to challenge him. Even Pawn going in forward. They're onto TBQ. They might find Acorn as the pick, weirdly enough, but they're going to go in. Massive 3-man ult from Sejuani. Koro goes in as well. Imp still alive there, but Godby getting chunked out. A good shockwave there defensively, but Pawn gets the first kill. Goes in and Zondy's aggressively, but can't quite finish it. Depth, though, trying to do the damage, is forced to flash away. TBQ will fall, and it was messy, but it's a 2-for-2 win for EDG.
But a crazy, insane fight, and the fact that they still have Baron buff duration means they're going to break the base.
Base well and truly broken. Top in him looking to fall down as well. Might be a step too far for EDG. PYL gets onto Mako. They're going to dive back in. Koro goes in the flay there for Mako. Koro trying to escape, but he'll go down as well. Deft snipes in for some good damage, but he has to back off.
There's no real objectives for LG to pick up, but what was a crazy engage. The wombo engage onto Oriana. Clearlove somehow sniping the backline, leading into a 2-man, but crucially, Oriana being hit by the Gnar ultimate, got them the pick, broke them the base. They're still chasing Def.
Nice juke by PYL, actually hooked to the terrain, baiting Def to use his spell shield of it. Acorn, unfortunately, can't catch him, but a good attempt by PYL.
Need to take a deep breath. Some of these engages are just insane. Then Imp was actually free hitting Def over the wall, had to flash defensively, reposition himself in the fight, which was mostly even, but again, the minions being so strong is what allowed them to break the base. They didn't quite take the inhibitor, but it's certainly prepped for later.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to rotate there when they want. They've got the bottom turret to take as well for 6 turrets in this game.
Okay, I need to pause you.
Okay.
Look at the second item that Nas picked up.
What?
Yes.
That's a face of the mountain.
He just wants to give a bit of health to Sivir. We've seen lots of Nunu, specifically Beast, doing this whenever we saw Crystal on Draven. It's not quite a Mikhail's, but the face of the mountain doesn't necessarily even have that much health stacking, but it's 300 health for a carry we already mentioned. Is fighting with her peers, is fighting with her frontline in the front lines like Sivir.
You know what? I don't think it's for Sivir. I think it's for Pawn.
It could be for Pawn as well. I mean, look, for any of the frontliners, and this team comp effectively is 5 frontliners from EDG.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of extra help from Koro.
Smart stuff from Koro. Love the build coming through here in our 3rd game of the final. That turret, by the way, dead here as Clearlove almost sniped him. Good crying over TBQ. Gonna try and dive back in. Good knockup there coming through, but TBQ taking too much damage. Deft and Pawn will kite back away. Koro zone them all out as Gnar, ulting them back, but EDG don't have many options left here. No ultimate here as Pawn. He's looking for a flank. Can he find it? EDG might be a step too far as LGD really want to fight them. TBQ going in aggressive. Koro's going to go down in mini now form. Def forced the depth charge. The ulti just lasts on the spell shield, but TBQ's low on Pawn. He wants a snipe, but he will not find it.
Somehow Mako got separated from the other members, so it was easy for them to engage. And of course, Koro being in mini now farm meant it was relatively squishy. Face of the mountain included. 4th dragon potential for LGDs in a minute. And Koro should be able to get there, whether it's teleport or walking over. But any hope for ward control over the area, and thus a flank or an aggressive engage, is looking very difficult for EDG.
And just back to face of the mountain for a second here. It is a good extra shield. We've seen it before, but it actually scales kind of nicely with all the health you're building.
Absolutely. That's the thing. It's an extra 10% of your health being used as a shield. TBQ gets hooked.
I mean, he uses damage as well. Remember, you can just dive in there and use it on yourself as Mako. He's dead there. Good hook there from PYL.
And that's another person dead. Mako means they're never going to be able to get any more wards around this 4th dragon. Everyone's backing to spend some gold. 1,300 gold onto Graves is the notable factor. Now finishes his last Whisper. 3-item Graves means more and more safe damage from the backline, and plenty of attempts to go in aggressive with a frontliner like Mako dead.
These team fights are going to get real crazy as Pawn's powered up for his 3 items as well. Deft is there. The frontline's tanky for both sides here as well. And EDG need to arrest some control of this dragon. They had such a good lead with that Baron. They got so many structures out of it, but a couple of picks later and all of a sudden they're faced again with LGD's 4th dragon this time.
And Koro's grouped to clear vision because he seems to think that 4th dragon is more important than 5 minion waves up top. The minion waves pushing out in both top and bot means that LGD are happy to fight around this objective because at worst they pick it up and at best they get multiple.
Dragon's dead. EDG have to fight. Clearlove going in with a steal but doesn't get it. Koro, massive ulti. Gnar goes in as well, and Imp somehow dodges it. The good shockwave comes through, but Godfrey's dead. Need to jump onto Imp. He's too aggressive. Depth though getting low there, and there's too much damage from LGD. Pawn though ripping through people on the Kassadin. Depth somehow lives. That's 2 dead already. No one left from EDG, and this time it's the clean ace.
These fights are incredible. Clearlove keeps lining up multiple members, including the Oriana with that Glacial Prison, and then the Gnar ultimates from Koro. 18-1 now in his career, but man is he good.
Might make it 19 with this game as well. EDG gonna re-break the base of LGD, and they might just go for the win here. 10 seconds left on Oriana. Inhibitor goes down. It might be a bit of an overreach here, and they think so too. They'll back away.
Yeah, they take pause. Not many times they've been able to do that this series, but I think all the Heart Monitors need to get a little bit of a time because these fights are just so amazing.
And EDG's team fighting, we haven't even talked about it for so long. weirdly enough, hasn't seemed necessary for so many games. Let's just see this again.
Let's watch this replay, because the wombo engage they get just looked impossible. Clearlove uses the Arctic Assault to get a steal, finds 3 members, then alley-oops them into the wall. Godfrey, that's the one downside of Orianna. She can be assassinated, does her best with a locus of control in front of her. The reset start coming in from Pawn, of course, doesn't have a reset ability, but can just move back, gets that cooldown back, resetting the cooldown on his Rift Walk, goes in again. And man, crazy team fight, and EDG win.
That was set up by Koro as well. Wonderful stuff there from the Nah player, who again, I said it 2 weeks in, don't give Koro Nah. Again, I might have eaten my words in game 1, but he's living back up to them here in this one.
Not sure about the face of the mountain, but honestly, if one of their frontliners, whether it's Siva, whether it's Pawn, even Clearlove, lives for that extra 300 health, it's a justifiable purchase.
Yeah, it looks fine here for Koro, who's got a good health pool as well. Crunches forward towards the enemy, threatening with the ultimate once again. And EDG, they don't care if all 5 members of LGD are back, nor that their bottom wave and the top wave getting pushed in. They really want a Baron.
The top wave is fine. The bottom one is a massive problem. No teleport on Koro means it's not an option for them to send someone down if they want to have any semblance of Baron control. And that's what they've used all their sweepers and vision deniers for right now.
Scuttlecrab down as well. Deft will take it away. And LGD, they'll bide their time, but the super minions will push back, clearing out wards intelligently using Deft and his spell shield. And at this point, EDG will re-push the wave and probably just go back to Baron.
They're just not able to get complete vision supremacy. Acorn has teleport in about 20 seconds, and you can see littered with multiple flank wards on the downside towards the blue buff of EDG. Pawn's going to push in the wave up top. He's hit those 3 items we talk about. Nice little poke comes out to the Nautilus.
That was really funny. PWL got denied by the flay and the hook there. Couldn't quite make it back to the wall.
I mean, Orianna's very good at clearing these minion waves, but it's so tense around the Baron. Looks like they're starting onto it. It's got to about 60% health, but they have to back away.
Pawn so aggressive with his positioning, looking for a flank onto him. Level 16 Cassidy with 3.5 items, though. I can understand why it's cleared up going again.
Oh.
Gonna nail him there with the ulti. Gets Godfrey as well. And then it's gonna dive straight in. Death kiting back as Acorn dives in on top of him. But Pawn right into the backlines. Massive damage onto Godfrey. Gets the ulti, but it's defensive. Death flashes the wall to kill him. Assassinates Imp as well. Goes in for the next one as PYL's dead. TBQ will fall. Acorn will join them. And EDG, another clean fight. 10-0 in team fights.
Clearlove is a god of positioning, getting these ultimates onto Golfy 3 times in a row. He had to flash away from a hook from Mako, and this is going to be the game. And EDG, execution-heavy comps seem pretty damn easy when you've got people like Clearlove and Mako on the team.
And I'll say LGD strategically outplaying EDG for the majority of this series, but do not discount EDG's team fighting. When it gets to late game, much like their 2014 brethren, this team is destructive. The Nexus will fall down, and EDG find themselves 2-1 up in the series.
Something to be said about side minion wave control, but there's another thing to be said about just blind aggression and trust in your team. Win that team fight, or you basically lose the game, because eventually it catches up with you when you don't have any dragons, when your side waves aren't controlled. It's literally hit all that perfect CC that Clearlove was doing, basically dial a combo on, hitting it every time. If you miss them, the downside is that you lose, because every other factor in that game was working against EDG.
Yeah, trust in Pawn's Cassidy in there as well to carry them through. At this point, Wayless losing a game looks good for Pawn there, and I have to say, EDG, you said high execution. That might be an understatement in that situation, but a strong win to finish there.
It didn't need to be high execution. They could have been on top of those other objectives. They forced themselves on a hole, but damned if they didn't come out of it with a victory.
Well, strong team fighting gives EDG the lead now, and they are 1 game away from taking another LPL title. back, everyone, to the LPL Spring Grand Finals. EDG find themselves up 2-1 against LGD in our best of 5. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And EDG, after a shaky game 1 and honestly a shaky game 2, find themselves with match point.
I think there's a couple of shaky things about EDG strategically, but man, are they clutch when it comes up to late game team fights. Just crazy fights. Go back, disseminate, rewind, watch in halftime speed. Hopefully Monte Cristo gets on that at a later date, just because those are some crazy fights, and Clearlove especially. Those engages coming through with the Glacial Prison was what won them the game, because Koro, he was always in the right spot for the massive Gnar wombos.
And that's why we talk about Koro's Gnar and so much combo there. Sejuani's been great. It's actually won every single game in the series so far, so be interested to see if it's taken away. As there's a large EDG sign.
And the cup is still
that
shining.
Cup looks so sick.
It really, really does. And speaking of sick, I cannot see Sejuani getting through to LGD because it must be first pick worthy. And the crazy thing to take away, Pastry Time, is that they're not respecting Godvy's champion pool at all. He's got his run-of-the-mill. It's been 2 Orianna games and Kassadin, and he's been on the losing exchange over the 3.
And it's been Koro that picks up MVP. You might have wanted to pick Clearlove there, but I think he got it last game, and honestly, Koro did a lot of the setup, a lot of the hard work to get Clearlove into good spots for those ultimates, and together, that duo and all over LGD in those team fights.
They were just really one-minded on their engages. Communication a bit wonky around objectives, especially in game 1. But when it comes to one-mindedness, it's just really committing in these fights. It transcends language. The aggression comes through, and even Imp getting out-aggressed by his younger brother, you have to say. They're deft, being so assertive. First on Corki with the Valkyrie. This time, no reposition, just flashes over curves to get onto people on the Sivir, but it was effective.
It was effective indeed, and that looked like a dream EDG comp from my perspective. Pulled it off, although just barely, I have to say, with Godvy especially back on his Orianna. LGD have shown they have the tools to win in this matchup, but EDG, these teams are very evenly matched in skill. We might give the edge to LGD strategically, but when it comes to clutch and big team fight moments, EDG right now seem to have their number.
Well, it's definitely something to iron up. If EDG do take this victory when they're looking to move towards international competitions as maybe one of the top teams out there, the likes of TSM and then the champions coming through from Korea might find exploitable weaknesses in those rotational plays. Again, being 0-4 in Dragons down, having ward disadvantages is potential things where if those team fights go slightly askew, they can be taken advantage of. But so far in this series, EDG have been clutch when they needed to be. The picks and bans is the big question. Do we just see wildcard picks come out from LGD? They're sticking with Akon. That's the one factor. No sighting of Flame this series.
No, I can't imagine we were going to see Flame when you're down a game, especially. Not a slight to Flame, but again, LGD have just started with Akon in every game. They seem to like him more as at least their starting top laner. And in a grand finals like this, Flame, as good as a player as he might be and is becoming again, there's not the same experience, not the same synergy with the team in such a crucial time.
And what champions come through the drop? LGD, they're on the blue side this time, so they'll get one of the prize first picks. If Sejuani is up, we have to expect that to be locked in. Orianna and Kassadin are the big question marks, whether Godvy's going to return to those champions after Pawn showed that again. You go for this unlimited mana Kassadin build with the likes of the Athenes, you can get so much work done, even against a comp, which at least with the first 2 picks, looked like it was going to deal with Kassadin really well.
And you can see their coaches right behind. So that means it's time to draft here. LGD versus EDG for game 4 now as EDG find themselves up in the best of 5, 2-1, and LGD straight in another direction with their first ban. Jace is taken off the table.
Jace is a first ban. What does that mean? Again, maybe it's another thing to empower the Kassadin pick. That was what we saw the Jace picked into, was the Kassadin, but it does definitely strike me as a wildcard ban at first ban.
Like Kalista banned again by EDG. Something we've expected throughout the series was Imp not to get it because Def has a couple plays, but just not the same mastery of the champion as Imp does. Another ban to Pawn there as the LeBlanc goes in, and EDG at this point feel very rhythmic with their bans. Hecarim banned out once again.
I wonder if Urgot is the champion that's going to fall through the picks and bans. Been consistently banned against Deft all night. Now on the blue side, maybe it looks at that as a possible first pick. Of course, is a flex pick, because although we don't see it a lot in the LPL, very much the potential to go mid or AD carry with that Urgot.
Yeah, Narband away from Koro this time, getting the respect I think that pick honestly deserves. And EDG do, unsurprisingly, last ban away the Kassadin.
So Sejuani's available. It's been 100% win rate for Sejuani tonight. 3-0 between 2 games for Clearlove and 1 game for LGD.
Wow.
First pick Maokai.
I mean, I understand Maokai, it's a great champion for Koro. It's a strong champion in general, but not taking Sejuani there seems risky.
I mean, there are definitely Nunu comps that could be run that deal with Sejuani, and Nunu is available. So there is a tier 1 jungler, at least by LPL standards, available to LGD, whatever's locked in. Urgot, though, is the big pick that's available. And although it can be exploitable, Deft has shown a lot of proficiency on this champion in Clearlove. Why change it when it's working?
Yeah, Sejuani's looked great. Undefeated so far in the series, once in the hands of LGD and twice now in EDG's hands. And Urgot, you talked about it, maybe getting away from the draft. That is the pick here for Deft. And the thing I like about this is that EDG constantly lane swap Deft with the Urgot, and LGD have already been dodging the lanes.
And that's kind of the strange thing about EDG's play with Urgot, is that we've seen them take Urgot into a 2v2 lane against what should be on paper a very favorable matchup, but just go for the lane swap instead, because they understand the one weakness of Urgot is levels 1 and 2. It's especially depending on your support. If you have a support cannon, maybe you have enough lane presence, but there is always the risk that Urgot loses an all-in trade, gets chunked out, has to use all his mana to maybe prune lanes, and then really struggles. So instead, EDG will swap out of that 2v2, look to pick up a tier, maybe even towards a Manamune, then swap in when Urgot does do well, which is, of course, towards level 4 onwards when the laning phase gets excellent for Urgot. So given that it's already been, what, 3 games, 3 lane swaps, which probably shouldn't be surprised if the lane swaps continue. But Rumble being locked in, although Koro does play it, would be a surprise.
It would. I mean, a decent matchup against Maokai, I believe, but Sivir Nunu to catch up on LGD, and there's the Rumble and the Nautilus for EDG.
Yeah, Sivir, Nunu. So speed comp coming through. A lot of mid-game power between Nunu, Sivir, and Maokai. Not necessarily the ideal Blood Boil target in Sivir coming through for the Nunu. So maybe the Azir is the muted option in the mid lane. Will make a lot of sense. So much synergy between the Blood Boil and Azir in the mid lane. Also a very safe mid laner. Godv has played 2 Cho'Gath games and has 2 victories on that champion. It's not quite Azir, but it's even a decent Blood Boil target because, of course, the Vorpal Squike's pretty confident, but that's the big question. Does he go for something different or just go with the tried and true Orianna? Because although he got picked off in those fights, his actual laning and his advantages that he's able to create with this Orianna have been impressive all playoffs long.
Well, that's what he wants. He's going to go to Orianna, but Thresh in there as well for LGD to round up their draft. My only worry is damage, honestly, on the LGD side, because they just kind of have issues, to be fair. With Sivir's okay, which he gets in melee range especially, but Orianna doesn't necessarily enable that. EDG as well might also be lacking, but Rumble does decent damage, and whatever mid laner picks here for Pawn, you have to think it's going to do decent, if not high damage.
I can definitely agree with you on that regard. It's burst damage coming through from the Orianna, but does have good consistent damage, and Sivir, there are games when she does a lot of damage against an Urgot and just a tanky lineup. It might be difficult. Pawn loves the Fizz, patch 5.7. The abilities were turned around, specifically his on-hit effects with the W to make AP Fizz a little bit more attractive. It looks like a counterpick matchup in that Orianna traditionally has done very well against Fizz, but in what can be a super tough laning matchup, he's basically countered himself.
And I have to say, EDG showing so much confidence here with this Fizz pick from Pawn. He has had quite possibly one of the hardest carry performances I've ever seen on pre-5.7 AP Fizz. So Pawn can do it on the champion, but it is bold, to say the least.
I mean, there's 2 positioning-based champions, specifically the Orianna. Suddenly now, they have the Fizz ultimate and the hyperkinetic position reverser from Urgot, and they're all going to be training towards that Orianna. So when the first CC comes in from Clearlove, if it registers, it's going to be tough times for Orianna in the mid.
As we move through the rest of our matchups as well, Imp back on the Sivir. Deft going to take the Urgot, which he's had a lot of success on recently. Was banned up until this point in the series, and Hook City dead back down in the bottom lane once more as Thresh for PYL and Mako with Nautilus.
Yeah, a lot of lane pressure from EDG, but maybe towards the level 3 or 4 rather than the level 1. So EDG this time definitely screaming out for the lane swap, and maybe LGD suss that out and try and force 2v2 lanes.
Maybe. I think it's savvy stuff here, but curious to see what exactly happens with the Yoga as we are going to get ourselves straight into game number 4.
in the early levels, take a lot of autos, and get punished. As EDG went looking for a sneaky red buff steal, it's spotted out, but Orianna probably has to enter lane to avoid missing any experience.
Yeah, I mean, Godby can't face check that many members, especially with Pawn in the area, so we will have a swap here. LGD do dodge that 2v2, although I think we were mentioning that EDG that wanted to dodge it.
It's just kind of a misnomer that Urgot is a really strong laning champion at level 1. He's not really. He's a strong laning champion, but he needs to get uninterrupted in his level 2 to 3 to be able to start getting in a position where he has his skill rotations and go for those untradeable, like those unwinnable trades for an enemy AD carry when you hit that lock on and the Acid Hunters are just outside of trade range, especially for a 500 rage champion like Sivir. So if he can get to tier, if he can get to Manamune and then go into the 2v2, he's the anti-carry that we know and love from late game.
Yeah, and Deft, he's always loved to do this on his Urgot. Loves the Crystalline Flask as well, which is another little adaptation I like. As Koro got himself quite low in the jungle, but managed to solo away the Wolf Camp for himself.
But unfortunately, he tried to leash the blue buff and got it very low, but it reset, hard reset, after too many leashes being attempted by Koro. So it's going to be a little bit slower, the jungle follow, but it's already a Rumble who's not really noted in that area.
No, going to help Clearlove there. Get the Grump for himself as well. Wants to make sure to not die, but should be okay on that front as well, as PYL just soaking experience right now, letting Imp freeze the lane as hard as he can.
One of the reasons why LGD might be looking for this lane swap is that the isolated mid lane matchup is very good for Orianna. For the majority of the laning phase, people might disagree on whether Fizz has an option to get back into this lane. With the cheaper itemization, with the Chalice at 900 gold, I feel like it gets more and more difficult for Fizz in this lane. He never really has kill pressure on the Orianna. Godby loves to take the Ignite for lane control, so I guess slightly more kill pressure than if he had Barrier, for example. But still, it's a super tough laning matchup for Pawn, and only in a team fight, if he can register the fish onto him, is it really when the matchup starts to tip towards.
Yeah, Clearlove down the bottom though, looking for level 1 PYL. Deft in there as well, as Mako's even joined in, but smart rotations from LGD moved them down into 3v3 right now, as EDG going to do a little bit of proxying and try and fast push a turret.
You just keep Akon away from experience. Only level 2 now. PYL level 1 himself. No incentive to rush back to lane, and every minion that he loses compared to Koro, who has a lower item ceiling, is getting abilities.
TBQ will go in as the hook lands. Mako, though, will get hooked as well as Akon. Get some damage onto Clearlove, and Sejuani a little too low for this adventure. Deft's also out of mana at this point, but no one else coming. It's a pure 3v3 now. No teleports being pulled yet. PYL with a good double play, but they will go back in. Mako forced to flash, but Clearlove gets first blood there. TBQ locked up as well. Teleport here for Koro as Akon slays Clearlove, but Koro kind of a little late there and doesn't really do anything as he comes in.
Yeah, Koro loses a lot from rotating late. I believe he knew that Orianna's going to be the first person to get there, and it prompts a flash.
Yeah, good movement though from EDG. Get themselves to safety despite the cooldowns they have to use. Pawn's going to join in as well, but EDG only lose one person, but those cooldowns might cost them in these lanes.
The teleport is a big hole though, because up the top lane, Rumble was getting basically free farm against the Sivir. I was going to comment on the fact that obviously very level intensive, not very item intensive. So the fact that he was moving closer and closer to level 6 meant that Rumble could opt into those dragon fights, level 6, fight against Nunu. And of course, whenever you have the Nunu, you're looking for that neutral control, specifically the dragon. So Rumble getting all that experience was actually a huge big thing for EDG to be winning in the early rotations compared to the denial that was happening to Akon. All of that undone after the failed teleport bottom.
You can see Pawn prep the wave nicely, although now is a bit of trouble. No mana here for Pawn. Good juke of the hook, though. Will get flayed by PYL. Godby, the Ignite coming through. Might be enough on the Pawn. The Ignite will tick him down. Is he going to die? Just lives with that last sticker potion. Akon even tries to snipe him with a sapling.
Only had a flash charge because the health return was going to be much slower and again much less. Just survives and almost dies to the sapling anyway. The game of interest has been consistently won by EDG, and that's the reason they're 2-1 up.
Yeah, Pawn double Dorans now, so going to start maybe getting a tad more aggressive in that matchup. Tier done for Deft. He's happy in the bottom side. Still in his 2v0 at this point, actually, given that Mako's roaming out and Akon's getting zoned away somewhat. I mean, Godby's doing a nice job pushing in. Akon and Mako actually having a bit of a scuffle, but Akon 10 CS now, not too bad. Able to pick up some key experience, though.
Yeah, the wave does start pushing towards Akon, so there will be minions for him to pick up before too long. The interesting to see if Sejuani goes bottom and tries to punish Akon when he finally gets to the minion wave, or whether he gets some experience under turret.
Well, Godby leaving is going to give Pawn a bit of free time, and he's actually done well keeping competitive in this lane as far as CS goes. You can see, not even pushing it too hard, wants to keep it in a fairly neutral position, because sure, he wants opportunities to try and kill Godby, but more importantly, he wants to make sure he gets his farm safely. Imp kills Koro, by the way, in a tower dive. So, bit surprising there, but Koro under level. Nice dive there from him to get the kill.
Yeah, just absolutely trained on him. They trade tanked the turret, was able to pick up the kill quite easily. Koro was looking good in this lane, and suddenly a failed teleport bottom, and he's getting abused up top.
Yeah, just the Ruby Crystal. They're not quite enough as far as early tank stats goes. And Pawn is rotating down to the bottom lane. EDG might be setting something up here in the bottom side of the map, but looks like the LGD duo in the bottom side will back away. That's Nunu running out. Acorn's going to get out as well. Godv pings it there away, and Pawn misses out on another roam.
It's a really smart ward onto the red buff area that spotted Fizz, even when he goes for his creative hopping engage to get to the bottom lane. So EG, they'll keep pushing in aggressively. It's not going to be a turret trade because Deft continues to freeze up top, and Koro without the equalizer, the experience for 6 gives him the chance to go for a bit of range push, because of course he can just use the equalizer, no resource ability to push in this way. But before he gets that experience, not many options against a Sivir hard freezing the lane.
Clearlove looking for a gank onto the red buff, but not going to find it there. Trying to go in, but taking a little too much damage as teleports will come in as well. Clearlove getting low, will get picked off there, and just too aggressive there from the Sejuani. Def, though, does get the trade of the turret in the bottom lane.
And they use teleport as well, so definitely not ideal play from Clearlove. Basically donated a kill over, but at least they got an objective out of it.
I mean, yeah, they'll take the trade, I guess, but Clearlove a little reckless once again, trying to get aggressive wards. I can understand the style, but gotta go with your friends, man. And there was no friends there, unfortunately, especially with Koro not having that teleport. Oh, Pawn's here in the top side, though. Now Koro going to move in. Pawn, good fish onto him. Lands it somehow through the spell shield. Damage going to come in, and Pawn's going to collect the kill. And another great roam from the mid laner once more.
Yeah, Pawn was still playing AP Fizz when it was out of the meta. Comes back into the meta. Gets a little bit stronger relatively. And you can see those Fizz mechanics very practiced and very effective.
Yeah, not rusty at all on the champion. And that's twice now that Orianna's been roamed on by Pawn for a successful kill for the EDG mid laner.
When you'd expect Orianna to have almost perfect wave control given she has the pushing options. Fizz basically takes a full damage rotation every time he tries to use his wave clear ability, the playful trickster in mid, so it should be advantage Orianna in terms of wave control. Okay up in CS, but if you're getting a free roam and not losing your turret, you're happy if you're Pawn.
Pawn looking for his blue buff. It does get zoned out from the CS with Orianna now picking up her blue. Deft as well, looking to go back because his mana pool's a little bit low, and Imp actually going to return to the bottom side now. Not really a turret for him to farm safely yet, so I wonder if they'll stick in this 2v2.
Maybe look for the freeze, although at this point it starts to push out towards the EDG turret. So we'll have a bit of a difficulty doing that. Deft's able to go back, finish the Manamune and boot, so he's already combat ready, starting to power up that Mirror Mana faster and faster. It looks like it'll be about the 20-21 minute mark, which is very early actually by usual standards. Sivir is competitive in CS, but in this situation where Deft has to overextend to do harassment damage, honestly, isn't that unhappy because it's in a shorter lane where it's harder to lane against Urgot. When it's in this long lane, Urgot's very gankable if he overextends for trade damage. So it's not actually that big a deal if they can keep those minions towards their own turret.
And you can see Deft actually doing a bit of roaming right now on the Urgot. It's not quite his old Twitch, but he's making it look pretty similar.
I mean, it's very flash-gated in these early levels when the swap range is still fairly short, but hey, go for something when there's not much for you to do down bottom.
Pawn wants to go for something. Another roam onto Imp as he tries to keep him down, but PWL there to babysit, and Pawn has to back off from that roam. No successful gank this time.
Pawn seeing if he can cause enough pressure down bottom, maybe you blow another summoner, or even just the on the hunt, and that should transition into a very easy dragon to come through. Deft's effectively a mid laner at this point, and Golby definitely doesn't have any armor.
That's a smart swap there from EDG with Pawn actually taking almost full-time responsibility, it seems like, in the mid lane. I thought it was just to try and get dragon control, but this is really smart from Edward Gaming.
And because it's 2v2, because Mako can just poke his head in and out and use the Relic Shield to help with pushing. Although in a standard laning matchup, Orianna actually is a very strong laning matchup against mid lane Urgot because she has so much more wave clear opportunities. When it's 2v2 and Relic Shield negates any wave pushing advantage, it's just a really horrible place for an Athene's Godv to be in.
And how hard is it for POL to actually get this Fizz with a hook as well? Any sort of engage options that they might be able to get in a 1v2, it's just so hard to pin down blue buff Fizz.
And look, he's only got double drones. It's not like he's spent gold. He's sitting on 1,700 gold, but feeling confident enough in the situation with the wards that he had to be able to lane. Once those wards start to time out, then it becomes a bit more risky for him to overextend for farm in the bot.
And for the first time maybe ever in this series, Dragon not taken yet at 11.5 minutes. Both teams being very careful with their positioning, wanting to make sure they keep control of the map here. I mean, everyone's sort of scrounging for farm at this stage of the game. Koro back in the top side, now able to bully the Maokai a little bit more on the Rumble. Quite ahead in CS there as well, but Akon, he's fine in these kind of low resource situations.
EDG have had the pressure around Dragon, so if anyone was to pick it up, it'd be them. But they just haven't been able to find a spot. They've been denied vision. They've got good deep vision themselves, but they felt it's too risky so far to opt into a Dragon fight.
You know what? Keep farming. Get Rumble to level 11. Keep powering up Clear Love. Get your Fizz through his rough early landing phase and catch up on CS. I think EDG, in fact LGD as well, just fine waiting here as TBQ going to get snared up there. Dredge land in there as well. The E will land in as Clear Love looks for it, but Godby now might be the one in trouble, and a flash is forced. That might be enough for EDG to want to take the Dragon as PYL eats it there as the equalizer goes through. Nailed with the fish out there, and Pawn gets another kill.
That was really lovely layering. We haven't seen Koro's Rumble for many a week since the start of the season, but found one of the best chokes to fight in with the equalizer. They pick up the kill, and if they take the Dragon, that's a really good objective play by EDG.
I mean, people give credit to Acorn for his Rumble, and I certainly have to give him credit too, but Koro, no slouch on the champion either, as the first Dragon will in fact go to EDG. Def to Mako get caught in the shockwave, but they might just fight you. Imp gonna get aggressive on as Def turns around with Clear Up. Mako finds a hook, TBQ channels his ulti, but it's not enough. Now Pawn's back as well. Acorn has flanked and got a kill onto Def, so it's 2v3 as Pawn tries to find a flash, but fails. That kill will get a triple there for Orianna, and Clear Love just has to get out and watch his team die.
Yeah, once again, Godby piles on the kills on this Orianna. Hasn't served him well the last two times, but still, he's a very impressive Orianna player, and giving an Orianna a 4-0-0 start, and needless a large rod on top of Athene's at 13 minutes. I was actually going to mention that this team comp not the best for Orianna to fight, just because Deft will eventually get very tanky. But if you're staying ahead of your item timings, and you have kill pressure on even the Urgot, it's going to be difficult to navigate these fights for EDG.
Clear Love going to clear this away as best he can, but Godby, if he had his ulti, he would have tried for the solo kill. Now Mako has to come in and clear out what he can, but once again, this Orianna is on the rampage here, and he's been able to carry one game. Couldn't quite get it done in the last one, but he's on track for, once again, another great game.
Yeah, I misspoke. 1-1 on the Orianna, but actually two of those matches got an early double or triple kill. Was 5-1 in the previous game before he fell away in the late game due to all the ultimates from Clear Love, and they have the same insurance policy of Clear Love hitting every ultimate, which honestly is a pretty shoddy policy. Wouldn't invest in that one, but hey, it won them one game. There's no guarantee that it can't be the equalizer again here.
I don't know. After this many years of play from Clear Love, we might have to start investing in his company. He's already got a nice result business open for Deft, so we'll see what he gets done here. But Deft as well, looking good in the mid side. Got his pickaxe. Pawn going to get away from the snowball with his playful trickster as well. And everyone again just powering up, but the objective advantage for once in the series is actually EDG's.
Yeah, 1-0 though. It's not a huge objective hole to talk about. Even with that objective, they're behind in gold. They have a dragon, they have a turret, but they're behind in gold just from farming numbers. Look at the mid lane. Of course, with all this rotation of Pawn, Civ has found free CS because of the way the lanes were and the fact that Deft would have had to overextend for harass. They've never been able to do the 2v2 matchup. Godby.
EDG getting so aggressive. Koro just going to escape the hook though as well, but he is caught out. Koro has to get away. He's got his flash. He uses it as Imp, rides his way in onto the ultimate, and EDG look for a pick in the jungle, but don't find it.
Yeah, even with the equalizer, not quite level 11, but crucially, Pawn is in the bottom lane, just pushing out, trying to equalize this big CS disadvantage that EDG have opened up. EDG have been forced into poor situations, although Deft is happy in lane against Orianna. He wants to be holding down Siva. That's the nature of the Urgot as an anti-carry, but in this situation just hasn't been able to engineer that because of where the minion waves have been well held by LGD. Probably not a surprise that LGD have managed to hold the minion waves so well. And at EDG, this need to find the engage they're looking for. Sejuani, though.
Clear Love goes in. Ulti only onto Mako. TBQ will channel Absolute Zero, but he gets nailed by a fish. Godby, though, be able to zone them out. And PYL looking for one more. Look, TBQ getting low. Deft low, though, as well. And in a big brawl in the mid lane, nobody goes down.
And crucially, Deft had no mana, so wasn't really able to impact any of those damage trades. Used his ultimate and then basically was completely out of mana. They back away. Not a lot of wave clear. Means this might be a turret for LGD.
I mean, Koro has his ultimate. If he has to use it, he will. But the turret's quite low here, so LGD going to try it again. But Pawn's pushed out the bottom side. Seems to be pushing towards that turret. And he's got blue buff now. Might even just look for a pick here.
Yeah, LGD have been getting every lane matchup they want. Civ is getting free time up top. Once again, Koro missing out on minions in the lane. in mid lane. They're going to keep this turret up for now, but the moment Sivir rotates there and the lack of wave clear, which has been a constant story from EDG, is a critical point this game. Literally no wave clear among these members outside of very short range.
And good harass there by Deft onto Godby, but they take the turret, and that's 2 for 1 now as LGD get the top and mid lane turrets, but Akon might be Pawn's next victim, and if this Fizz keeps the snowball going as he's trying to do, misses the fish there, I believe, goes into Akon, no, doesn't even have the ult, he's just going to go in. Clearlove going to come in as well for the gank squad, and Akon trying to get away, but there's just too much damage.
Yeah, and he definitely needed the Clearlove behind him to be able to pick up those kills. No ultimates between the two of them, but 2 members focusing on one was enough base damage. Only the Righteous Glory and some Doran's Rings means no magic was just being completed just yet. So they get a pick, but crucially, no objective.
Clearlove's back does get denied, though, as the Boomerang Blade comes in. Dragon back up in a minute 30. Everybody needs to go back and spend their gold if they haven't already, and you can see the back time is starting to come through. Infinity Edge there for Imp, plus a Brawler's Glove. We've got Last Whisper almost done for Deft on the Urgot. Pawn's still building up, honestly, and he's just gone for a fresh up, and Koro has to have gold to spend.
Surprising to see all the preference onto this Last Whisper. Maybe it'll still be a Brutalizer then finishing the Last Whisper, but there's no armor purchase whatsoever. Even Godfrey doesn't have the makings of a Seeker's Arm Guard or even the Zhonya's coming through. So seems like an overly quick Last Whisper being rushed by Deft, but maybe it's just future-proofing with how the buy times are gone. Pickaxe for a bit of pressure, gets a long sword, and then maybe is priced into that Last Whisper.
Maybe, as Imp does get the 3rd outer turret, gets to safety with the Lantern as well. I tell a lie, by the way, Pawn was just waiting for his Zhonya's, which is now completed as well, and Koro got an extra blasting one, an Ant Tome, and a Null Magic Mantle for the next Dragon fight. Level 11 here as well, teleport at the ready. EDG are primed to get their 2nd Dragon.
And Pawn will definitely be going on Operation Kill Orianna at every option. Can be so aggressive with that stasis, allowing him a reset of his abilities and being able to continue the fight. Death Cap, though, that's a big power jump for Ori.
That's stupidly early for Orianna to have 2 items right now. Athene's plus the Death Cap already done. We talk about Ori builds. Godvy's certainly done some interesting ones recently as well, with Luden's Echo being a prominent feature of a lot of his inventories, but this is pure damage and shield coming out from Orianna. We talk about a 2-item spike being important. Usually 22 minutes is fine for this. 4 or 5 minutes early on that power spike.
Going to start off the Dragon. If a tank goes in with the ball, they're going to be so tanky. Teleport comes through. Yeah, they're already backed away.
They're both coming through, but Koro didn't have a ward quite so close, so EDG might have to contest for this Dragon. Great poke, though, coming through for Deft, and EDG will get themselves back on the Dragon.
Love's not that tanky yet, so he can't tank the Dragon for too long. 3,000 health. Still a very healthy Dragon and a real standoff in this game 4.
Yeah, this might just be a smite off here. Pawn goes in for the burst. No, doesn't get it. TBQ takes it away. Clearlove gets hooked, and EDG have to scatter to the absolute 0, but they're still looking in. Imps uses his ulti. Pawn really wants to assassinate someone. He goes in with his on his Koro. Comes in as well. Clearlove lands the ulti. Depth charge onto Godfrey, but Pawn, that's too far forward. Clearlove gets hooked. Goes down to Imp. Shockwave goes in. Gets Deft in there. Flays him back. And that's a Dragon and 3 free kills for LGD.
Yeah, 3 massive kills. Poor target choice coming through from EDG. They were scattered. You can see multiple low health members. They really needed to choose and prioritize the closest target. Didn't do that because with their short ranges, so hard to do any sort of damage to the backline. Kill the front line first. And LGD, it's 20 minutes. Literally, Baron just spawned, and they're rushing it.
I mean, they've got a Nunu. TBQ has to be a bit careful, but not a bad idea to take it. And this is the super EDG Baron. Normally, you see this at 25 minutes after a 1 team, but LGD going to one-up them and take it at just over 20.
Literally just spawned, and they take it down. They have the Nunu for the Skier. Very, very safe. Pushing the minion wave slightly at the bottom is Koro, but nothing else to show for it. And suddenly 5,000 gold behind with a fiercely mid-game team comp EDG. And they leave up the Orianna a 3rd time, and it looks like they're going to be punished.
Yeah, we talk about mistakes costing teams these games. A bit of a bigger one there for EDG, but committed so hard to contest for that Dragon, and TBQ even stole it away, and everything else went completely wrong.
They're just building magic-resistant health, completely disregarding the damage from Deft, and it doesn't look like they're going to be punished for it. Deft will probably pick up the red buff, but isn't really an ideal red buff recipient, given that most of his damage is gated around his Acid Hunters. The builds in general are just not fully formed. The Last Whisper not going to be doing very much from the Urgot, as mentioned, and the magic resist stacking is the story from LGD.
Well, apparently when Pawn picks Fizz, this is where he ends up. Consistently behind, has some issues, but he's carried games like this before. EDG, we've talked about their team fighting in the last 2 games with the Sejuani in particular. we're going to have to do something spectacular to keep themselves in this game, because 5,000 gold up with a Baron here for LGD and a blue buff steal coming through. They just keep losing advantages in this game.
It's the miracle assassination onto Godv as the first person going down in a fight, or it's going to be a lost team fight. They cannot afford for the Shockwave to rip through their 400 or lower range members, and their siege prevention is non-existent. They have no wave clear.
Yeah, I mean, Rumble ulti, and that's about it.
Doesn't do that much against Baron buff minions.
No, not at all as EDG clear out the way, but LGD already rotating top to take a 5th turret here. EDG only have 1 to themselves here, and that gold lead, about 5,000 before, jumps up to 6,500 now.
The penchant for Pawn to pick up Fizz did this on Samsung White, does it on EDG, forces themselves in these situations where they have no wave clear, and if they ever start losing, they give up a Baron in this particular example, lose a team fight. The downside of this comp is incredible. They just have so few ways to get back into the game against all the disengage. It's just simply they're on the hunt from Sivir.
Grab comes through onto Mako, actually. He's forced the dredge line away. Gets chunked to about 60% health, though, and again, even with a Sivir, feel confident. Good double ulti there onto Deft and Pawn. Godby insta-kills Deft's Urgot, and Clearlove's trying to go in, but he's completely caught out of position. Imp's going to get the turret. The ulti gets spell shielded, I believe, and Clearlove goes down, and it's going from bad to worse for EDG.
Yeah, just one shot by Godby. That's how strong he is already with 2 items, and the push is going to continue.
This game looks awfully familiar, Papa Smithy, except this time it's LGD the one that's winning, and they're doing it about 5 minutes earlier.
It just feels like EDG's comp's missing out on too much, doesn't have wave clear, has decent multiple sources of damage, but honestly, the On The Hunt moves them away from the equalizer, and the only decisive equalizer was the pick onto PYL in the bottom lane. They managed to get some objectives early, but now 6-1 in turrets, even in Dragons, and a Baron in the books. 23 minutes is a bit early to pronounce death for EDG, but it might as well be.
I mean, the gold lead's just ridiculous at this point. 9,000 up for LGD. Godby almost has his last whisper at under 25 minutes as an Orianna. We'd expect that coming through at maybe 30, just over 30 minutes in certain cases in your standard games, but Godby's been so accelerated, and again, his Orianna lost once in this series, but starting to punish EDG for leaving it open again.
Yeah, I mean, it was banned away the once, was actually snapped up every time it was available, and this time it's going to be on the winning side unless EDG can pull off the miracle. They managed a couple of times in previous series, but they weren't 10k gold behind effectively at 20 minutes.
I mean, to remember as well, Pawn picked this matchup as Fizz into the Orianna, and as you said, might be whether it's cockiness, whether it's just a bit of arrogance coming through for Pawn, or simply wanting to play one of his best champions, because Fizz is one of his best champions. It just might be a bit too much bitten off here for EDG, and even Clearlove said one, he can't seem to save them from this situation.
No, it just gives too much downside. The lane matchup is definitely not Landslide in the advantage of Pawn, and he doesn't have range wave clear. He isn't even a ranged champion. There's a fiercely melee champion in Fizz. So the downside is just so incredibly high. And LG just out-rotated them. The moment they lost a turret and bot, they put Sivir down bottom. And although it looked like a masterstroke to have Urgot against the Athene's Orianna, you might think, okay, the harass is going to be good. In that situation, they just wave cleared happily, and Sivir got farm he would never have been able to do in a 2v2 against Urgot with no turret to go back to. So just with how the waves worked, LGD got the most farm possible onto both Imp and Godby, and Godby did the rest.
And again, navigating a lane swap nicely. That's been LGD's forte all playoff long. They're rushing with all their engage. They don't need it. They'll just zone EDG off a turret. And that second inhibitor looking to fall just as quickly as the first. There's another two-man ult onto the carries from Godby. They're diving in, doing their best. Pawn goes in, equalizer down from Koro. If they can save this fight, that'll be ridiculous. But LGD going in. Clearlove dies. Mako dies as well. And it's not enough. EGD are too far behind. And LGD in about 26 minutes are smashing Edward Gaming.
They already have a top lane inhibitor minion wave pushing, and the super minions will do the work. And LGD whitewash EDG effectively. 25-minute beat. There has not been many shorter games for EDG this season.
No, that was one-sided as they get for EDG games. LGD, what? You can see Imp still not celebrating yet, knows that, you know, he had a good game on Sivir. Played great there at 5-2 and 6. Navigated the lane swap once again with a plum. But not enough there in depth.
this poorly another time. Because honestly, once they started losing, they just didn't have the tools to get back in the game.
I have to ask you, Papa, EDG going to swap over to the blue side for our last game, and if drafting's a big thing, which side do you think they'd rather be on?
That's a really good question. I mean, to be honest, the first pick doesn't necessarily spring out to me as a big advantage unless somehow Cassinan is available. Because Pawn obviously seems very happy to opt into bad laning matchups with Cassinan and get away with them. It certainly wasn't the same story with the Fizz.
No, it wasn't at all. And that was a rough game there for EDG, but LGD in style take it away from him. And we couldn't ask for anything more than this. Don't go too far away because the final game of the LPL Grand Final is upon us. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Grand Final as we are about to start game number 5 between EDG and LGD. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me for the final time this evening is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And what a more fitting way to end such an epic grand final than with one last game.
296 games of the LPL culminate in just one for all the marbles to represent China at the mid-season invitational to take this sick cup that you can see on your screen. There's so many little storylines, players like PYL who've slaved away since 2011 dreaming of a game like this to decide whether they can actually make it through the mid-season invitational to get his first major success as we go over the last game, and who else but GodV to give the MVP.
That Orianna might have slipped up once here in the final, but what a last game there to push them to a Game 5. And LGD, these wins over EDG look so clean. That's the biggest thing to me. When EDG win, it's through like the veteran experience of Clearlove and some sick clutch ultis with Koro. I mean, when they work together as one, when they're on the same page and everything works wonderfully, they look almost unstoppable. But LGD have been picking them apart piece by piece throughout the entire series. And if they have them downloaded for this last game, EDG don't stand a chance.
In general, EDG was so strategically outplayed that game that it never got to the point where a Clearlove ultimate could start really resoundingly changing this game. GodV was always protected well on his Orianna. The tanks played their roles. The lane swaps in particular, setting Urgot up to just forcing him to mid, never getting actually to take the 2v2 that he always wants to look into. We mentioned the fact that Def likes to avoid that 2v2 matchup at the start, but eventually you get to rotate, start to freeze minion waves in. Because that minion wave in bottom was pushed when he rotated down, he needed his jungler to come and try and bounce those minions off the turret and move them towards his turret, because Sivir just froze for the rest of the laning phase, forced Urgot to go mid, and that strategic advantage, that anti-AD carry, basically traded far more than Orianna. And you saw pretty clearly who came out the better of that trade.
I mean, that's just one of Imp's best strengths, and as a team, LGD, they're so good in a lane swap situation. Imp's great in a 1v1 or 1v0. TBQ's much better when he just gets to graze a bit and farm up the jungle like an old school Clearlove here. They're just so good at doing these lane swaps. PYL's a great roamer as well. I want to see EDG maybe pick standard lanes because that's something that they haven't really gotten in this series. And I'm going to ask you, have you ever seen EDG get this outplayed? Because we talk about strategical outplay. EDG were usually the team doing that to everyone else.
It's a two-factor thing. I've never seen EDG get this strategically outplayed, but I've never seen LGD play this soundly. This has been kind of the story of their playoff run, is just how much they've leveled up compared to their last half of the season. If you remember, at the start of the season, Imp, we were thinking, was probably the best performing AD carry. PYO was unchained, running around the map, getting wards, playing like he has been in this series in their wins. They just fell away for the great majority of what is a grueling, long season. You know, towards the end of the season, the incentives for showing your best hand aren't really there once you've guaranteed yourself a place in the finals. And the finals LGD compared to what, 8-9 weeks of LGD play, it's just night and day.
It is. I mean, we've already talked about it. They've had a dream playoff run, running 6-0 until they ran straight first into EDG. 7-0, and then the wheels fell off a little bit, and it all comes down to a fifth game. EDG trying to keep the title in their club for what would be a 13th major win, I believe, for EDG as an esports organization in China. And LGD only got 3 big titles, but I'd love to make a 4th.
Just selfishly, players like PYR, as we mentioned, finally getting that big success. Imp, actually, I made a mistake and misspoke. Pawn, of course, only joined the Samsung White organization after their big OGN triumph against CJ Blaze many moons ago. So Imp is the only person who can actually look to claim the triple crown of OGN Championship, LPL Championship, and the World's Championship. Pawn never managed to pick up that LCK, or at that time OGN win, despite being on such a dominant team like 2014 Samsung White. GodV, the flair player, the confidence player, the king of the playoffs, you have to say, after so many carry performances. I mean, when you look at GodV and Pawn, you look at probably the 2 strongest flair players in the league. And what I mean by that is probably typified by how they play against Dade, another one of the Samsung members. GodV famously earlier this season beating Dade Zed and then blind picking Zed and beating him on Dade's given counter pick, just laughing and emoting after every kill. And Pawn himself against his old maestro, the person who he inherited the jacket from, doing the same sort of happiness. Both of them really happy with their wins against emotional players like Dade. Both of them are going to be emotional coming into Game 5. And I'm super excited to see what's the first pick and just in general the texture of this draft. Because another no wave clear comp from EDG, I think they're going to lose.
I think so too, and all comes down to this. The jacket buff might be finally wearing off for Pawn. It's been pretty big throughout the season, but the bans are almost done. EDG on the blue side for our last game. LGD will take the red. Orianna, Cassidy, and Kalista all banned by EDG as LeBlanc and Nar and Annie got the bans in there for LGD. So they've played 4 games already. Tons of champions now being banned out as targeted bans fly out left, right, and center. And Kora's having fun now, flashing Riven and Bard. But I can tell you right now, they snap off the Hecarim.
And Sejuani accepted. This is pretty much a wash in terms of the most important picks this series. The likes of Orianna, Cassidy, and Nar have shaped the previous games. Annie herself as well. The Hecarim as the first pick makes a lot of sense. Kora's looked really good on this champion, but it leaves over the Nunu as the strongest control jungler. And will they just try and snap away the Jinx to get that Nunu Jinx combo that EDG themselves have used to so much success?
Akon, I have good advice for you. Take the Jinx away from Deft. He's still undefeated on it. Hasn't seen a single play with the champion in the entire series. And TBQ, he's back on the Nunu that almost semi-blocks a Sejuani pick. And smartly, LGD take the Jinx as well.
And is it back to Corki time? With all the marbles available, does Deft go for his most played AD carry Corki? That's how he dealt with Pawn. They dealt with Jinx in the previous series. They're already flashing the Janna here just because they don't want to allow full disengage comp to go over to LGD. What is the next pick going to be? They've already committed to a top laner. Now they really need to start rolling with their other picks here, EDG.
Look, especially with Nar banned away, Kora will eventually deal with this Jinx. It's just a matter of getting him to that spot in a good amount of time. The other thing Jinx does for you is give you fast push options. So I like this. Be more aggressive from EDG as they take away Thresh and Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai was the champion Clearlove moved towards in Game 5 against WE. It's another Game 5, another Rek'Sai game. He's shown excellent presence in this champion, but suddenly the disengage starts to pile on. Honestly, this comp didn't work so well for EDG. In Game 1, of course, they ran a very similar comp with a disengaged comp based around Kog'Maw. The Jinx gives it something different, of course, can go offensive if they pick up that first kill. But this is a lot of peeling for Imp on this 4 picks.
And I like the Akon defaulting to Maokai. Makes sense. It's probably the best top laner left in the pool. And it's not a great matchup against Hecarim, but you'll take it. And in general, if you're lane swapping, it's a great champion to give Akon in that situation. Janna is the takeaway from LGD. I like that pickup as well. But we already know that EDG have to mix something up here. They're going to blind pick a mid laner here. So POA will get his pick for Godby, their mid laner. That's the Sivir taken by EDG. And do they go all in on the mid game with the Twisted Fate? And they do!
They blind pick Twisted Fate Game 5. This is some confidence play coming through from Pawn. With the Ghost Flash Summoners, you have to think he was heavily considering it. You've got the choice of counterpick to assassin player like Godby. Will he go standard, actually, and go for just a normal assassin? Will he go for the likes of Syndra that he loves to play? There's so many different champions that work in this situation. Wave clear and assassination onto Twisted Fate is what LGD need with this last pick.
Ahri they could pick, Diana if he wants to go back to it. Thankfully, LeBlanc's been banned by EDG. Pawn hasn't got to look at that champion all series long. They do lock in Lissandra. It's a good control mage to try and deal with the Twisted Fate. But Imp, you better get world champion on this last game here because your job is to hard carry this game.
Yeah, it's a bit of burst from the mid lane. Good wave clear, but all in on damage on Imp. The world champion, the potential triple crown winner. It's all on him in Game 5.
Yeah, and that's what they're looking at. A ticket to MSI and a one shiny trophy there as it's come down to Game 5, which, honestly, in the LPL final, we've already played almost 300 games. What's one more?
What's one more? Well, this is the one more. This is the game. And Lissandra, that's the big answering pick coming through. And last second changes to Cleanse Summoner spell. So suddenly, the kill pressure's that much lower onto Twisted Fate. Giving Twisted Fate any semblance of hope to roam is going to be a big problem for LG because there's mid-game power across the board for EDG.
Yeah, it's Hecarim Maokai on the top side. Rek'Sai versus Nunu with Clearlove. Going to go back to his old aggressive ways that we've seen earlier in the season. Pawn with the blind pick TF into the Lissandra. And Pawn, he doesn't want to kill his mid laner, but he wants to kill Imp especially as Deft back on the Sivir versus the Jinx.
I mean, the big thing for LGD is that if you look at these individual laning matchups, they actually all swing in the early game towards LGD. Maokai has a much more regular laning phase against Hecarim. Lissandra's going to have the laning phase advantage against Twisted Fate, and Jinx has always been a positive laning matchup against Janna. They've picked 12, but it's only a Nunu to impact the lanes. So can EDG get the lane swap they need? Because that could be the crucial factor for this game.
We'll have to find out. It all comes down to this.
Nunu. Twisted Fate's very good at pushing in these lanes, not as good at last hitting under turret, but that's the only he'll have without any summoners whatsoever.
You can see Def doing fine in the bottom side as well, but does not benefit nearly as much as the Jinx, you have to say, who does want to navigate away from a lot of her early matchups. To be fair, Deft is dodging the Jinx matchup as Sivir, so that's nice as well, but it's Koro for me. He needs to get going on this Hecarim, and he's doing great right now. 9 CS to 3 with the Smite is a good early lead, but if Pawn keeps getting picked on, it might not matter how big the horse is.
Clearlove finds a couple of members in the jungle. You see Pawn rotating. We're seeing more battling.
Yeah, they are going to go in, but no, Ghost is going to go through. Lissandra's going to rejoin in. Pawn going to get himself headed up as TBQ taking too much damage, but does survive as Def rotates in. Koro's here as well. TBQ finally dies to Mako, but that might just be it as the Boomerang Blade comes in onto PYL. Acorn, the next target, will knock them back with the Arcane Smash, and it's a 1-for-1 trade, it looks like.
Just 1-for-1, and remember, EDG committed all 5 members compared to Jinx, still staying up the top lane. The freeze continues in this situation. So strategic advantage while Slim lies with LGD.
I mean, Koro at this point is just a glorified jungler at this stage. Actually has slightly more CS than Clearlove, so it's okay. He's going to take camps anyway, but that does split gold away from your Rek'Sai, and EDG just get a trade kill. Nothing else they can claim.
It's worth noting that the Clearlove that we saw on Rek'Sai in the previous Game 5 was well ahead. Snowboard got a very early Cinderhulk into Giant Spell and was just aggressively forcing skirmishes with his face. He was just getting in there, taking damage, and allowed rotations to come through to pick up kills. Basically sacrificing his own jungle CS to allow Hecarim to be competitive. It's going to be a very different type of Rek'Sai this game.
I mean, I think Pawn's getting redived again, but he's already screwed. Lissandra is almost level 6 in this matchup as well, and you can tell Pawn, they know what's going on. He's got his Ghost, but no Flash, and a teleport's coming in for Acorn. This is going to hurt for Pawn. He gets the gold cut in, but Acorn's already here. The redive coming through. Godfrey doesn't even need level 6. Pawn, he'll die again under his turret.
There's multiple ways to get punished as Twisted Fate in a laning situation. Blind picked it. Didn't expect the creative adaptations, but it seems like LGD have comped around and practiced for a Twisted Fate comp, and boy, are they executing it well.
Mako coming in. That's a mistake from Mako. Gets knocked back and knocked up. Tanks the turret too often, and that kill goes Koro.
Yeah, crucially, it goes to Koro of all people. Has been so well held by Imp. Suddenly 13 CS up and a kill up on his lane opponent. This pony's getting going.
LGD on the Dragon. I think they know EDG want to try and take it away. TBQ is in the area. Is pressuring the bottom side turret though, and EDG they're on top of the Dragon. They might even get a turret from Deft.
Yeah, they've got 2 smites available at this point, so safe to secure the Dragon. For everything they're using against Pawn, they're getting punished in other ways, so at least EDG aren't falling behind in a drastic manner. But in terms of lane presence, 0-3-1, just a Doran's Ring and level 4. How can Pawn even enter lane against Godfrey?
I mean, he's down CS as well. Godfrey's double him on that metric as well. He's entering lane. I agree with you. I don't know quite how he can do it, but he needs level 6. He's useless, to be honest, without it. But level 6 now up for Lissandra and Pawn. You know, you can tell by how far he's playing.
He's had that in the past in his repertoire, but this whole season has been on those offensive champions. There's the Destiny, though.
Going into the top side, Koro is moving in as well. Aiko will get stunned up. Koro needs to use the ulti, does get in there. Do they have enough damage as Pawn lining up another card? Does come in, insta gold card, and Koro gets another kill.
But there's so many members coming top, and I don't even know if a turret will dissuade them.
Well, it's going to give Def the trade here as well, but Pawn low, Godby diving in. Good flash of the cleanse comes out as well, but Koro, he's got nowhere left to go. Will die here as PYL.
You definitely give the advantage to Maokai with just the Catalyst over just Mercury Treads and some of the eventual Cinderhulk coming through from Hecarim. His backing now has a bit of gold spin, but only 270, so definitely no home guard boots or any big team fight changing abilities coming through with this next Dragon fight.
I mean, Deft has to make it big here with his pickaxe and BF sword. If they can delay Imps back as well, that might help them out. Again, they've got good pressure over. Imp's got 1,600 gold to spend as well. For EDG, lining up the Dragon in 30 seconds long. They're looking for a pick.
Yeah, they're looking for a pick as much as possible. But Jinx is perhaps going to have to back off. It's another situation where Dragon's spawning and the purchases haven't come through from Jinx. You see pings in the area. Just if he backs himself, just to pick up a bit more regen. We're waiting to see if Koro can delay this long enough to pick up, for example, his Cinderhulk, which would actually be a pretty big jump in power for Koro in the top lane for the Hecarim, but at present point, doesn't look like it.
And Imp looks like he'll make it back in time as well. Dragon up in 5 seconds. TBQ going to take away his Grump as well, prepping for the Dragon fight that might be coming. EDG, though, instantly on top of the objective this time, and I think Koro doing the smart thing, just trying to deny Acorn's teleport rather than join himself.
Now, he knows that there's an eventual, probably home guard coming in after he picks up a couple of waves. If we look for flank wards, they're not super deep for EDG, but plentiful. There's no teleport.
Yeah, he's going straight in. Acorn wants in right now. Does join into the fight. The Dragon's back, and LGD might just power for it.
EDG have given up the Dragon, but they're looking to get 2 turrets from it. Pings onto the top turret coming through from Koro. Def's going to get some free time with mid. But I don't know if they have enough damage to take it down just yet.
Dragon goes there over to LGD. Mid turret not taken out, though, as Godby's there for the wave clear. Pawn back to the bottom side, trying to get some farm. Might fancy a 1v1, but probably can't do it up against Imp, who's quite strong at this stage of the game. Koro actually putting into that's who they want. They're going to go in onto Imp there as PYL joins in as well. The Destiny use just for a bit of vision. PYL interrupting as much as he can, and TBQ's come down as well. PYL gets stunned, but Imp is running down onto Pawn, and he's caught completely out of position, and that's a double kill for Jinx.
The double kill just makes things worse, and in mid, they're losing another trade.
Mako snared up. That's a kill for Acorn, and EDG, everything's going wrong.
They're getting caught in 2 areas. Killer finally shows up to the fight.
Going in again onto Acorn, but it's 2v2. Def, does he have enough damage? He does. Finally gets the trade onto Acorn. Godby going to get flash on borrowed. Still going in onto the Lissandra, and Rek'Sai gets a double.
But the objectives work really well for LGD, taking that bottom lane turret. Even though he doesn't have Infinity Edge or boots, Jinx doesn't care. They have the first outer turret to equalize what's coming up, and they're going to contest this red.
You can see another 1,000, 1,500 gold lead up for LGD. Def desperately trying to push here, but he just doesn't have that much, and the rest of LGD LGD, they're coming to gank him.
Yeah, they're coming to gank him, and he doesn't even have the ultimate to get away. He has flash and heal.
TBQ in here, good spell shield. Clearlove's in as well. Imp gonna get snared up. That's a big deal as Clearlove gets his third kill. Death still alive, uses the heal at just the last second. Korra gonna chase in. Mako needs to find a hook, gets the stun. There's the Umbora coming through. Hook landing as well. Boomerang Blade comes in. And EDG, how are they doing this?
Mako is so clutch on Thresh. There's a reason that World Elite were banning both Thresh and Annie. Give him a playmaking champion. And this rookie in his 5th game in the LPL final is playing out of his mind on Thresh.
And he needs to. Everyone on both teams need to at this stage of the game. It is do or die. If you're a clutch player, you better put your hand up right now. And Pawn, he might be behind, but he's still fighting, and so are the rest of EDG.
It was Pawn's heroic performance in Game 5 against World Elite that was one of the main drivers for EDG even being in this position. But this time around, he needs his team to step up. And so far, the likes of Clearlove and Mako have really stepped up in the early game.
And Korra's getting tankier as well. The Cinderhawk's done to pairing with that skirmisher's save. And we've talked about Hecarim being a big threat. He can dismantle a lot of what is honestly a mostly single threat comp from LGD, and Akon even getting aggressed on can't do anything in the matchup really.
I mean, unfortunately, Maokai, while much more flexible, while an excellent jungle follow after, as we saw with the very early turret dive on the Twisted Fate, he doesn't Fate. He doesn't have a righteous glory to show for 16 minutes of play. Akon has consistently been in this situation where he's had the minimum of resources and been asked to make the most of it. But there's a minimum of resources and there's no one item spike at 16 minutes.
No, and it's Hecarim that if he gets comfortably to his big items is going to cause trouble for LGD at about the 25-minute mark. And already he could be a problem as Korra, you know, he's playing out of his mind to try and win another final. And Clearlove's here again. Ulti they used by Korra onto Akon. Clearlove with the knocker, but TBQ's coming in, but here comes Pawn into the top side of the map. No, he's too far away. Just wants some vision. Does teleport in, but he can't make it in time.
They've committed all 5 members to
Deft, what? Going so deep in onto Akon. Gets the solo kill by flashing on top of his head.
I mean, his aggressive flashes on any champion has been crazy this year. They're going to get the top, but they're going to swap it for the mid turret. And there's aggressive pings from LGD to keep pushing.
And do not race it, Jinx, when the LPL final is on the line. Imp, so good in base race situations. And Deft, he's staying as well because he knows he can't stop it. The tier 2 falls, but they might equalize. 3 for 2 right now. EDG gonna try and make it 3 for 3.
Still too healthy. It's over half health. They do have the Dark Passage to get away. Multiple members rotating. EDG need to make evacuation moves right now.
Deft with a good... Lantern actually gets him out to safety. Credit to Mako for being in the right position. Deft will escape. Clearlove will as well. We can all breathe a sigh of relief for a little while longer. But LGD now up in turrets and Dragon. The action's not stopping. It's back in a minute 55.
EDG have managed to find 106 CS onto Pawn despite him being a complete non-factor in any sort of laning matchup, to the point where they were sending him bottom in a 1v1 versus Jinx, which obviously he had to respect to the point where he couldn't hit the minion wave, only really CSing with max range wildcards. They gave the blue buff over to Sivir because there was no way that Twisted Fate was relevant in this mid lane in the mid game. So they're just trying to play around the fact that Twisted Fate has got that global, he's got the CC, but he's just a CC bot at this point.
I mean, Pawn's doing what he can with the resources he has, and there are not very many of them, but a very important 3rd overall Dragon is coming up soon, and both teams are trying to contest for it. I mean, you look down, it's pretty low damage on both sides, to be honest, and that 5th Dragon, always a strong win condition. It'll still be the same here in our last game.
Imp will have flash up for the fight. 2 no escape AD carries means that might be a very relevant statistic. Pawn has both flash and ghost, so the mobility for the gold card. Again, I guess they're going to all in on killing Imp and hope that the other latent damage members won't be enough to win a fight.
A locket done from Clearlove is a super important purchase, though, in this particular situation. Korra, even with a Phage, building in towards his Trinity Force. It's kind of a power trough coming through for Hecarim, but Hecarim, especially with this build, does a lot with his build being very smooth. So they've got good options to EDG. I just don't know how much they want to fight for this next dragon.
Kind of the curious thing is they all want to basically make a beeline to killing Jinx, which is fine as a strategy. They can get on top of him, onto those shadows, the Twisted Fate getting into melee range, just going for the gold card. All those are possible. The big issue is, do they also then line up to the Lissandra damage? Because Lissandra's the one person with good AoE that's relevant burst at this point, even with the locket being completed. So they need to both kill Jinx and also not group up for the damage from Godwin. If they do both those things, EDG should actually win a fight.
I mean, that's potentially a tall order as Dragon is back in 3 seconds and LGD already in position to take it away. EDG not even going to give it a look at this situation, decide they do not want to fight for it.
They want to take at least a turret. There was some preliminary pings onto Baron, which does spawn in 7 seconds, but probably not quite the game for that.
No, EDG... known for doing some, I'm not going to say reckless Barons, but they do like to do them early, but that one is definitely a little too far. It's Clearlove right on top of a ward, not going to get a pick through here, unfortunately.
So will they take down this turret? It's now below half. Yep, Maokai just respects the fact that Clearlove could be in this jungle. No way for them to contest. 3 turrets to 3, but if you're going to ask me, I'd take the mid 2 turrets over the top 2 turrets any day of the week.
Coming in, does pop the Destiny, but not really a good gank target there. Imp actually, if they want to go really nuts and tower dive as Clearlove, will just back away, and that's another Destiny used just for vision.
That's honestly all that he can really do. Does have 40% CDR, so that ult cooldown, while still long, is not the most relevant statistic. He will have it up for the next fight. There's no dragon to fight for multiple minutes, so probably no real way for LGD to punish the fact that the Destiny's being used purely defensively.
Yeah, EDG, we talked about Mako coming up clutch here in this series. It's Koro once again. He's weirdly enough the big carry for his team in this particular composition, and EDG are 1,000 gold ahead, but a dragon down. The turrets equalizing does give them a slight edge here, but you can see Twisted Fate pretty far behind on gold, Def slightly ahead, Koro actually quite far ahead. He's the one that needs to go big, and once he hits that Trinity Force, EDG needs to find a good fight.
Yeah, we didn't even mention it, but it is the very standard a mid-game centric Sivir Hecarim comp where Sivir really empowers Hecarim to dive the backline with the On the Hunt, the movement speed scaling, also interacting with Hecarim's passive. Sivir Hecarim's been massively successful ever since Hecarim really started becoming this top-tier pick, and especially when the challenging Smite adaptations really made it so that he was able to both get a safe early laning phase just by exiting lane and picking up camps with the Smite, and then just transition into the anti-carry he always was, empowered by the challenging Smite onto the AD carry.
But another great rotation from LGD will give them another turret. That's their 4th here in this game, and every time EDG try and equalize, Imp is there with his minigun ready to take another turret. Phantom Dance is completed for Def, but Imp surely going back now to complete his as well. Azonya's done for Godby, means that Trinity Force couldn't come any sooner for EDG.
Honestly though, if you told me, and you just told me these comps and said, who's happier in the late game, I'd take EDG just because of the fact that Twisted Fate is always relevant in the late game for both burst damage, pushing, and CC. Hecarim is massively strong in the late game, errs much more towards the late game than Acorn does on the Maokai, who's still very, very tanky in the late game, but only really a peel bot compared to just almost an just an anti-carry in Hecarim. Not quite Urgot in his anti-carry ways, but with the Trinity Force, the Home Guard boots, and the challenging Smite can do so many things to a no-escape AD carry like the Jinx. And because we're stacking health and resists on the likes of Rek'Sai, this front line from EDG should get strong once some armor items are completed for Clearlove.
LGD doing such a great job of getting exclusive vision of certain objectives. Def puts a pink wall down and clears it out, but EDG know that they're scared of LGD doing Baron again early on with their Nunu. They'll try and counter push the mid, but they actually just might go in. In fact, Acorn's looking for a flank teleport, does find it in there, dives in onto Pawn. That's not good news as an ulti comes in for Jinx. She gets excited, Def cutting back. Koro teleported in, he's trying to get something done, but Def could be the next target. Good spell shield, but it doesn't block the twisted advance. Imp gets another kill, flashes aggressively to get another one. Clearlove could go down, but Koro's going to ward him off, and again, the Hecarim just can't do enough work. Does zone out Imp, but Godby CCing him up, gets the kill, does Koro onto Imp, but Mako now being chased down, snowballed to death here, cannot escape here unfortunately on the Thresh. It might take a while, but he should go down. Good hook, gonna delay the inevitable, but he finally falls.
Ironically, the answering kill onto Jinx does actually buy EDG enough time to respawn. The death time is still very short, so they won't lose a big objective like the Baron, despite that being just an immaculate initiation with the Flash Righteous Glory coming through from Acorn into that twisted advance onto Pawn. Pawn under farm, doesn't have Azonia's, was always going to die, but killing that Jinx keeps EDG in this game.
Yeah, distortion boots now for Pawn, so at least being cost efficient with his purchases here in this game. And Koro now going tanky, not quite completing that Trinity Force yet. And this is Hecarim's thing. He's a bruiser. He does need tankiness and damage. And right now sort of split the difference by a lot of them. Sure, the Cinderhawk Skirmisher Saber gives you a lot more smoothness in your early game build. But Koro, he still needs quite a bit of gold to get going.
He does. And he's been forced into magic resistant armor just because, again, the damage coming through from the 2 threats, the burst damage especially from Godvi, while it might fall off at 40 minutes, at 25 minutes, it's still super, super relevant. And Godvi's the big winner in this game in terms of lane matchups. Pawn offers a gold card and basically nothing else other than a global reveal until his Zhonya's is completed, and then it's Operation Kill Jinx between him and the Hecarim.
I mean, if they can kill the Jinx, that'd be great. But right now, EDG just have to play defensively. I think in LGD's smart stuff, they're threatening constantly around the Baron. Okay, Pawn can get a pretty far distance. Actually, ultis just to check them around the Baron, but LGD, they've started it.
Yeah, I mean, they've started it. Pawn's teleport to mid. We must see a contest.
He's running in. Koro needs to line up an ulti, but he doesn't even have it. Going in. He's riding straight into it. Clearlove steals the Baron somehow. POL ults him out, but Godvi, he almost goes down. An Imp, he's already dead. Godvi will go down. Def gets the next kill. And EDG, one more time, a 4-for-0 team fight and a Baron.
But they steal Baron. That's the crazy thing to come through. Level 14 was Koro. Level 13 was Clearlove. Just from having the extra levels and the 2 smites, 2 options, and of all people it was Clearlove, and it had to be Clearlove.
Koro didn't even use his ultimate. How did they do that as Clearlove? 408 now on the Rek'Sai. Probably had something to do with it. And LGD, they're losing all the turrets. The 25 EDG Baron finally comes back to haunt them as they get it stolen away, and their base is in shambles.
Yeah, this minion wave wasn't prepped earlier, but just happened to be there, and they take all 3 turrets in a row. And what was a safe Baron, just having that vision from the Twisted Fate for the contest, and then just the most smoothest steals, drive-by by Clearlove, and EDG look like they might have one hand on the cup.
Clearlove is really earning that 20-second title.
Just watch the replay coming through here. Clearlove just casually slides in and literally steals the Baron in the same movement. LGD are low and have taken so much shred. Pawn gets into the backline, gets the stun onto Jinx, and she dies. He has the Zhonya's after that fight as well, so that's going to be a much safer maneuver. But everything LG did was tunneling in onto the Baron, and they didn't get it.
That was so clever from Pawn, a player who's this far behind. May actually find himself dead as the rocket's coming in. Does use the Zhonya's. Can that buy him time? His team's actually tunneling down. Tries to ult away, but that's not going to work. But EDG might just take some structures.
They're certainly going to take the inhibitor at a minimum. LGD honestly should stay and try and pick up this dragon just because EDG don't feel confidence in trying to finish the game. But what's there to say?
They have vision. If they start the dragon, they'll lose their base. They can't do it. They actually might get some kills, but Civ is defensively ulted to get them out, and EDG will sneak away with a trade kill on Pawn. The man who's been behind 0-6-5 as one of the world's best mid laners, and somehow he's still making plays.
And that's just the reality of Twisted Fate. He does so many things. The reveal is really strong, and Pawn's smart enough, and EG was smart enough to not try and pass him blue buffs or try and camp his lane. He was a write-up, so just throw him. He can farm from 1300 range with the wild card. Sure, he'll be behind, but gold card is always a relevant skill in a team fight, and they've played around the fact that Pawn was completely annihilated by all of the LGD members immaculately well.
A third dragon there for LGD in and amongst all the trading there. So LGD get a nice foothold on the dragon. That's a big win condition for this team here, is that 5th dragon. But we look over, Koro getting tanky at 1200 gold now in the inventory. Clearlove getting real tanky. Pawns finishes Zhonya's. Deft has 3.5 items. That late game that EDG are looking to creep towards is coming much sooner than LGD might have expected.
I guess the interesting question is, where does Koro go with his build? Has the Phage, could build into a Sheen, but honestly the next fight, maybe him living a little bit longer. There's so many incidental damage deals. Even Clearlove does respectable damage on the likes of Rek'Sai, that maybe it's not a big rush to actually finish that Trinity Force. Will come at some point, but right now, living a bit longer, getting another spell rotation might be more important.
I mean, Imp has no lifesteal, so I don't think they're that worried, especially if Twisted Fate at this point. If Koro's CCing everyone, he'll do what he did in the Baron fight and just dive straight into the backline.
That's all they're going to do. That's what Twisted Fate's going to do. He has the Zhonya's now. He's going to register the gold cards, an automatic auto-attack cast, and then he can just go into Zhonya's and live. So has all those flexible options. They're pushing their wards up aggressively as you'd expect, and they're going to try and take this last outer turret with the Super Minions still pushing them in.
Yeah, Super Minions are though. I believe the Baron buff has dropped away. It has indeed, but EDG still plenty of pushing power here with the Sivir. Lissandra coming in. Actually, Def does take the lantern away. The snowball will follow all the way with him, but he'll be just fine for now.
They have a big minion wave pushing in the top that eventually will push out. Korra gets the Raptor buff, which is, of course, the cute thing that happens when you have that teleport smite and starts a clear vision around the top side. He has teleport available, isn't in position to get a home guard, but he's actually sitting on 1670 gold, and EDG just backdoor this bottom lane turret.
I like what EDG are doing. They're trying to split up LGD for as long as possible. They've already taken a mid inhib. They've got great mobility between Rek'Sai, Hecarim with teleport, and the Twisted Fate Destiny. That with no major buffs up, why not do this?
They don't actually get to claim control over the enemy red buff as Korra just teleported back. Bought the Spirit Visage, so now he's basically a super tank. Gonna probably go to the Trinity Force as his next item. But plenty of magic resist and armor confirmed. And again, Operation Kill Jinx and deal with the Gold V damage that was so important 5 minutes ago. Every minute that goes on in this game, Gold V gets slightly more irrelevant on the damage front and only really serves to set up targets for Jinx to get resets on.
With a Mikhails for Thresh and a QSS dump for Deft, he might have just entered that point in the game as well. Everyone else either has a way to get out of the ulti or is too tanky at this point, especially with the lock it up for Clearlove EDG. They found themselves a lead almost miraculously in this 5th and final game. They're up 5.5k, but what else can they do? This game is not over.
Yeah, they've already broken the base. There's no real need or impetus for them to overdive on any structures, and Hecarim's the one that's getting unanswered free farms. Suddenly has a 100 CS advantage over Maokai. If we're talking about gold leads, he's got a casual 3,500 gold lead on Akon, and sure, Akon has a much lower gold ceiling to pick up his items, but Frozen Heart and a Righteous Glory, he's sort of tanked to death, but he's going to blow up incidentally in a fight.
Korra, the big carry for this particular team composition, farming up a storm here in the last game, and LGD holding on to some dragons here with the advantage, not quite holding on to the same amount of turrets as Deft. He has not left this lane in quite a while.
And it makes me smile that Twisted Fate, Pawn has understood. He's not doing any damage this game and just gets a QSS for just the casual more gold cards.
It makes sense. Again, he's almost it's a bit pejorative, but a stun bot at this case with TF. He wants to dive in, be an extra CC, just kind of add to Korra's ultimate when he goes through. And Deft and Korra at this point, they're doing plenty of damage.
And they have enough damage between the members. Not enough in any single one, but as you mentioned, Deft's got the 3 items, so he's doing as much damage as he needs to, and they're all going to dive in, as all Civicomps do. They're just going to look for that kill onto Jinx and go with the fight from there.
And a 1-3-1 being set up here by EDG, now taking away the blue buff as well. Baron is back in 30 seconds. Dragon is back in 1:45. EDG, they have to keep control of these massive objectives because LDG, one Baron steal away from getting themselves back into the game.
LGD only have any semblance of wards towards their blue side jungle. Nothing in the area of Baron that respawns in 10 seconds. You can see Akon trying to push wards as much as possible. Of course, that's plenty of time for Twisted Fate to at least split push this outer turret in the bottom lane. And just LGD, these are the decisions that you face against a Twisted Fate comp. You're going to try and lose the minimum, but they cannot afford to give up another Baron.
I mean, Pawn got from bottom lane to mid lane and ghosted his way into the Baron to be there in time for the last team fight. He's going to keep pushing here. The teleports, the back's already come through for Akon, who does have his teleport, but EDG have forced themselves nicely around the Baron.
Machine now completed, so about 1,200 gold away from the Trinity Force for real anti-carry potential onto Imp, who has his own QSS, but with so many initiation options, it's probably not going to be enough against EDG's initiation.
I mean, it's just the tankiness at this point that might be the problem. It's not even just the CC. Korra, I guess, has kind of gone the long way for his damage in the build, but it pays off massively in the late game when you get there. And like you mentioned, he is quite close.
He just doesn't have any lifesteal either. That's the point you brought up, is that still picking up a QSS delays any sort of Vamp Scepter or Bloodthirster. So in the long drawn-out fights against all the consistent damage, doesn't have that option and needs to peel, get excited, and get out of a fight, then re-engage as his tank line starts to win. But the tank line from EDG is absurdly strong. Just look at Clearlove, casual 4-0-8, Randuin's Locket, and it's building up as much armor as possible.
Smart pressure from Korra there as well. They're abusing the fact that they have more mobility around this map than LGD. And look at where Clearlove is. He's on the Baron side of the map because all his tunnels are on the right-hand side.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. They've got Baron pressure. LGD have to overextend to pick it up, and eventually Pawn will renege from his repeated pushing in the bottom lane. They can go for a teleport and Destiny engage and just try and catch Imp whenever he's slightly overextended.
They can solo Dragon now as well. EDG have played this so well. I was wondering, why are you so insistent on pushing this bottom lane turret? But they know that this way, with a three guys in the top and 2 splitting in the bottom, it's the perfect way to get complete control of the river.
So obviously Dragon, the smallest of advantages, particularly the second Dragon, but you're still building up that stack. At this point, the 5th Dragon, if you're on point and on par from EDG is still a good 18 minutes, so 50 plus minutes into this game. It probably will be decided by then, but you always have to set up every advantage to serve up the next one.
I think mostly just deny it away from LGD, stop them potentially snowballing. Now, again, they're in a position where they could have gotten a 4th dragon, and EDG will be pressured to finish the game before it really mattered here. And again, just look at where LGD are standing.
Again, the runaround.
Yeah, they're in complete darkness, getting absolutely run around, finally make a bit of headway, but Koro's sticking in the bottom lane, just annoying Akon. Probably can kill him at this point if we're going to be real. 2,000 gold bank for Deft, almost 1,000 for Koro. And LGD, this is dangerous. They're on top of the Baron.
Yeah, they've been forced into this position. This is the only way they can be assertive rather than being dictated to by the 2 globals. In fact, the 3 globals coming through from EDG with Rek'Sai as well. EDG just have the run of the map. It was looking real hairy when Twisted Fate was basically a non-factor. But as he starts to stack on items, Sheen, not the biggest item, but still another relevant statistic that will register with the gold card. There's just no good movements for LG, barring this hopeful Baron.
This is very brave here from LGD. They're on top of the Baron. There's the teleport coming through. Ultimate already in for Twisted Fate. He's so close, and Akon forced to port lane. Clearlove going back in. Akon around the side, but Death finally makes it in. Godby getting tanked up as well. Clearlove actually dies as Pawn goes back in, and Mako's not here, and Death now peeled away, but Koro does so much work in the back line, but it might not be enough here. Pawn needs to find a kill to Imp, but he sets us out. Imp gets the kill. That's 2 kills. Death goes back in, flashes aggressive. Pawn needs to hide away. Deft, what the hell? Gets a triple kill, gets the quadra, gets the penta kill. What on earth is going on?
Penta kill from the Korean duo Deft and Pawn wins them this game. They still have a minion wave. Koro's still alive, and that should be it.
What happened in this game? EDG. You talk about clutch, but this is ridiculous, and the death time is a low. EDG, they will try and end this game.
Yes, a Twisted Fate has the Sheen, not quite the Lich Bane. 15 seconds on any relevant wave clear. It's going to be, at minimum, a bare Nexus. And with 3 globals, that's going to be a big deal for LGD to defend.
1 turret down. EDG are training down these turrets. Can they take out the game? PYL's back. TBQ's back as well. Imp is going in with EDG. They're committing. They want to go for the Nexus. They take it.